And we're live. Hello and welcome to the 4th annual hexconference.com. I'm your host, Maddie ALLin. We've got a great show for you these 4 nights, 6 hours each night, amazing guests, 102 speakers in total. I'm so excited for this year's Hex Conference. I hope you are too. So go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button. Share this out to everybody you know. This first hour is something really incredible because we've got Lamont Black, who is an ex-Fed economist who teaches at DePaul University. He's a crypto professor who was in the Highest of Stakes documentary movie, which I have personally seen 10 times. And we've also got Johnny Chaos, who's a favorite personality in the Hex community. I know you're all really excited for this 1 hour talk. And so without any further ado, I'm going to set up the stage here for Johnny Chaos and Lamont Black.
And with that being said, let's talk about the highest appreciating asset class today. It's crypto, not stocks and bonds. Boy, this ain't for play. My word plays to educate the children around my way so they can get out the hood. No, I don't want to stay. Education's critical and my life pivotal.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Lamont.
Hey, Johnny.
This is going to be awesome. So you are the expert in all things fiat. You've got to work for the Fed, and you know intimately what is going on with this fiat thing. And I need to be sold on this fiat thing because I'm just not convinced, man. It just seems like a big scam to me. So, if you could just kind of give me the rundown on what this fiat thing is and why I should be putting my wealth into this fiat rather than crypto.
All right. Well, good question. And hello, everybody. It's great to be here. Thank you to Maddie for including me on the program here on the conference. It's a funny question, Johnny, because I spend most of my time talking to fiat people about crypto. And so I'm usually defending crypto to the fiat people. Now you've got me defending fiat to the crypto people, but it's all right. So as you said, my background is I'm an economist. I was an economist at the Federal Reserve in Washington, D.C. So I was there from 2005 to 2013 through the financial crisis. And that was, the period of time that saw the birth of crypto. And so it is, I think, a great question as to whether these are both legitimate forms of money, depending on who you ask, how they're similar, how they're different. I like to tell people that money in banking is one of the courses that I teach. It goes into the history of money. And when I talk to people about crypto, I talk about that history. So a lot of people think of gold as one of the original forms of money or seashells as physical commodity money. But gradually, civilization moved towards paper currency as a form of money. But that was always backed by something physical, like gold. And so when you have paper backed by gold, that would be the gold standard. Go ahead.
What's the fiat thing backed by now?
It's not. Yeah. So I would say, first of all, it's important to understand the definition of fiat. It's a word that just means by decree. It has value because the government says it has value. And it also means that it's not backed by anything physical. So we were on the gold standard for, over 100 years, and we went off the gold standard in 1971 under Richard Nixon. That was the end of the Bretton Woods Agreement that was formed after World War II. And so it really was a radical change in the global international financial system. And there were a lot of people, even at the time, who questioned the rationale for that. There's a great book called 3 Days at Camp David that goes into that story of that decision. And, like you're pointing out, we now live in a world of fiat currency. The dollar's fiat currency, the euro, the yen, every major global currency is fiat. So it's no longer backed by anything physical. It is also sovereign currency, so it is attached to governments. And to your question, why does fiat money have legitimacy? when I talk to fiat or traditional finance, like TradFi people, about all of this, they look at crypto and they say, well, it's not backed by anything. And I say, well, fiat isn't backed by anything either. But so I'm trying to play this side of the debate. I'm doing the best I can.
Let's talk about the M2 money supply. So the M2 money supply is very interesting, and I'm not sure how much it's gone up, but I know that ChatGPT was having a real hard time defending its position itself, because I've already beat up on the computer, because everyone thinks that this is money. Actually, if you were to print the M2 money supply, it would be unfathomable about a time and effort to actually print the M2 money supply. So we've been on a digital unit of account for a very long time. This paper stuff, this is just an IOU. This is just the paper form of this M2 money supply that actually, if we were to print it right now, running the presses 24/7, it could be over 1,000 years before they actually print the money in circulation. So the reason I say the fiat seems like a scam to me is because, now wait a minute. So someone we don't know can push a button and just add a zero to an account, right? Is that kind of how it works? Someone can come just add zeros to people's accounts. Someone has that authority.
They're not going to be adding zeros to our accounts.
Well, they're certainly not going to be adding zeros to our accounts, but yeah. So we've got kind of a pre-allocation, and we've got insiders that can pretty much hit the print button and hand out to all their friends. And so where do we go with that? How is that fair exactly? I mean, there's no way to trace it on chain. There's no limit. There's no cap. There could be double the supply tomorrow, and nobody could stop it.
Yes. And I would say, during COVID, the Fed, like most central banks, dramatically increased the money supply. So if you look at a chart of M2, you see it went up during 2008, 2009. That was the beginning of quantitative easing during the global financial crisis. And then during COVID, the stimulus, it was just this massive spike in money supply. So you're totally correct about that. And M2 is just a measure of money supply. M1 is a narrower measure of money supply. If anybody's interested in seeing a chart of this stuff, I would encourage you to go to a website called FRED, Federal Reserve Economic Data. It's managed by the St. Louis Fed, and you can just pull up a chart of M2 and you can see that line going straight up. So I think that's a great point. The main difference, as you pointed out, between like physical currency and money supply is deposits. So M1 and M2 both include bank deposits. And so, anytime someone takes physical cash and deposits that in a bank, that's going to be adding to the money supply. And then when banks lend out that money, you get this thing called the money multiplier. So there's, this whole kind of chain of events that can increase money supply. So you're right in that sense. It is digital. The money supply is much bigger than physical cash. But it also, I think your point is that it's really driven by monetary policy, which is set by a central bank. And so that's the biggest distinction in my mind between money supply in the TradFi world and the crypto world or DeFi world, is that, in TradFi, you have a central bank that operates as the monetary authority. So it is centralized authority to set monetary policy, which gives them the power to print money or to increase the money supply at their own decisions. Now, I know that people from crypto kind of question the legitimacy of that. It's very different than the decentralized system of crypto, where, for instance, with Hex, inflation, there is increase in money supply, but it goes to the users of the Hex stake contract, smart contract staking. But the Fed, you could say they're putting money in the pockets of certain people. I don't go along with those kind of conspiracy theories. They are ultimately, setting interest rates, and that is an aggregate kind of action, which then affects the entire economy. And so they've been raising interest rates for over a year now. And, you know, we've seen a lot of the implications for that in the housing market and in, you know, asset markets like stock market and crypto market.
I thought it was interesting that Jerome Powell said, you know, people accuse us of printing money out of thin air, and maybe we do, but we're the US government. So that's the answer that makes it all better, right? Because it's the government that makes it better. See, this is what's interesting about crypto, is because it is transparent. It is on chain. It is something that you can see, you know, where things are happening, what is moving, you know, whether or not you understand that or not, it's transparent. You can see it. It's not deals that are made in back rooms. It's not decisions that are made on the fly. It's not, you know, it's not something where they can push a button and just print infinitely. It's within bounds, within rules. And we're talking about inflation. Inflation, as you know, people tend to think in crypto that inflation is a bad thing, but that's not true. Bitcoin itself is inflationary, and it will be inflationary for the next 120 years. Inflation is actually just part of a monetary system. You know, you have to inflate the supplies as you have more new users. The problem where inflation becomes bad is when it becomes hyperinflationary, or the money is not being distributed properly, or to a certain set of rules that everybody knows and understands. So it's who gets the inflation, how that is spent. It's not inflation itself as being a bad thing.
Yeah, well, I think you're right. I mean, hyperinflation is clearly a bad thing. I think the debate is often around low inflation versus high inflation. What is the appropriate rate of inflation? And, you know, that's been a big debate in fiat. You know, there was a lot of people have gotten very frustrated with the Fed and other central banks because of the money supply, you know, inflation rates getting up to 8-9%. You know, that's just unheard of. We haven't seen those types of inflation rates since the 1980s. It was Paul Volcker, the chair of the Fed at that time, who many people credit, I think rightly so, with breaking the back of inflation here in the US, getting it back down. And now the Fed, like most central banks, has a low inflation target around 2%. So it's interesting to think about, you know, crypto. Like you said, it's a different model for inflation and how it's distributed. But my sense from like the kind of the Bitcoin tribe versus the Hex tribe, this debate around, you know, whether, you know, different inflationary models are right or wrong. You know, I have tweeted out that, you know, Bitcoin does have that diminishing supply curve, which I think many Bitcoin believers really focus on as being, you know, constrained money supply that would then drive value in the future. Whereas, you know, Hex has that in terms of the smart contract, it's a linear supply curve increasing at that 3.69% rate. But those are just two different models of inflation.
Yeah, it's a dynamic deferred inflationary model. So the actual inflation is around 1% of total supply, because what happens is in the dynamic deferred inflationary model, it actually gets pushed out to the future, which I think is very innovative and unique to Hex. The Bitcoin inflationary model is, you know, at the halving, so it's reduced every 4 years by half, but it's still inflationary. It's still an inflationary. I get frustrated when you know, people talk about the Bitcoin cap, and they're saying you know, well, it's deflationary. No, it's not. It's still inflationary for the next 100 years. It's just reduced by half each halving. So it will continue to be inflationary. And that cap, if it does hit the 21 million cap, which is based on consensus. So that is if the miners agree that they're going to keep doing what they're doing, and they're going to play by the rules, because Bitcoin is not immutable. Bitcoin is based on consensus of the miners. So it can change. That code can be changed. As where Hex is consensus model is locked, and it's immutable code. And it only does what the code says, and it cannot be changed or altered. The rules cannot be changed on you. You know, I know everybody has high hopes that, you know, of course, they're going to honor, you know, the original intentions or whatever for Bitcoin's development. But I don't believe Satoshi intended for Bitcoin to be institutionalized in any form or fashion. He designed it as a peer-to-peer currency. It was not designed for all this institutional and middlemen and all this stuff that is happening now, where everybody's got to insert themselves into it. And the ETF that is coming up, that's just another institutional form of control. And I don't think that's beneficial to crypto at all. I don't think it's beneficial to encourage this centralized exchanges, because they're legitimately just another bank. Except they have less what's the word for it? Less requirements or responsibility to their holders. In fact, if you put your money on a centralized exchange, they say right there in the small print, if you deposit it with us, it's ours. If we go bankrupt, too bad. So I really don't think that this institutionalization of crypto is how it's meant to be. We need this alternative system, because with fiat, for instance, is it true? Can they just shut it off? Can they freeze your bank accounts? Can they stop your credit cards? Can they keep you from having access to your money? That's an interesting thought when you think about it. I don't feel safe with my money all in fiat in a bank, sitting there and knowing that they could just flip a switch and then I have no access to my money. I don't feel comfortable with that. I do like the idea of crypto, because that is unstoppable and immutable if used properly. And I think they're fighting for that. They're struggling with that right now. That's why they're trying to make these laws and rules, because, man, they don't want us at their yacht club. That's for sure.
Well, yeah, I think, just to wrap up the fiat thing, I think you're right about the potential rate of inflation versus the actual rate of inflation. The actual rate of inflation can be anything. I think Hexfire has some amazing charts on realized inflation over different periods of time. And sometimes it's below that 3.69%. Sometimes it's above that 3.69%. It all depends on the rate of staking and unstaking at any point in time. It can be higher than 3.69% if you have more people unstaking versus staking at a specific point in time.
It can be higher if you have people staking and unstaking at a specific point in time. Per year, though, the only I guess it's the way if you break it down. Yeah.
So it's just go to Hexfire's charts and you can see the numbers. That's all. That would be my only point there. So as it relates to this question of like centralized versus decentralized, I think you're exactly right. I mean, that's the debate. I think crypto people gravitate to decentralized because it's less controlled. You're in control of your money, not your keys, not your coins. I don't want somebody who can just shut down my account, or I don't want to worry about bankruptcy. I want to be managing my own money. I think that's what attracts people to DeFi. And I think that's really the paradigm shift that DeFi offers, which I think is very compelling. But, with centralized finance, you get regulation, you get more of that kind of intermediation. And what's fascinating to me, like when I work with my students in my crypto class, I can just see different students gravitate one way or the other. And sometimes it comes down to personality. It's kind of like, some of them, they like the safety and perceived safety of centralized finance because it's familiar. They like regulation because they feel like, okay, they're going to keep the bad guys away. But then other students, they really like that, independence and self-control that's represented by DeFi. And so,
But it's not safe, though. If anything with an off switch is not safe, if somebody other than yourself can just flip a switch and shut it off, that's the opposite of safe. That's control. So
right. I'm not disagreeing with you on that point. I think I try and highlight those risks to them. And I think that's a theme that comes up in the movie. If you have money on, I've had my students first day of class who say, yeah, I had money on Celsius. I had money on Voyager. So, they are living examples for my other students of that money getting locked up. And FTX was, I mean, we spent a lot of time talking about that. So I think that is very clear. I think what my point in terms of perceived safety is in terms of personality, when I have students, you know, set up a crypto wallet using smart contracts. We actually use the Hex smart contract. Shout out to Crypto Class. She set up this whole kind of basically like a self-funding. She did this crowdfunding model. We sent all the funds into the students' wallets. They started using the Hex contract because I was showing them scenes from the movie, and I said, well, let's actually see how this thing works. And some of the students found that very, you know, just fascinating of like, wait a second, I can interact with this code in a way that doesn't involve some third party. They really like that. Some of the students, it makes them nervous. They're used to having someone who's kind of there, kind of alongside them. They like being able to like pick up the phone and have someone to call. So again, it sometimes just comes down to personality.
It's really interesting when you think about it, though. I put you on the spot trying to describe fiat, and what's funny about that is when you go to describe fiat, you realize it sounds scammy. It's like, what do you mean this currency that they made on Jekyll Island? Little literary reference there. Creature from Jekyll Island is a good book to read, based on when they first developed the fiat system as we know it today. Yeah, so I mean, when you go to describe fiat, it's like you're trying to describe a shitcoin, because I mean, it will never fly in today's crypto space if you were not indoctrined in school to believe that this has money, and that this is what you work for, and this is what you do, and this is just what's accepted, and that's just how it is. If you weren't indoctrinated that, and then you were looking at it as a cryptocurrency today, and you were to see that, okay, first of all, it has admin keys, it's hyperinflationary, you know, we don't know who the founder is or what they're doing with the money. They own a majority of the supply, okay, and they can give out pre-allocations to whoever they choose. And there's no set rate of inflation. There's no rules. The supply could double tomorrow, and it has admin keys where they could just shut it off anytime that they want. So how would that fly in today's crypto space? It wouldn't. Nobody would sign up for that. The only reason we're signed up for it as it is because that's what the norm was. That is what's normal and accepted. And, you know, people don't think about these things. Because they think, you know, this is what they've been told to work for. They don't think about those. Do you remember a show called, there was an old show called They Live? Do you remember that movie? Where they basically looked at their dollar bills and they had pieces of paper and it said, "This is your God." Mm. And that's, you know, once you put on the glasses and you can see things for what they really are, now all of a sudden you've got some choices that you need to make. And that's why crypto is not as different from the fiat system as you think, only it actually has written rules that you can actually read and apply, as to where in fiat, it really is by decree. It has value because we told you so.
Yeah, I agree with you that there are many similarities between the two. Like when I'm talking to traditional finance people about crypto, I try and draw that analogy to help them understand this is in some ways, you know, not that different than what you think it is. But I don't love the approach of like, well, you know, fiat is just a scam. Crypto is real money. So we need to just kind of leave the scam and go to the real money. I feel like that kind of polarizes the discussion, and it turns into this, again, this tribalism that we often get. I mean, you know, I've been enough on Twitter to see the tribalism between kind of the Bitcoin folks and the Hex folks. And I'm not, you know, casting any shade. I'm just saying, like, if it always turns into like, I'm right and you're wrong, then we lose some of that nuance and that debate. You know, like fiat currency has its issues, but, you know, for many people, regulation and a centralized authority, they prefer that because they, see it as a system that has a history. They see a representative government and democracy. They see money being associated with that democracy. They look at, the power of taxation. And you can say, well, like taxes aren't legitimate because it's government just stealing from people. Or you can say, well, taxes are just a revenue source to pay for government services. And then some of my friends will say, well, yeah, it's not just the government, it's also the military. Behind the power of taxation is the power of the military. Now, I've responded to those people and said, well, do you want money that's determined by who has the biggest guns? Like that's, I think, not like such a great argument, but it does there is this kind of history behind fiat. If you think of money as a social construct, fiat has a much longer social history. And so for some people, that's just, it gives them a sense of safety based on that social history.
Yeah. So it's just, man, it's just funny. If you think about it, I lost my train of thought. Go ahead, Lamont.
So I guess where I'm going with that is I don't think it has to be either or. So I know that many folks in the Hex community feel very passionate about, for instance, like the phrase real DeFi and distinguishing real DeFi from DeFi that's not real. And, I think there are a lot of legitimate arguments there. But then when it turns into, let's continue that and it's DeFi versus CeFi, and CeFi is bad, DeFi is good. Again, I don't love centralized exchanges like Coinbase, but they are a fiat on-ramp. And, I've started using Coast as an on-ramp. And, it is an intermediary, but it's providing a financial service. And so if we're just anti-intermediation entirely, then, well, there should be no banks involved at all. Well, at some point, if you're trying to convert fiat into crypto, there's going to be an account somewhere. And so I just don't think this kind of mantra of like burn it all down is necessary. I think it's great that we have some people who are making that case, because I think we need that kind of more passionate, radical frontier. I mean, I think the origins of Bitcoin very much speak to that. It's almost anarchist. And I think that scares some people, but for other people, it's very liberating. And so I don't think that's like a bad stream. I just don't think that needs to be this universal view of like, well, if you're a true believer, you're not going to ever even have a bank account. Or if you're a true believer, you will never own anything other than Hex. Like that just seems too extreme. And why do we need to go to that corner instead of talking about the pros and cons across the spectrum?
No, I did not like Richard's comment about our internet money is better than the government's imaginary made up money. Because this kind of pushes people to a point where they're about to face realities that they're not ready to face yet. They don't have you're telling people that they've worked all their lives for, this fiat money that is literally monopoly money to the government, that they can print up as much as they want, hand it out to whoever. And that is not a reality that people are ready to accept. So you have to really break it down like you do in your courses, where you talk about what money is, what value is. What value is, people don't realize is, where does value come from? Well, value is just a ratio. It just means how many things can I get for this one thing? How many things can I get for this one thing, period. And if you're able to do that, then it has value, which I thought was kind of interesting, and I know they cut things up and stuff in the movie and everything, but it was interesting knowing that. You're like, I don't see where the value comes from. It's like, you got to know where the value comes from, because it's a ratio that you're able to trade Hex or Pulse or whatever for US dollars at any point in time. Its value can go up and down in those terms. Its ratio can change, but you have the ability to take that and exchange it for the US dollars to pay your bills or whatever, so obviously it has value. As long as there's a ratio, there's value. So it was kind of an interesting thing that just seemed like there was kind of like a wall there. Because I don't have to have thousands of dollars in the bank, because if I take what I need. So where people are looking at crypto as a way to get more money, I'm looking at crypto as a way to get more crypto, so that when I need money, I can take some of that crypto out and turn it into money. But I'm always looking to get more crypto, because the US dollar does nothing but go down. Your purchasing power is never going to increase. Your purchasing power is only going to decrease. I mean, there's a chart where we've lost so much percentage of our purchasing power over the years. Crypto does fluctuate, but at least it's not guaranteed to go down. And putting my money and storing my money in fiat makes me think that, look, that's going to go down. You're going to lose purchasing power. It's absolutely guaranteed that you're going to lose purchasing power.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I mean, if you look at inflation, of the long-term history of the US, of any currency, you see prices going up. That means, purchasing power is going down. So I fully agree with that. One comment I would like to make as it relates to like what is money, that I think I've actually started to understand more from interacting with the Hex community since the movie came out, is this term community. There's several people who have brought that up on my different threads and said, hey, it's really community that produces that value. And if you think about like Metcalfe's law and this idea of like network effects, a network really is just a form of community. A lot of, historically, we've thought of communities as being more geographic or in person. In the internet digital age, and I think this is only going to increase. Community is becoming more of a digital internet phenomenon. It's geographic agnostic, and then it just comes down to like shared values and beliefs. And so what is the value of any money? It's really the value attributed to it by that community. And so fiat has this long history of geographic communities, sovereign states, associating value with that currency. I mean, that's one of the benefits of fiat being sovereign currencies. The people living within those borders are going to use that currency. And so it's just sort of creating that community effect by default. And I think what's harder for crypto is because it doesn't have that sovereign kind of domain, it's really ultimately choice. Which I find very compelling about crypto is like, it's very, I think, market driven in that way of like, if people want it, they will buy it. If people don't want it, they won't buy it. And if people want to be part of the community, they will opt in. If they don't, they will opt out. It's much harder to opt out of fiat currency. And so I think that means like when crypto does have value, that really indicates people have chosen to be part of this community. They have chosen to attribute value to this currency, even if it's not for transactional purposes. Money is also like the three characteristics are medium of exchange, store of value, and unit of account. And I think blockchain, as you've pointed out, really nails unit of account in a very powerful way. And I think store of value, that's the other concept that we haven't talked about as much. I think, some people talk about Bitcoin as digital gold. Many people think of gold as a store of value. It doesn't have any utility, but it is a store of value. And I think that's what Hex kind of introduced as a smart contract is, what if we had a cryptocurrency in which people could choose to lock up that token for a period of time in order to support the store of value utility. And I find that, frankly, I find that interesting. I think many people have asked me, well, have you changed your mind? What is your view now? And I would just say, like, the more I studied this, the more I've interacted with the community over the last few months, like I have started to understand the kind of the purpose of the smart contract, how staking does provide value to the liquid holders of Hex. And so that does start to relate to some of these historic functionalities of what money is.
See, with Bitcoin, you have to buy really expensive equipment and you have to compete in pools, because even if you buy the really expensive equipment, you got to split that share with somebody else. So the average person is literally priced out of Bitcoin participation on the network. So there's really just a couple companies that actually get all the new supply. So when you really want to look at Bitcoin, even though it's decentralized, the new supply is being distributed to entities that are able to actually mine it. Now, what separates Hex is that anybody can participate. There's no barrier to entry. Anyone can participate. Anybody can earn coins. You're not required to buy the hardware. So the difference is the action was changed. And this is where people have a lot of difficulty grasping the whole concept of Hex, is because they expect that there has to be some kind of waste in order for there to be value. So they justify the Bitcoin mining by saying, well, it burns electricity, so therefore it's valuable. But it's not the waste that gives it the value. It's the creation that gives it the value. The fact that this thing is in demand, the fact that people will purchase this thing so that they can then participate in the network and do the same thing and produce coins themselves. So instead of buying a mining rig that you will not get your money back out of, you buy Hex, your Hex will always allow you to produce T-shares, which will always allow you to produce Hex. And I just think it's a beautiful system that allows everybody to participate instead of just a few that are entitled to all the inflation. Just like in the government, only a few are really entitled to all that money. So I think it really kind of levels the playing field, this type of smart contract. And I like the deferred inflationary model because it does slow and absorb the inflation that could hit the market, and it sends it out farther to the future. So it's actually pushed out farther away, which I think is really unique in itself. And the T-share system, which I think was brilliant because it is the compounding interest effect, but it's done in advance. So instead of recompounding and recompounding and recompounding, it is a system that simulates compounding interest, but it allows you to set your time frame up front and make your commitment and walk away, which I think is absolutely brilliant. So
yeah, I think, I think those are all good points. I think, Hex does kind of create that opportunity for people to participate in inflation. That's something that I think I started to understand this summer that I had not understood previously. This, the kind of comparison of Bitcoin mining to Hex staking as two different systems for distributing inflation. I do think that's interesting. I don't love to kind of pit them against each other, partly because, Bitcoin is a layer one coin on the Bitcoin blockchain. And, Hex is like, whether you call it an ERC20 token or a PRC20 token, it's not the layer one coin. And so they are kind of, one is like supporting a network, one is supporting value. So they're just at some level, they're apples and oranges. It would be like trying to say, within the community, what's better, Hex or Pulse? Well, they're just different. They kind of are designed to work in tandem with that layer one pulse chain blockchain. So I just think the ecosystem is much bigger. And I think that's what I think, going back to 2017, when I first read the Bitcoin white paper, it was this kind of aha moment of like, okay, well, if money is this social construct and now we have this distributed ledger in which we can do the accounting online without these banks and governments, then, this is potentially a new and potentially better way to do money. I don't think it has to be kind of either or. But when I look at, what's been happening with Hex and Pulse Chain, I do think there is an effort to kind of build an ecosystem around that. And for people who want to kind of participate in that community, like, that's their choice. So I don't see these as always being kind of right, wrong debates.
Absolutely. I I'm liking this. Where else do we want to go with this?
Well, one thing I would like to just share is, I participated in the movie as one of the people from DePaul, along with my colleague Kelly Richmond Pope. And when the movie premiered in August in theaters here in the U.S., I was frankly nervous about how I might be perceived. I was worried about whether people were going to start trolling me online. And just over that period of August, September, October, I kind of put myself out there and said, hey, like, I'm the guy in the movie. And I started to interact with the community. And frankly, like, I've enjoyed that type of interaction and engagement. So that's where this concept of community, I think, is not just about price. I know there's a lot of people who'd say, only thing people care about is price go up. And at some level, that's true. I understand that crypto, is an investment, that people want to grow their net worth. But in many ways, Hex is much more than just price go up. It's, as I've interacted on Twitter, I've seen like the same people are commenting and starting to kind of create a bit of an interactive dialogue and being able to like bounce ideas off of different people. And I've really appreciated how people have allowed me to ask questions and to kind of poke around a little bit. And, I don't consider myself a believer in any sense, but I do feel like the community has allowed me to kind of walk among it and to kind of participate in some of these discussions. So that's part of why I agreed to be, on the conference. Is by fortune of the movie, I now feel like I'm kind of part of the community, whether I like it or not. Like our lives cross paths in a really interesting way. Say it again.
I'm with you. I'm I'm kind of stuck here too. I'm not going anywhere. I didn't want to get, I'm actually glad they cut me out of the movie, especially the kind of the direction that the movie kind of sort of went. So, I thought it was interesting that you are the protagonist, and RG would be considered the antagonist of that film, which would be kind of interesting. And I liked your conversation with Clay in the movie, where you guys kind of put him on the spot and made him say, okay, all right, I'd like to say bad things, but I really can't. One thing that was interesting from the movie, though, was how he was trying to break down the OA. You realize he obtained all that information from hexagons, right? Yeah. It's not hexagons don't know that. Hexagons do know that. In fact, hexagons know that all successful ERC20 tokens, 90% are held in the top 100 wallets. Every single successful ERC20 token there has ever been, 90% is held in the top 100 wallets, because we've had to look it up, because that was a question that they threw at us, right? They're like, oh, Richard owns all the supply. Well, let's go look at the other coins. Let's type this up. Let's pull up and take a look. And then not only that, so about 10% is actually circulating supply, and 1% can dump the markets near zero, because it's so fickle. Cryptocurrency is so volatile and so fickle. You have to believe if you want the prices go up. You have to, because if you don't, then there's only so much liquidity. You can't have a 200 billion market cap, and everyone thinks they've got billions of coins and thinks they're all going to get out at the same time. The same thing happens with the bank. So when I discovered Bitcoin, I didn't have the same experience as you. I thought Bitcoin was a scam. What is this digital money shit? What is this digital garbage? I don't understand. It wasn't until I realized that fiat itself was a digital currency. It wasn't until, these points that we made tonight that I discovered that I really understood that, wait a second, here I am chasing these dollars, and really it's made up money too. It's made up money too. It's by decree. It's made up money too. And to realize that there are alternative financial systems, and that you can build a crypto that has value, just like a person can make a piece of art that has value. You can't print money because that's counterfeiting, but you certainly can have a cryptocurrency that produces a product that can be sold on the open market for market value, and be able to make money off of that. So it's interesting because, yeah, I was totally not into crypto because I was from the fiat world, and I told my friend, hey, this thing's stupid. This is absolutely ridiculous. What can you do with it? I mean, some of these arguments that I was on that side of the argument.
Yeah, one comment on the origin address is, I do think that's something the community has helped me understand, that, many tokens in the crypto ecosystem have that type of concentration. Many of them have even higher concentration.
Oh
So I
yeah.
think you're right. Like, if we're going to have that conversation, let's look at the rankings. Let's see kind of the relative comparison. But I would still say, like, any origin address, whether it's the Hex one or some other token, like, those make me nervous. Like, to me, it is a form of centralization that does seem somewhat counterintuitive in a world of decentralized finance. And, I know Richard, I think it's a legitimate argument he made in the movie of, you want founders to have incentives aligned with the project. And so I do think it makes sense to have founders who have, some concentration in their project. But, when we're talking like 80, 90%, like, that just seems
No,
extreme
it's
to me.
every coin.
No, and I'm not again, I'm not
Any of the
pointing
top
out
100
Hex. I'm
wallets.
right, but this is a comment
Yeah.
about the crypto ecosystem
Yeah.
of, like, really? Like, that's where we are, and is that where we're going to stay? And one fascinating thing that I encountered in interacting with the community is people talking about the OA as a form of central bank. Its decisions about, to not sell or to not stake is a form of monetary policy that influences price. And so, but I understand that concept, but it also points out that that type of concentration also leads to the potential for influence, either for good or for bad. Just like the Fed hasn't. That's why the Fed is the central bank, because they can influence the price of the US dollar. And so that, to me, suggests that these things, kind of to your point, like, maybe they aren't as different as sometimes they appear.
Yeah,
What do you think of that?
it's really interesting to look at it that way, because you want to make the OA the central bank, but any ERC20 token, any one of the top 100 wallets can tank the price. Even the top 100 wallets in Bitcoin can tank the price to near zero. So these are people you don't know that may have a bad day, or they may have died, and that their children may have inherited it. So these risks are always there. They're always going to be there. The problem with Hex was we made it transparent, and we told people the truth. And some people cannot handle the truth. That's the problem, right? They go to default gloom and doom, right? So we'll talk about the OA as being a positive thing. Everybody else will talk about it as being a negative thing. But every one of these ERC20 tokens technically have an OA. They just don't call it an OA. They have pre-allocations of funds that may or may not be locked, controlled by multiple entities that you may or may not know. So you've got potential of any of those 100 wallets having a bad day, dumping on the market, right? So to say, okay, Richard, a guy who has raised $1.5 billion, there's $1 million worth of liquidity on one side, $20 million worth of liquidity on the other side. What incentive does he have to rug pull the liquidity and just dump it down to zero? What incentive does he have? When it was $10 million in liquidity, and Richard would point at his watches on the shelf and he'd go, there's $10 million. You know what he was saying? What he's saying is, there's $10 million. I don't need that $10 million over there. I wasted $10 million over here on watches. I don't care. I don't need that $10 million. He has enough money. He can spend $3 million a week, every week for the next 40 years, if he wanted to, without selling a single hex. Why would he tank his own project that he built in his own image that he wants to brag about and have unlimited bragging rights. I mean, he's building a legacy for himself. He wants to make the best crypto ever known to mankind. And the only way you do that is if you don't shoot yourself in the foot. Any of these other coins, you don't know who owns them. You don't worry about that because they're not being honest with you about who owns them. So you don't have that knowledge to be worried about. Sometimes that extra knowledge and that extra knowing isn't helpful at all. Because then you start going, well, what if? And here's the problem. A lot of people project what they would do if they were in the position that Richard's in and what they would do with the coins if they had the option to. I'll tell you this. Wouldn't it be interesting if we blew the whole OA thing off really easy by all of a sudden there started to be an airdrop of DAI? Now you don't know who the OA is. Maybe a founder decides, well, you know, I can take $1 million for marketing purposes, and I'm going to look at the holders that exhibit positive behavior. I'm going to look at the top holders and the ones that have never emergency unstaked, the ones that have never done this and never done that. They've got new wallets, they're dollar cost averaging. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to drop DAI. Now, why wouldn't you drop Hex? Because anytime you drop a token, you airdrop a token, that token would be sold. Okay? That token could be sold and damage the price. But if you were to airdrop everybody a stable coin, so what if they sell it? Maybe these people that are exhibiting this behavior, maybe those people might reinvest that money, right? So it's possible that things can happen down the road that nobody would ever imagine happening, you know, as a result of being able to view that behavior. It's a matter of what Richard thinks is effective advertising and advertising dollars spent. I just think it's funny though, because again, the $10 million of watches, people are like, oh, he's bragging that he's got $10 million watches. No, he's going, that's $10 million. That's not even a big deal. Okay. I don't need this stupid little liquidity pool. I don't need to damage my own product. I don't need to shoot myself in the foot. Why would I do that? You know, some people build things so that they can show them off. You know, I got a giant dragon out in front of my studio here. I didn't build it to sell it. I didn't build it for any other purpose than the fact because I could. And now I can point there all the time and say, hey, that's my dragon, you know?
Yeah, again, I'm not trying to argue that it's different than other tokens or that, you know, one's concentrated, one's not. I think there's questions about, like, is this the future of crypto 5 to 10 years from now? Is this how we want things to operate? And, you know, just as we're wrapping up, I think, you know, one of my goals as it relates to DePaul, one of my goals as it relates to, you know, Twitter and YouTube and this type of streaming event is how do we continue to increase education? Because I do think that's where our values are aligned. I think that's, everyone can agree on that, of like, there's a lot of people who are just afraid of crypto because they don't understand it. And so if we're going to talk about onboarding or people starting to adopt this as a form of asset or money, a lot of that's going to start with education. So that's one of my goals in 2024, if we're talking about kind of New Year's resolutions, is starting to create some of that content, just like a lot of the people in this conference are doing, of just trying to help people understand what crypto is and then gradually getting them comfortable with this technology. Because I think we all agree there's this huge potential for this kind of self-directed, independent financial system that doesn't rely on these trusted third parties. But until people understand the technology, they're not going to trust the technology. So I think that's where our kind of goals are aligned.
I like the idea of the fact that Hex allows me to earn Hex. My US dollars don't allow me to earn US dollars. Gold bars don't breed me more baby gold bars. You know, I think what has happened with the financial system in general, we have this now mentality, right? People have forgotten how to save. People have not been incentivized to save because the bank rates are so low. You used to be able to take $1 million and put it in the bank, and you could live off 6% interest. You could live off $60,000 a year, right? But those options are few and far between now. And the inflation is so high that, you know, even if you do get a 6%, by the time you actually pull that money out, you've already lost the purchasing power of it. So that's why I lean towards the crypto versus the fiat. I'd rather have more crypto than fiat. I'll take the fiat as I need it to pay the bills. But I wish we could teach people that, you know, the ability to save and decentralized finance and being able to borrow against your assets and not sell your assets is the way, and not to try to hurry up and get your fiat out, because your fiat's going to lose value. You know, if you lump sum lottery mentality it, you know, and that's what a lot of people do. It's like, oh my God, I got to get more dollars. I got to get more dollars. They need to be thinking about getting more crypto. They need to be thinking about earning crypto with their crypto and making more crypto and taking out what they need as they need it. And I think that starts with understanding that the fiat system in itself is a digital unit of account that's backed by nothing. You know, it's backed by nothing. And then once they get to that step, realizing that cryptocurrency is an alternative system and it's based on the rules that are in the code that that particular crypto is programmed by.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with those points, but I would also say, like, for someone who, let's say, take someone who's in their mid to late 60s, you know, should that person be holding all of their net worth in crypto? Not Hex, just crypto in general. I would say no, because if we live in a world of fiat and we still have to buy groceries and pay rent with fiat, when you're at that stage of your life, like, you need to be reducing your investment risk. Like, because
but you can buy gift cards and Visa cards and stuff with your crypto nowadays that you don't actually have to touch fiat.
But if crypto prices can swing as much as they do, like, you just don't want to be exposed to that much volatility at that stage in your life. And so again, like, I'm a crypto investor. I believe that crypto prices are going up, but you know, I just don't think we should be going out there and saying everybody should be putting all of their net worth entirely in crypto.
Oh, no. I never tell people that. Okay. I would never tell people put all that there. It's just, we just have to, this is all about the discussion.
That's right. It's more nuanced.
Yes.
We have to have that discussion instead of going out and just, because then I think it comes across as ideology and, you know, this idea of party line of like, oh, you have a bank account? Like, what are you, like, you know, that's, so let's, yeah, it's a discussion just like we're having here.
And it's awesome. I've had a real good time with this conversation. We're gonna have to touch base. You're only 2 hours away from me, by the way.
I know.
I'm just right down the road from you. I don't like the city. I kind of like my little small town. I don't like the big city, so I don't like, you know, driving around there. But you know, you're more welcome. Come out here, get a beer, take you out to dinner. Be a good time.
Sounds good. I look forward to it. Thanks, Johnny.
Thanks, Mr. Matty.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
So we do good for you, bro?
What's that?
Did we do good for you, bro, or what?
You guys did awesome. Look, the reason why the community is so excited about you two is because of your integrity and intelligence. You both are off the charts in both of those. And so it means a lot when people who have a good heart and good values, when they're able to speak at high levels about crypto, it helps build what the community is supposed to be, which is, you know, a lot of different things. So we really appreciate you guys coming on the stream today. We have 750 people watching live. Usually about 10 to 15,000 people are watching the first day of the Hex conference for 20 or 30 minutes on average, which means a lot of people are watching all 6 hours, and some people are watching like 15 seconds. But I really appreciate both of you taking an hour out of your evening to come on and speak, and really looking forward to the content that you guys put out in the future as well.
And I would say thanks, Lamont, you know, for giving us crazies a try and, you know, sticking with us through all this and listening to all the crazy ramblings and keeping an open mind about it. So we appreciate you.
Yeah, well, I enjoy the discussion. Thanks, Johnny. Thank you to Maddie, and Thanks to everybody for watching.
Take care,
Catch
folks.
you guys later. Take care. Now, next up, we are going to have an awesome 4-person panel. We're still waiting on one of the individuals. And so I'm going to run a 4-minute ad here that will kind of set up some information that we'll have from a talk later on tonight. So here we go with this 4-minute clip.
Liquid Loans is the first truly decentralized lending protocol built specifically and exclusively for Pulse Chain. Its operations are immutable, non-custodial, and governance-free. It's a finished product with no admin keys. The Liquid Loans protocol was developed to allow owners of Pulse a method of extracting value from their holdings without the need to ever sell. By locking up Pulse and minting USDL, a Pulse holder can take a 0% interest-free loan against their holdings on a timeless repayment schedule. The Liquid Loans protocol has 2 native tokens, USDL and Loan. USDL is an algorithmic stablecoin that aims to always be worth $1. Many stablecoins today are fiat-backed, but USDL is different. It doesn't rely on dollars in a bank account. Instead, USDL is minted when users deposit Pulse as collateral that has been locked into individual smart contracts called vaults. Loan is the secondary token issued by the protocol. It captures the fee revenue that is generated by the system and incentivizes early adopters. You earn Loan by providing USDL to the stability pool in exchange for rewards. You can stake your loan tokens to earn the revenue paid for borrowing or redeeming USDL. So, how can you benefit from using the protocol? Well, there are 4 main journeys you can take. 1. Borrow. As a borrower, you can take a loan against your existing Pulse. To do this, you deposit your Pulse into a contract called a vault, which in turn mints the USDL stablecoin. The minimum collateral ratio you can lock up is 110%. However, a ratio of 150% or more is strongly recommended. There is a one-off borrowing fee of between 0.5% and 5% depending on demand for loans. Use your USDL for a variety of personal uses or reinvest into the system to provide stability and take advantage of another journey on the ecosystem. 2. Earn. As a holder of USDL, you can earn income by providing stability to the Liquid Loans ecosystem. Invest and achieve a return on your USDL using gains earned through liquidation events plus incentives earned in the form of loan tokens. Liquidations redistribute the liquidated Pulse to existing stability holders in proportion to the amount of USDL they have in the stability pool. Possible returns as a stability provider are known to be between 10% and 30% APR. 3. Stake. As a holder of Loan, your loan tokens can be staked for rewards. Staking is a common way for users and holders of native tokens to earn interest on their holdings. Holders of loan tokens can stake their tokens in the ecosystem and achieve returns known to be in excess of 20% APR. Earnings are generated from borrowings and redemption fees and are provided in the same proportion as the amount you have staked in the staking pool. 4. Redeem. To redeem Pulse, you simply provide the appropriate amount of USDL. The protocol allows you to exchange one USDL stablecoin for $1 worth of Pulse. Redeeming is a huge benefit to the system, as it allows the Pulse holder to extract value and helps keep the USDL value pegged in the overall market. Liquid Loans' core purpose is to support the creation, growth, and adoption of a more secure, trustless, and decentralized financial infrastructure that is community-owned and brings greater stability and transparency to the Pulse Chain ecosystem. Join the movement and see what's possible for you. liquidloans.io.
All right, so without any more further ado, we have a great panel up here next that is going to be talking about how to hex in 2024, which is a very broad topic, as you'll see. So welcome to the next panel.
The only one that ain't prepared. Oh yes, I'ma be a millionaire. 5, 5, 5, 5, a couple trillion shares. Oh no, I ain't getting wrecked again. Richard Hart, he got a set to win. We're a family, we you're the best of friends. We ain't a cult, man. Just call us Hexicans.
Welcome, Nerd Girl.
Call us
RH
Hexicans.
Access Alive.
Hey.
What's going on? How's
What's
everyone doing out
happening,
there?
I know you guys are going to do a great job for your hour-long panel, and so I'll let you guys take it away. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Maddie.
Thanks, Maddie.
Welcome to the most controversial panel of the entire conference.
No, not this year. Not this year.
Oh, we're staying out of crypto tribalism?
No, I mean, generally speaking, if I'm there, there's going to be controversy, but like, it's not like the time that we did the panel that was all, people, it was me and then everybody else who didn't like Hex. That was fun though.
Everyone here's RH Maxi, right?
Nope.
I'm shouting out me and Nerd Girl's stream we did at one time, which was a great stream, actually, a great stream in a lot of ways. But
yeah, it was. Did I help you realize that you can't change what Richard Hart maximalism is because you're not Richard Hart?
I don't remember taking that away from it, but I do remember explaining that I'm an RH Maxi for his ideals rather than only his products. So I think I tried to get the message across in a few different ways. But
he's been a really good teacher over the years. Let's say that. I've learned more about liquidity providing from watching the Hex project than anything else.
For sure. I've learned a ton from Richard and from watching Hex about crypto and other things. But no, I'm definitely not a maximalist of any kind. Never have been.
Really cool.
Always have been very vocal about that.
That's probably going to be a breath of fresh air for a lot of anybody new that's listening in, because usually on Twitter it's just a bunch of tryhards trying to say that all that exists is Hex.
Well, you know what I think is
a popular term.
Do you want to know what I think is something that I was okay, I really want to say this on this panel, just so that hopefully more people who then have seen me tweet this is a lot of people will do things not talk about things that are not Richard Hart products because they're afraid that then their followers will unfollow them, right? Because of the Richard Hart maximalism kind of ethos within the community. But I just want to say this very loudly. There was a time in the very early days of Hex, when it was still Bitcoin Hex, in fact, when a lot of people wouldn't talk about Hex because they were afraid that their Bitcoiner or Ethereum followers would stop following them. And I remember Richard and I having this conversation on Twitter about exactly that. And he told me, maybe this was in a stream that he and I did. He said that if you are not saying something because you're afraid that your followers are going to unfollow you, you're not a leader, you're being led. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I have always kind of lived by that ethos anyway, but it's really interesting though, that there are so many people who are Hexicans who actually, claim to be Richard Hart maximalists and have no idea that he said that. And so by that very virtue, if you're doing that, you're not a Richard Hart maximalist.
Well, I mean, is it healthy to be heavily invested in the ecosystem but not be a maximalist? I don't know.
I mean, yeah. I don't
it's
know.
Definitely...
I don't know that it's healthy to base all of your opinions about anything on what one person says or does. I'm pretty sure that that's definition of a cult. But anyway, that's really not about how to Hex in 2024.
Yeah. What does RH Max think?
We've hit on a lot of different topics on that one. If speaking of what Richard said before too, is interesting. Maybe this is a good interesting thing to talk about before we kick off. Actually, how to Hex too is Richard said I only follow Richard Hart maximalists, that kind of thing too. I wonder how that nuance plays into talking about. So for me, it's I have plenty of people on the show talking about other products that I think are good for Hex and Pulse Chain and otherwise the blue chips. So I always wonder what he thinks about too is because he's talked about other products. He talked about Hedron and different stuff, mentioned them too. I wonder if he would unfollow somebody because they were talking about something that was just wildly out there, or if it was something related to. So I think there's definitely a lot of gray area in there. And
so I think that it's unhealthy to base what you tweet on whether or not someone is going to unfollow you. That's my point.
Oh yeah, I agree with you on that.
That's the definition of mental illness.
Yeah.
So like,
yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you on this part. Like, definitely.
Whoa, I don't know. It's just me, but
RH Max wrecked Mike. Yo, plug it into the Ethernet port, bro.
No, Rick, Mike's back. Sorry, I dropped for a second.
Get the wife off the Netflix now. Hey, so my thoughts are, you know, there's a right way and a wrong way to look at the Hex ecosystem right now. I think one of the right ways to look at it is if you sacrifice for Pulse Chain, you are one of like 43,000 people, which is a unique group of people who are really sitting on, even though the price is down 40% or 50% from sack rate, from the base sack rate, you're still sitting in bull market price territory. It's like effectively, if you're holding Pulse Chain from the sacrifice, there is a subset of folks that is still living in bull market prices with the valuations of their crypto because they got Hex value transferred out, stored virtually, and now they're sitting on these coins that have this tremendous value. And so I think in terms of price, we're just seeing the last bits of that last bull market still fizzling and fading out of the Pulse Chain ecosystem. And a lot of those guys, they actually took that economic energy back into Hex, which is why we've seen this huge rise and fall in the price of Hex when you compare it to Pulse Chain value. So like Hex has done 2 and 3x's in Pulse terms over the last 3 to 6 months on more than one occasion. And that kind of gives you a perspective of how the market is equalizing or trying to find equilibrium in what fair value is, and really what we're experiencing right now is just this divestment out of what was once one asset into this basket of like 4 or 5 core assets. And so the proper way to look at this is, in terms of Hex, is, you know, first of all, if you're holding on to the other ones, make sure that you haven't left out the Hexes. And I'm not just speaking to just one, but to both of them. And we can get into that deeper as we go, like the nuance of eHex and what its potential capabilities are for the ecosystem, and then pHex and what its potential capabilities are further on in terms of like cheaper onboarding and things of that nature. We don't need new adoption to set the floor price and to go up in value. We just need some of the whales to get on the same page, and just to get that new interest into the ecosystem.
Well, how do we get people staking too? I think that's something that I talked about a couple of days. It's like the best time, I mean, in a lot of ways, when the price is down so much, you can get so many more T-shares. I mean, maybe Nerd Girl can speak to this too, of just like, you know, if green candles aren't the marketing message to bring people on, if we don't have those right now, how do we get people locking up, you know, delaying gratification, getting more money coming in, getting locked up over the years, earning people yield without, you know, right now it's like, why would I do that? Why do I have a reason, even though you can get so many more T-shares? That's the nerd stuff we know, but everyone else, do they need green candles? How do we get them staking more?
Well, what you can do is you can show people like the APY comparisons of like coming in now with a very small amount of economic energy in dollar terms, and to be able to get so many units of Hex. And then basically there's 2 ways to think of it. It's, you know, you're really not competing with the T-share rate right now because the dollar value is so depressed. You're really just competing for units at this point in the cycle. So really what your goal should be, if you are fond of Hex, if you have a fondness for Hex, you should be absorbing as many units as possible within your risk tolerance. So because there's no guarantee that, as much as I don't want to admit this on a Hex stream, there's no guarantee that the floor prices are in until it's confirmed. But like I said, we need to see that confirmation in the data. And the only thing that's coming through right now is that the big heavy sellers in the ecosystem are starting to run out of units to sell. And the longer the price can stay below a penny on both of these, the longer it can stay down here, the more units can get redistributed at a faster pace than at higher prices. So we've just seen this unsustainable level of price action prior to middle of last year, where we were sitting in that 5-cent range and above, where it would take 10 times as much incoming energy to stop the sell-offs, whereas down here it's 90% less economic energy has to come in and absorb the units. So like 100,000 eHex is like $50,000 right now. versus like at 5 cents, it was $500,000. And so you can see how so many more units can get absorbed by the average guy who wants to bring in some gains from the last cycle, for example. Any thoughts on that particular angle of it? Just about the accumulation of units and then the not the necessarily need to do the staking now, but if you decide to stake now for way long and take a shot at a belief, not the best investment criteria. Like you don't necessarily want to just dive in head first into something, buy a ton of it and stake it long and then be locked out of your funds for 10 or 15 years because there is no guarantees. But to strategically accumulate a meaningful size of units now and then proportion it out in the right allocation so that you can capitalize on the long-term success of it if it does become fruitful for you, or be capitalized on any short-term pumps, which is what we've seen over the last 2 years is swing traders just making a killing on these huge price swings on the Hex chart.
Yeah, I'll toss in there, girl. She's got anything
Sorry,
on that?
I'm reading the comments. I probably shouldn't be. I should stop reading the comments. We can't talk about the SEC case, guys, because nobody here is a lawyer and we don't know. Like, I will say this about the SEC case, though. Like, I wrote I write a column, and I once wrote a column that said I wouldn't want to be holding any token while an SEC investigation was going on. So, like, I mean, can we really expect major price momentum increase while the future of the assets classification is so uncertain? I don't think so.
So what's the solution there? Is it sort of we just kind of, I mean, do you think that's going to affect staking? You think people's long-term conviction in the product? What do you think we do while SEC waters are still getting tread?
I mean, I think, the people who are in. There's we already have a diehard community, right? But people are more providing liquidity and doing other things with their tokens than staking long term because because now, after having been through it in the last cycle, they see the pitfalls of what happens when you're 100% staked. So let's say that the SEC case wraps up and then the price goes nuts. Nobody wants to be completely staked so that they can't take advantage of that price swing.
Yeah, I don't think completely staked, but speaking for myself, I think I've made more stakes in the past 6 months or so than I've ever made before, just because you can get so many of them over different periods of time. Obviously, not all 5, but ladder and certain things, techniques like that, I think is super beneficial when the price is so low. But yeah, of course, never wouldn't put my whole stack into staking out 5 or 10 years with all the what you could call uncertainty. Although I think there's definitely pros and cons about being down so much. The case being around this time, whether it gets racked up in a few weeks or months or years, hard to say. But I don't know. It's hard for me to ignore the cheap T-shares. I'll say that.
I mean, I think that just takes a metered approach, a strategic one, and that's not to blindly believe that the best option is always to lock yourself out of your own capital. But at the same time, I think it would be ignorant to not put some percentage of if you're believing in this thing and you're accumulating a lot of it, to put some percentage of that out, to capitalize in that longer term yield. Because there's always there's optionality if you give yourself the options, right? So I think when it comes to RH Max saying he's staking a lot, it's not necessarily that he's saying he's staking it all max length. He's probably staking it in different laddered out approach that's strategic. And he probably has some form of short-term rolling stake that can be used to leverage the bull market. Anyone that's in this that really knows what's going on is, you need to be playing this from 3 or 4 different angles to be the most sophisticated and successful investor in Hex is possible. And so it's just very nuanced, and there's not just one way to play the game. And that deep game theory is part of what makes Hex so special. And people kind of have forgotten that.
Hex said it's a particular reason why I have such strategies too, is because not trying to be a thousandaire. That's a particular reason why I try to deploy some of these strategies. Hopefully, work out well in the end. Again, just EHEX, PX, whatever. Everyone's got their favorite flavor, but boy, I never thought seeing Hex at 20 cents, 50 cents, all this stuff from the fraction of a penny from a trading on Bybit for sitting there looking at is it going to go to 2 sats? Is it going to go 2 sats? Am I going to have to trade the Ethereum pair? It's only it went to 3 sats. Oh my gosh, I went to 9 sats. Sitting through all that and looking at the cheap prices and just thinking back in those times, and then now seeing it, under a penny for eHex, and the combined hex is just over a penny right now. I don't know. I never want to make the T-share is not enough mistake again. I'll say that.
Yeah, in terms of decentralization, we talked a little bit briefly about, what would be the ultimate best conclusion of the OA, and is there an outcome that eliminates the centralization concern versus just like the obvious truth that generally the user supply is about 10 to at max 15% of the total supply, and that's what's being actually used and transferred and transacted with, is that 10 to 15%. I think we need to come to terms and grips with the reality that in general here we're looking at maybe 60 to 80 billion hex is really what we're working with as users of the system, and then the rest either needs to be for the most part discarded or thought of in a way of like you can never know exactly how it's going to play out. We could talk about some speculative things like perhaps like at some point in the future, the origin address that was getting talked about in the prior segment would take those coins and put them into the contract, and like they would be burned away, and then there would be nobody in the world that would be able to control that 85 to 90% of the supply. And like, what is the upsides and downsides of that move? The upsides is that from the outside looking in, there's no more central bank of hex. The downsides is that the guys that are in the majority holders of the supply right now that are users, there's like we'll call them the hex millionaire class. I've done this analysis with Crispy that shows that there's about 230 to 250 hex dollar millionaires left. The prices are so depressed that there's only 250 wallets that have $1 million of hex, either staked or liquid combined on both chains. So this is on the Ethereum chain. There's literally only like 68 of them left that have $1 million of hex, and on the Pulse chain, it's like 132 left wallets. And so you're looking at a combined like 230 guys that even have kind of like control of the user supply, so to speak, in terms of their portion of it versus everybody else. And that's like the downside of locking away those origin address coins into the contract is that player could never again control the interest rate of supplies to stop any predatory practices from that, cabal group of hexicans potentially that are getting a majority of the inflation, which could potentially stifle the growth over the next few years. So
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. I just wanted to like kind of rewind for anyone who wasn't here or maybe doesn't remember, but like the OA burning the coins would be really bad. When we look when you look back at what happened with Big Payday, the origin address had to create some stakes at the last minute to prevent massive payouts to people who had stakes ending right after
the big payday.
I really should not be reading the comments.
Right after the big payday, yeah, he had staked before and after.
Yeah,
right?
so like that prevented massive payouts, which prevented the price from dumping even further. And there have been numerous times that the OA has acted in the best interest of Hex's price performance. So burning those tokens and giving 100% ownership to the community would mean, like, imagine if that had happened after Big Payday, when everything had dumped, and everything had dumped much more.
Yeah, and there's another instance of this too, when the Pulse chain and PulseX sacrifices went live. There was an incident that occurred where the OA sacrificed like 90% of all of the sacrifice funds. Also, this is the key, is he took, I should say not he, whoever that may be, received I think the number is 250 billion with a B. Hex was the total amount that's sitting in the PulseX SEC. So a portion of that 250 billion Hex is actually Hex user supply that got burnt away forever, given back to the OA so that it could not be dumped and further hurt the price of Hex, since the top at 56 cents. So like had that not occurred, the price performance would have sucked even worse over the last 2.5 years. And now the only way that supply can come back to the users is through staking behavior. And so then really that at this point, it comes down to who's really going to believe And this is like a test to see who's got the steel nuts to hang in there and you know, put some stakes out that they're going to be the ones that's receiving these rewards in the event that this thing is successful over the next, you know, 5 to 10 years.
Well, that's what's I've been trying to spend a lot of time doing too, is I've got an onboarding playlist on the channel too, and just trying to help people figure out even how to buy the stuff. This is, you know, how to hex, right? So with the decentralization, you know, I created gorealdefi.com that a lot of people use. I use myself too, to just, like, you know, the average onboard person, they don't need to know what IPFS is. They don't need to download the wallet. They don't need to do, like, they just need to get Hex and decide what to do with it after that. So like, how do you guys onboard people? Like, I'm struggling. I put out tweets and stuff like, what is the easiest way to buy Pulse Chain, buy Hex, all this stuff. I've tried to synthesize it down, really create content focused on that, because a lot of people, they click on stuff. Hey, they need to do 10 clicks. They need to do all this stuff. Why not just go to Coinbase and buy Cardano, buy like anything else? Like, why would they buy Hex when, you know, there's all these hoops to jump through? How do we onboard people in 2024? Whoever wants to take it.
Yeah, so I've had friends recently who I like asked to watch the movie, you know, who I had asked people to watch The Highest of Stakes, and they're like, hey, I really want to buy some. I saw the price is really down, and like, I can't figure out how to buy it from anywhere. So what I've been doing is, I mean, obviously they haven't been buying huge amounts, but I have been selling small amounts just personally to people just to make it easier for them. Like, instead of trying to help someone, you know, like help someone who's not crypto native, or someone who is only used to buying their tokens on Coinbase and has never had a, you know, self-custodial wallet, or I guess that's not even the term that we're using anymore, but who can keep up. I'm going to use that term just because it's easier to understand, right? Like I've helped people set up a Rabby wallet or that kind of thing so that they could hold the tokens on multiple chains. But as far as buying it, the best, easiest way to do that and not affect the price has been to just do personal sales, which is actually not legal, but you know, because it's money as a service.
Hard to scale too.
Yeah.
That's why I've been trying to think of ways other than sitting down with people. I tweeted the other day, you've got a neighbor who wants to buy crypto. You know, you're a Hexcan. Mm-hmm. You got 10 minutes. They got a laptop. You got 10 minutes. How do you do it? And I got a few answers, but a lot of them were just kind of like, you know, even on hex.com, even you go to the website /hex.com/buy. I mean, /scam is amazing. Like, if you send anyone, if you type in search for Hex Scam, the second link that pops up, I wish it was first. The second is hex.com/scam. The truth about Hex Scam, all that stuff. It's excellent explanations. You could apply pretty much any other crypto too, but it just happens to fit for us. But hex.com/buy. It's still got like 4 steps there. And you know, once we get past MetaMask, that's where it should be frictionless. That's where the piece is to get them to not click away and not go, you know, buy something else. So that's what I think 2024, if we can solve that, if we can have more fiat onboards or anything that's the most frictionless possible, more just buy button, just buy Hex. Maybe even locked up. Maybe there's a button. I even suggested this before. If you're buying, like, it'd be cool on hex.com or any other website where there's like this automated process where, okay, buy, and then by default, you're staked for, you know, some period of time. Like, that would be, I don't know, I think that would save so many people. Again, if you believe in the product and, you know, want to do it long-term and all that stuff too, and they could always opt out. But I think buy and stake automatically, just like Big Payday or just like the initial or the free claim in the old days, that would be a cool thing too.
But you know that's a lot of the reason for the early confusion about Hex was that people were like, oh, you have to lock it up. And you know what, it took a lot of us a lot of time to explain to people, actually, you have to lock up your free claim, but it's not like if you buy with your own funds, you get to choose whether you lock it or not and what time period you lock it if you do. So if you just like, if you were to buy something and it was automatically staked, I wonder if that would contribute to more confusion about Hex and more FUD. Right? Like more misunderstanding of what the asset is and what the possibilities of it are.
That's definitely something that came up in the last cycle, was people asking me like, well, I thought I had to lock it up. And it's like, no, you don't really have to lock it up. You can just ride the wave too, which is actually, it's probably appropriate for a lot of folks.
Yeah.
I wanted to say too that, I mean, Hex Scout is just launched and it is a tremendous onboarding tool. I mean, I think if you just send people to Hex Scout, that's going to pique their curiosity all on its own. And it kind of has this whole tutorial that explains, you know, kind of how we see things playing out. There's like if Hex performs well, it could even perform like Bitcoin did in the early days, and you can simulate staking behavior, and you can there's easy buy and stake buttons on there. There's warnings for the hedron. If you go to end of stake, it'll tell you got hedron waiting to be minted, and it'll do that for you as well. So it really holds your hand through the process. And this whole like familiarizing people with like a DeFi wallet, like a MetaMask wallet or a Rabby or one of these other ones, Internet Money wallet native to Pulse Chain. That's just like something that you show somebody if they really want to get in. They're gonna download that thing, and you just might have to help them through with it like once or twice. Maybe by 30 times they'll start to catch on. And again, green candles are the best marketing. So the cool part is that once the green candles come is when you're going to get the most interest. We saw that last spring when the price ran up 700% in 3.5 months, and people were banging down the door, and people were doing 1,000 ETH market buys. And those times will come again. There's no doubt in my mind. It's just that we need to have in my opinion, what we need to see in terms of oddboarding that we can see a lot more. But in terms of whale movements, we need to see a cohort of whales come in and understand the game. And we shouldn't leave it up to like one or two smart whales to do this. But it'd be cool to see like an effort where these whales start to swim in the same pods, and they start to set a floor price on the eHex. Well, why do I say eHex? Well, because it's got the least amount of liquidity and the most upside potential. And if we can control the eHex price with the low liquidity, let the price stay below, let's say half a penny or a penny for an extended period of time, let's say 6 months, and absorb a lot of that supply up. Remember, you can get 10 times the units here for the same dollar amount as you could up at like 5 to 10 cents just a year ago. So it really, if the longer we spend down here, the more units get redistributed back into this like smart floor place where we're going to set the floor. And then to like shoot the price up, it costs much less economic energy on the eHex side because there's really only like $500,000, $1 million worth of liquidity over there on any given day. In terms of Hex, there's probably like $500,000. And so to make the price 3x, you have to inject $1.5 million, right? So, but when you do that, let's say you triple the price of eHex, and this just happened back a few months ago where some whale came in, absorbed 400 million Hex, and shot the price up 3x. That virtually lends value to the Ethereum, to the Pulse Chain network. So then now you've got, let's say at the time there was $7 million on the floor, and then as he pushed the price up 3x, now there was $21 million that was bridged into Pulse Chain, which then could be used to purchase that eHex that's on Pulse Chain could then be used to purchase Pulse Chain and PulseX, and then push up the valuations of that network. So really, I think it's important that the whales understand the game that needs to be played here, and to leverage that low liquidity on the eHex side to be the driver of the ship, and then you can virtually lend that value to keep it hopefully circulating in the Pulse and PulseX ecosystem and start to build this circular loop of value. It's going to take a smart, metered approach, lots of units absorbed by good actors in the system over the next 3 to 6 months at these lows on the eHex price, and then as the sellers run out of ammo over there, they're able to virtually lend value to the Pulse Chain network by pushing the price up and then creating a floor price. If it starts with just a 2x, that's like, okay, you only have to have double the amount of ammo to flush out that next wave of sellers, and then you could do another 2x maybe 2 months later, and then flush out that wave, and just do this very move the defense line forward one tranche, and then let time do its piece, and then move it up one more tranche, and then let time do its piece. And I think for the smart folks that's in Hex, that it's up to the last 230 millionaires in Hex to really step up to the plate here and defend the prices of these things and show that you're in this for the long haul. Because if you don't do it, who's going to do it? Like, somebody has to step up and do that. And so in terms of like little guys, know that these guys are going to come back in at some point and defend this and put in the recovery mode. And you want to have a piece of that action, because it's like the ultimate, it's going to be the ultimate gratification is when you see that first, wild swing up 10x in price from the lows. It's like you won't get a second chance to buy down here once. And it could be a news event. It could be some sort of release, maybe an upgrade to PulseX. We don't know what the narrative is going to be when it comes, but take the opportunity now to buy it at these cheap prices, because at the very minimum, the prices are so depressed that you can still hedge any downside price action with the staking mechanic. And part of that, it comes into different strategies, which we could get into that as well.
So I know people are talking about needing a centralized exchange listing, and we're not getting a centralized exchange listing for as long as assets are under investigation. Just saying that, like, I work in cryptocurrency, I negotiate centralized exchange listings every day. It's not going to happen until the case is settled.
There is a group that's actively working on getting us listed on centralized exchanges, and getting us proper listings on the large, public sphere.
Yep.
And that's all.
CoinMarketCap recently.
What's that?
CoinMarketCap recently with Pulse Chain Hex, right?
Yes. Yeah. And so I think that's like, little wins, guys, little wins every day. Like, this is really up to this, the holders to really step up to the plate and work hard to, like, this wasn't just going to be an easy ride. But you think it was easy for Bitcoin to pick itself back up in the early days when nobody believed in it? It probably wasn't. It probably took a bunch of crazies to step in and do the hard work. Imagine Roger Ver at like a few pennies on a Bitcoin, buying it, and then like becoming Bitcoin Jesus over like a decade. Like, do you think that was easy to take all that ridicule and be the face of it? Like it wasn't just one man, of course. There's the other names, but this is really where you earn it. Like the first cycle was a little easier because there wasn't as much overhead challenges. But those that can stick with this, persevere, and act positively is going to really take it to the win. It's not going to come easy, but it will be very, very fulfilling when we get there.
What can we do individually? We got hundreds, if not 1,000 people watching at this point. What can people do individually to, that's why I started streaming a couple years ago. It was like, I want to have more utility. Been watching forever, been around, following Richardson forever too. But it's like, what can I do to actually pump my own bags? How can I help the community? How can I give back? These type of things. This year, like, I guess two parts of the question. First part, what would we get the most ROI for this year, 2024, for Hex? What would be the most ROI? And then what can people do individually to go out? Like, is it just sitting down with their neighbor, who may like Litecoin? They sit down and they just walk through how to get Hex and decide if they want to stake it or not with Hex Scout. Is it outbound messaging? Is it signing the amicus brief for all this? I mean, what can people actually do to let them feel like they have a little bit more power and to be a little bit more involved instead of just like looking at Twitter and retweeting stuff? All the likes and comments are great, but like, again, grassroots. We are extremely grassroots movement. Like, how do we get back to that in 2024?
People used to make a lot more like compelling content that wasn't just reiterating the same thing or like hex flexes. People used to make like intricate charts. People built all kinds of applications that could be used for tracking hex. And that kind of stopped. And I guess what would need to happen is just more people to feel like more people who have the talent and the skill set to create things that actually do add utility, that add awareness. But I mean, yeah, just like sitting with your neighbors and stuff, I feel like we all do that, but that doesn't really scale.
Yeah, I think going out and reaching new audiences. So, for example, like, I got a stream coming up with Donovan Jolly from DIY Investing, who is a guy that I was watching in 2017, and he's been through the ringer. He's got like 56,000 YouTube subscribers, and he'll be like one of the first guys like going out and getting on an interview with like a Ben Cohen, or like what we saw before with like Crypto Man Ran or Wolf of All Streets. These guys like getting out there in front of these different audiences is part of gaining different types of exposure. That's maybe something more that some of the figureheads could do better. And then in terms of just like everyday folks, like, you need to show people like what's the potential. And one way to do that is just simply pulling up like hexcalc.net and just sitting down with somebody and say, hey, if you put $1,000 into this and you stake it for 5 years, like, you could at a minimum double your money if the price just stays flat. And then like it starts there, and then it gets into this conversation of, if it goes down 90%, you can put another 1,000 in, and then just hedge the bet. Or if it goes up 10x in 5 years, then you're up 10x plus whatever the double the yield would be, right? So like just showing people like the mathematics of how the system works, it can get people interested in my experience, that it's when I have consultations come to me through my website, a lot of times they just want to know the tools better, like how to bridge, what does all these different levers and buttons do? Like there's a lot of people that want in, but they're not comfortable doing it on their own. And they just need somebody to help hold their hand so that they know how to get exposure like safely. Because they've all got fears of losing their money or getting hacked. And so if in my case, like what's been the most beneficial is just, spending the extra time with people to teach them the tools the right way the first time and show them the nuances, because this like the MetaMask and the different apps is all new technology. They're not always as fluid as we'd like to say they are. And so like just to know like the little nuances of like, okay, if gas is high, you might want to wait to transact, or when you go to do a transaction, you need to approve it first, which costs gas, and then you need to actually make the transaction, which costs gas. Because sometimes that it's like, what? I thought I just sent it, or, oh, wait, I thought I just provided liquidity, and then they walk away, and then it's like, oh, no, you just approved, because people's minds are ahead of here and now. So you need to slow them down and say, hey, step by step, this is how you got to do it. And if you give them a written down thing or a recording that they can go back to reference, that always helps too.
Well, especially since Pulse Chain launched, it's and Access may have a unique perspective on this, being a founder of a token as well. Like, how do you balance talking about Hex versus, there's the sea of other things on Pulse Chain. There's other ecosystems and stuff too, if you don't want to stay in Pulse Chain. But like, how do we get people motivated and just willing to talk about Hex more instead of promoting the other thing they think is going to go up or otherwise? Like, I guess, how do we help Hex in a sea of assets where the community has been in a lot of these good products and good assets and stuff, of course, too. But how do we get people motivated to be like, I want to onboard people to Hex. I want that to be their gateway into Pulse Chain. I want that to be the way that they earn income, or yield, the way that I have in the last few years. Like, how do we make that message striking again than it was like 2 years ago? 2 years ago it was easy. Yeah, everyone talks about it, but now it's like
2 years ago there was nothing else. So I mean, that's like build a time machine, maybe. I don't know.
Well, if we want to help Hex, right? Like if you want to help Hex, how do we get people or keep people excited about Hex in a sea of other stuff?
I think we're really reliant on, in this case, you're really reliant on the pot of whales to step up and to start making the price perform. Because if the price can start to perform and people are willing to put in the nut at the lows, that's going to bring everybody in behind it. So it's just like with Bitcoin mining, right? This is no different than Bitcoin mining. Bitcoin hash rate starts the equation. It starts to rise because there's an incentive. Just the same as people keep starting stakes every day. Every day I see 5 million hex stake, 10 million hex stake, 100 million hex stake for 30 days. Those guys aren't going away. They're making money every month, guys. Like, there's people making a lot of money in Hex every single day. And it's just kind of blows over people's heads that that's the reality of the situation. So what we need to do is we need to remember that the incentive is already there. It's the inflation. And that the price depression isn't the inflation that's depressing the price of Hex. It's the dilution into all these other assets. And so what's going to bring all that money home to roost is price performance. Like, once that price starts to perform, everybody that didn't get a lot of units at the lows is locked out. And now they have to buy higher. And why would they buy higher? Because the price performance is just so insane that they just can't not buy. Because it ends up becoming silly not to buy at that point. It's going to get to the point where, like, and this is me going out on a limb here, speculation and my opinion, of course, is that Hex is going to get so absurdly priced at some point that you're going to look at it like on the same level as like Bitcoin or Ethereum. And the reason is because it's going to get backed by billionaires. That's why. Billionaires are going to be able to put up the funds to make this thing perform in price. It's going to take, I don't have all the answers of how that plays out, but because there's that much money already locked up in the system, and because there's such a legacy behind it, and that it was the first mover, it's going to perform. And it's just a matter of time. And I see new guys come out here like DGen Roundtable. They're like a really smart group of guys that they're fun to watch. And we need more grassroots, a new wave of people to come in to get their units here at the lows and then be in this for the longer term. And we needed to have that flush out because so many people got rich so fast in the first like 2.5 years. And we're also, and that they needed to basically exit because it was just too much. Like the gains were so maddening that they just couldn't even hang on to it, which is understandable. And so we're just, okay, back to the Bitcoin hash rate thing. Okay. Bitcoin hash rate goes up, price follows it to meet the demand of the new inflation. So Hex went through hyperinflation. When did Bitcoin price go up the most? It went up the most when Bitcoin was hyperinflating in the beginning. And then when did it have the biggest drawdowns? In the beginning when there was the most hyperinflation. And that's because the big whales stepped in and created floor prices. And these things take time, but we had this unique event where you doubled the Hex supply overnight with the mainnet fork. Had we not done a pulse chain at all, we might have topped out at 10-cent EHEX, and we might have bottomed at 1-cent EHEX with a double bottom this last year. But because you had this dilution, this exponential rise in price to 56 cents, and then you have to swing back harder the other way too, and you doubled the supply, right? And so it's really just a rebalancing of the entire system, and it's going over everybody's head. It's just time needs to play its part in the thing that monetizes time, okay? So just hang in there and don't believe in it. Understand the mathematics of it. Allocate your position in a way that's smart and effective for you. Some people are gonna accumulate a bunch of units and they're just gonna sit on them liquid. Some people are gonna stake portions out. Some people are just gonna go long. There's so many ways to play the game, and it's just a matter of time. So let time do its thing.
I think, there's not one right way to Hex too. It's like, early days, people were saying everyone should 5-5-5-5, and that got a lot of people wrecked. And so I think that instead of trying to say there's only one way, like this is the right way. If you don't do it this way, you're not a Hexican, or if you don't do it this way, you're not taking advantage of, everything that it has to do. But like realizing that everyone is in a different financial situation and can use the tools in front of them however they see fit is like, probably a more effective marketing technique than trying to tell everyone that they have to do it this way or they're wrong.
Well, I'm just thinking about without green candles, and we don't know when they're going to come back, but what in the meantime, I don't feel like the right answer is just to do nothing or just wait, or of course we're waiting, but like while we're waiting, again, trying to create content, a lot of the people out there are just pushing out a lot of stuff, tweets, memes, all that stuff. There's got to be something that in the meantime that's going to give us some ROI that we're able to, like, just again, jet fuel when it does take off, that everything's in place. Everyone's searching for hashtags. They get all the information they need. People are, going to be probably more motivated to do stuff at that point too. They're going to have more money to throw parties, conferences, all these events and stuff too. But just in the meantime, I feel like there's got to be some things more ROI that we can do other than without the green candles. That's what I've really been trying to work on lately. Is like,
look,
the
things that have been the most successful for me in the past year and a half has been going out and meeting people in person. And this might be out of reach for some folks because some people just might be DCing every last penny into the ecosystem right now. And so they don't have extra funds to travel. But for those of us that have been here, that have done well with this, that we need to be going out and reaching people at different venues. Like Maddie was down at the Bitcoin conference last year talking about Hex and, and integrating with different communities, because there's a lot of money in cryptocurrency. That's just they're looking away from Hex. They're like looking at Hex like this. They're like not really. They're looking at it through the grapevine because they want it to die off and they want to ignore it. And so, that's just a matter of time until they start to capitulate in. But in the meantime, you can go out. And my most successes come from going out and meeting other people that believe in a way forward. And I do believe there's a way forward. We live on a decentralized blockchain. We have redundancy on 2 separate blockchains, which is even more powerful because we have optionality. One of them has thicker liquidity, one has less thick liquidity, which gives us leverage over the different ways you can play the system. This is the prime spot to be in terms of opportunity. When you look at how the whole thing's set up, and just going out and networking in person with people, like I've met more amazing people by going out to these events than I had previously. Actually, that started with when I first met Nerd Girl some of the first people I met in Vegas, like El Hexadente, and he got me into the secret chamber down in the bottom of that where Nerd Girl and Whales Only and Maddie Allen, and
in the
that was
speakeasy.
in the speakeasy in Old Vegas, right? And that was my launching point, was getting out and meeting folks, and they've all done really well with this system. And so it's easy for us that have done well with it, understand it, and believe in it. Irregardless of any other concerns that people might have, look from the outside looking in, there's a strong community here that's building. We have 179, 180 projects built on Pulse Chain to help support the core of it. And then on top of that, you have this Hex thing that, for right now, people might have forgotten about it. But when you look at the actual metrics, it's hard to say that too, because there is a lot of transactions between there, and it's some of the thickest liquidity on the chains. And so there's just so much opportunity out there. I urge everybody to go out and be a part of these live events. Start conversations with new communities. Don't be a dickhead online.
Wait, are you saying that we should build bridges?
We should build bridges. Most definitely should build bridges. The reason is because what else are we gonna? We could do it. We can do it on our own. We can repeat the 100x on our own as a community. But don't we all want to see the 1000x? To do that, we're gonna have to reach out to new communities and show them the opportunity here.
One thing I will say is sometimes we have some more, general crypto influencers who incorporate Hex and Pulse into their content, into their daily content or weekly content. And what they often see is getting attacked for only covering Hex or Pulse for, 1 minute. Recently, Wendy did that, right? She made a thing but then she covered, like she always does, a variety of topics, and Hex and Pulse were just one of them. But instead of people being glad that she spent a couple of minutes covering this ecosystem, people attacked her and felt like she should have spent the whole hour. But that's not how she does her content. So just being hey, I loved that you covered us for a couple of minutes, would love to see that more. That encourages people to do it again, instead of disincentivizing them because they got attacked.
Yeah. And with that, Hex is 4 years old. It's had 0 bugs. It's had multiple audits. The prices had great performance from the perspective of you could have swung trade this asset for 2.5 years during the down periods and walked away with millions of dollars, literally. So yeah, it depends on their perspective and how you played this game, but there's been lots of opportunity in there. There's even more opportunity now than there was up top. The tokenomics are solid. It's just time, guys. I know people are running out of patience, and there's one thing that I can't teach people, and that's patience. You did get into this get rich slow thing. So unfortunately, we thought it was fast, but it's only fast for 6 months. So it's going to be really, really slow until you get that 6 month screamer, and then it's going to be really fast. So hang in there for that 6 months.
That makes it easier to talk to other communities too when they say, because even now doing cross collaboration, it's good when people talk about Hex and Pulse Chain that don't normally do. Nergirl mentioned the general streamers and stuff, but giving them even more motivation, even outside of green candles, even good news, even again the coin market cap listings and stuff like that. I think that's what Wendy covered on the show, if I remember, recently as well. Giving people a reason to talk about it, even outside of green candles. And then when the green candles come, I covered that before. People were interested. Maybe they left a lot of good comments and got a lot of likes and a lot of views and stuff. Those are really critical, I think, too. And it's something to my point of what can we be doing in 2024 until the green candles come? Boy, yeah, cross collaboration, getting other communities involved, building bridges. I'm gonna try not to walk too far over the bridge though, and not stay on the other side, but definitely meeting people in the middle, shaking hands. Hey, you got a good product? We got a good product.
Well, that was always the thing about building bridges is you don't have to go over it. It just allows people to come to you. Yes, you can cross it, right? But the idea of creating the bridge is so that people feel like they can come and they're not entering some super exclusive, community where if they decide that they want to continue with what they were doing on the other side of the bridge, they no longer can do that. Right? I don't want people parachuting in with no way out.
Well, I think that's why staking is powerful too, just as a concept, because it kind of gives you the skin of the game over longer periods of time. So if you do cross the bridge and come over, instead of just forgetting about it for a while, like, maybe I'll pay attention to more Hex news. Oh, maybe I'll pay, there's this new streamer. I'll still in my own other community, but also I'm paying more attention. I'm in the community. I'm interacting with people over on the Hex side because I have a little bit more skin in the game. So I think staking as a general idea is a powerful concept. Stickiness, right? Rich talked about this speculative stickiness and otherwise. A lot of cool mental models there.
I love it. I think we got a lot of cool times ahead. I mean, people are pretty upset right now, but they won't be. I mean, not us. We're good. But I'm just saying that there's a cohort of folks that are online every day that are upset, and they need to go for a walk and
touch grass.
Let time do its part.
Watch some of these streams so we can give them the numbers instead of the charts. More numbers, less charts. How about that? More
how
data.
Bullish is that? If you think about it, yeah, you could look at, okay, let's say there's only like 230 millionaires in Hex right now. Well, where do you think that all those other millionaires went? They extracted it. So maybe they're sitting on bags that could be brought back in once things get moving, but nobody wants to step their toe in first. And so all I'm saying is it's like a chain reaction. We've seen it before on Hex where somebody's going to do it first and then somebody else is going to follow. Because at the core of this whole thing is that everyone will be competing for that inflation, right? And it's just it's going to be a good future, I think, for the Hexicans. They might not be able to see it right now, but they will.
One thing that I want to say is, like, you've asked several times, what are some things that we can do? I would like to see less infighting in the community on social media, because I do think that negatively impacts the perception of, what a Hexican is and what Hex is about. So, like, if you're one of those people who's constantly picking fights with someone else, nobody's saying that everybody has to be friends with each other. Everybody has to agree with everything. Sometimes I don't like things that other people say, but instead of just throwing a fit or calling them out and yelling names, and I just keep scrolling, just keep scrolling.
Walks are good. Less Twitter, more walks.
Yeah, touching grass. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What's I don't know when Maddie's going to come back, probably in a couple minutes, but I wanted to ask before we go to besides SEC, Richard beating down the SEC and that going away, or whatever good news could come from that, what is one piece of good news in 2024 for Hex that would just, you wake up on Twitter, you see it, and you smile? What do you guys think about that? What would be one good news outside of the legal stuff? You'd be like,
the highest stakes,
be a good day.
Volume 2.
The announcement, and then it comes 2 years later. Right?
An announcement of an announcement.
Yeah, docu-series, right? That'd be cool. I mean, shout out those guys. They made an
Here's
amazing
another one.
film.
Hedron and Icosa V2, which adds more value to Hex.
Ooh, you know what I would love to see? Someone, and I know Alex was talking to Steph about this on Twitter the other day, but someone actually taking over Staker so that, we still had Staker app. Like, handing over the code to someone else so that we still had that, like, easy to access mobile wallet. That would make me smile.
We got Hex Scout. I mean, the guys on at Staker are going to put up a web interface so that y'all are going to be okay. You'll be able to end your stakes, and it's going to solve.
Yeah, but my stake's bleeding now, man.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's probably a good point, you guys. If you're not, so for the future, don't stake on a centralized application. I know there's some people who did. Most people used it as a portfolio viewer. They didn't use it as a wallet, and rightfully so. But I don't want to throw shade on Staker because they invented the leagues, and we use leagues for everything now. Mm-hmm. So good job, Steph, for that. And now we have Hex Scout, which integrates your own personal custody wallet into their application in a beautifully designed interface. So just use Hex Scout for now, and then there's other competition coming online as well. So this is going to be a new arms race of who can get a majority of the Hex economy pie, and it's just starting to come out. But it's going to be it's as the price rises, it's going to cause even more competition for portions of your attention, and so expect that as things move along too. So make sure you're using secure and trusted applications as they come online that are vetted by like long-standing members of the community.
We need PIL Scout too. if I wake up one day and I see plsscout.com and it's got the same onboarding as Hex, it's got all the links, it's got, oh my gosh, that would be
GoPulse is another great option.
Yep.
You know, when it comes to swaps, like Internet Money Wallet, app.pitius.io, great DEX aggregator. I know the Power City guys have stuff that they built out, cross-chain swaps. So you can get Hex through a lot of different means. And if you need help understanding the tools, reach out to somebody who provides a service that you trust, that's public, not somebody that you just found out about. Or, you know, if you got a friend that's been like someone that you know is doing well with crypto, but they're just unwilling to help you or won't make time for you, sometimes it's just better to just stop wasting time and go find somebody who will. You might have to pay them to do it, but at least you know that they're gonna care about you and help you.
Yeah, paying people to help you with your money is probably smart. You know, like if you're nervous about it, and then if someone is paid and you know who that person is, yeah, that's better. That's smarter than just relying on somebody else. Definitely.
You know, and when you pay for services, that's really gonna have you have skin in the game, so that you're gonna value the information you're given and use it. So anyways, guys, I appreciate you all for having me with you here. This has been a good conversation. Hope everyone got some value from it. Thank you, Maddie.
Thank
Excellent
you to you
conference
guys.
as always.
Yeah. Excellent panel. Now, I guess I'm going to have to ask everybody at the conference, when we're able to use this AI technology to lip sync into different languages, is there any language that you're the most excited about watching yourself speak?
Chinese, because there's a lot of crypto people in China.
I was thinking that too. I'm going with that. I'm going with Mandarin. Yeah.
Nicole?
I'll be different and just say Korean.
Cool.
Korean works.
Yeah.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
German, maybe, just because I have roots over there, a couple generations
I can
back.
speak German though, so that's
I'm a language noob. The only language I can speak is like binary.
Amazing. Well, I'm really glad to have you guys in the community. I thought you had a great panel, and looking forward to the years ahead.
Thanks
Yes,
for
sir.
having us, Maddie.
Yep.
Thanks for
and
being
doing
here.
Happy
this.
to speak
Nerd
more
girl.
too. Guys, come back and catch me Tuesday night. I got like 3 panels that night. It's going to be amazing.
Yay.
It's going to be way more bullish. This was the more controversial realist stream. Now you're going to get the really bullish data.
Hope everyone learned how to hex. We'll say that. I think we covered some good topics. So,
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys.
all right. See you, Axis.
Thanks.
Bye,
Peace.
guys.
All right. So next up for this next hour, we're going to be doing 2-minute testimonial videos. We're going to have 25 people speaking in this hour. And so it's a whole new challenge. So without stopping at all, we're going to go bring up our first guest here.
What's
How's
up,
it going,
Maddie?
Josh?
How's it going, dude? Hey, my
Welcome.
favorite therapist, man. Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Thanks. And are you going solo or with me?
With you, if that's cool.
Let's do it.
Yeah, man. Just a little bit, just a little conversation. It's been one hell of a bear market, but I think one of the best parts about this community is finding those people that are absolutely focused and sort of creating a brotherhood of friendship with them. That's exactly what we did at DGen Roundtable, and the group of guys that we were able to form to sort of come together and really just focus on building our bags, stacking our bags, and getting it ready for the upcoming bull run. Man, it's just been awesome. And
you have a great group of friends. You guys all stream together, and you've had a lot of really great Hex speakers on your channel. And so anybody who hasn't caught on should be following the DGen Roundtable. Go check out the talks with Crypto Coffee and Access Alive and myself.
yeah, man, absolutely. We got we're gonna have Access and Toby and a couple guys on to do a mega TA stream coming up here soon. But yeah, man, just wanted to brag on the community real quick and just brag on the support and the welcoming that we've received. It's just been absolutely phenomenal, and we love it. We're trying to build the best product, and we're thankful for guys like you and guys like RG and guys like Dollar Cost Crypto and all those guys that came before us that paved the way, that are sort of welcoming us into the club now. And it's just absolutely awesome. And we're all just so thrilled.
Well, yeah, really glad to have you guys in the community. And again, make sure to follow Josh here and respond when he asks you to speak on his channel.
All right, man. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
And looking
Thanks.
forward to the conference.
Thanks. Take care. Hey, what's going on?
What's up, Maddie?
Good to see you.
You too, man. How was everything?
Good. Life is good. So are you doing your 2-minute talk solo or with me?
Yeah, I'll do a quick solo one, and just wanted to
Sounds
thank you
good.
for
Take
the
it away.
conference once again.
My pleasure.
Awesome. All right, guys, just wanted to come on here, thank Maddie for another amazing conference. This is the third online one we've been part of now. We were part of the 3 in-person conferences. So he's one of the best out there, and we're super lucky to have him in this community. And the thing I wanted to say is, for all you guys out there that are nervous or your bags haven't pumped yet, you look around, you see other coins are going crazy, and you feel like, God, did I do the right thing? You did. Hex tends to move last. And I also hear people are worried about legislation and what's going to happen if they try to ban DeFi. If the government tries to do that, they're going to make people flock to it and make it more sought after. So I don't think that's going to happen. And regardless, DeFi is here to stay. And Richard has solidified himself as the GOAT of real DeFi. And I'm just super excited to be here to watch all the growth, all the new projects that have launched through the bear market, and they're going to launch this bull market, and just glad to be part of this community and appreciate, Maddie, everything you do. And we'll see you soon.
This is why I really like these 2-minute talks, because they can be so powerful. What you just said was right on. Thanks, Adam.
Thanks, Maddie.
Another DGen roundtable member. What's going on?
How's it going, Maddie? Thanks for having us. Yes, I am another one of the DGen Roundtable. I'm Zenith. You're going to see a few of us here tonight, so we're happy to be here, and we're happy to build more community. That's kind of what we do.
Amazing. Are you going solo or with me?
Yeah, you can stay on with me. This will be a fun conversation.
Sounds good.
Yeah, to start off, fun fact. A lot of us at the DGen Roundtable come from the Crypto Mindset course, so massive shout out to Charlie and Miguel. Cultivate Crypto and Dollar Cost Crypto. If you like those guys, good chance you're gonna like us too. And we're more than happy to have everybody come and talk, and we try to learn from everyone that comes into the community. We think that everybody has something to offer, and we're all eager to learn.
Awesome. Yeah. How long have you guys been doing your show?
The DGen Roundtable's actually been going for about 6 months now, but a lot of us have been around for pretty much the last year or so. And so far, the results have been absolutely fantastic.
Wow. It's like Discourse Syndicate, and it like spliced into a different universe where another cycle has been formed. Cool.
A little bit. Discourse Syndicate is a good time. We like to pop in on that as well for the Friday hangout. It's a good time over there. I do have to give a massive thank you to RG3 for having us on, and then also putting on the Pulse Chain Tour. One of the things that was previously mentioned was IRL meetups is a huge thing that we can push for 2024. If you have known about the Pulse Chain Tour, I highly recommend going to one of the events. You can meet lots of people, and you can actually start building that community in person and put faces to names. It's very powerful, and it's a lot of fun. So
that's a really great message. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that.
For sure. Anyways, I guess my little pitch for you here is that DGen Roundtable, we got a bunch of specialists, and what we do is try to bring a little bit of knowledge ourselves that we can share with each other. Generally believe that learning and community go hand in hand, and the bigger your community, the more you can learn. So one of the things that I personally do is I run the book club over there. So next thing we're talking about is The Millionaire Next Door. It's a good psychological book talking about how you would acquire money can determine your mental state going forward, whether it's like gifted to you or worked for. So this sort of stuff is what interests me, and I love sharing it with people.
That's great. Tomorrow we're going to have a financial author speaking in one of the panels. So yeah, definitely check it out. Thanks for being on, and we'll catch you later.
Thanks for having us on, brother.
Apex, how's it going?
What's going on?
Good to see you here. You're also a member of the DGen Roundtable, is that right?
This is correct. It's like a broken record on here right now.
I dig it. You guys are a sub community that I think is really positive and healthy. So yeah, like what do you have to say?
Well, I appreciate that. And one of my favorite parts about it is we have a lot of really good guests come on. You've been on the show, and I really enjoyed when you came. Um, so I feel like we're really good at helping people and trying to educate, and that's the majority of what I enjoy doing. We have a really good Telegram group with a lot of good information, and people pop in and ask questions, and that's mainly my favorite part of the community and why I like to be involved. Most likely, the people we've met, a lot of good people, Rags to Riches, Walrus, everybody's been outstanding. So that's probably my favorite part of the whole community.
That's awesome. And how long have you been in Hex?
Oh God. Probably a year and a half. So yeah,
Awesome.
it's going.
Yeah. I mean, look, Hex has its ups and downs for sure, but it's just like any other crypto in that regard.
That's the nature of the beast, is volatility. If you want giant gains, you need to be in a volatile asset.
Well, that really impresses me with your attitude about that you already understand. And yeah, just really, it was a pleasure having you on the conference. And I hope that we get to chat again sometime on your show.
Thanks, Matty. I'd love that. Take care, buddy. And thanks for all your hard work doing this.
My pleasure. Finbear, what's going on?
Oh my God. It's so early in the morning that seeing my face spooked me a bit. I've never been to a therapist, so if you don't mind, I thought I might get this thing underway for free, which is the way I like to do things.
For sure. Well, thanks for being on. Look, I don't know how many more guests we have this hour, but I know that everybody who's in Europe who's participating has a huge thanks for me, because it's the middle of the night over there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like 4:15 in the morning, but that's fine. You hardly ever get any sleep in crypto anyways. I just wanted to take a quick minute of your guys' day to remind you that there's 1 million Hex up for grabs at the DeFiPuzzle.xyz website, where you can find a picture created by AI that contains all the necessary words to create a seed word for a wallet that has 1 million Hex on Pulse chain in it, and it's liquid, I believe. So if you want to check it out and try to give that a crack, it's DeFiPuzzle.xyz, and want to give a big shout out to EcoBuilder for setting that up. That guy comes up with amazing ideas.
And no matter what your level of expertise is, it can be fun to take on a puzzle like this. I know I've learned a lot about private keys and how encryption works in the first place. How is it that a number can hold on to all my money?
And you can
puzzle.
And you can give away the 12 first words, and still it takes forever to people to try to crack it. Like it's really difficult. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Definitely.
I'm not a member of the. I'm sorry for the fellas who came in before me. I forgot their name already. The group they're in, but I'm in another small group called the Hex Guild, where we like to talk about permaculture and making the world like physically a more better place after we're gone than what it was when we found it. And there's so many ways you can go about it, and most recently we've delved into the joys of eating meat, which I believe you were involved in even for briefly there. Yes. Did you give it? Yeah, January is the World Carnivore Month, actually, so this is a perfect time for anybody to get into it. Yeah, I think it's like the 7th year in a row.
Well, that's one way you prove that you're a real Bitcoiner, is by eating meat. There's a big movement with Safety Amoose, who's like the Bitcoin economist who wrote the Bitcoin Standard. That's every year I go to a carnivore dinner at the Bitcoin conference, and then it's like a big deal.
So. I have an idea that in the future only Hexicans can afford real meat.
I mean, yeah, it's the crypto people say that.
Yeah, yeah, it's gonna be interesting in the future to see what they wanna feed us. But anyway, I've been in Hex since day one. People have seen me here and there. I'm adminning in almost all the chats except yours, Maddie. I noticed this is the only
Oh.
one where I can take a holiday when I come into your chat. That's because you're like 4 o'clock in my morning. That's my
Yeah.
downtime for a few hours.
Well, good. You deserve
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, but I do remember listening to you and Wales Only and Kareem when I was doing my work practice. That's when I did my first video
Yeah.
next to the pile of logs way back when.
I remember it.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Well, look, I really, I'm glad that you got on the testimonials section, and I'm really glad that you're able to build community around things that are important to you and have meaning as a part of a sub community in Hex. That's
Yeah.
really special. So thanks for coming
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and terve to all you Finns. Everybody's
Take care.
watching and nobody says anything like a proper Finn does. I'm like the exception here. All right, have a good
Peace
one,
out.
guys.
Thanks. Frank, how's it going?
Good, Maddie. How you doing?
I'm good.
Awesome. I'm with you. So whatever, however you want to lead this conversation is fine with me.
Well, what is an important thing that you want to say about Hex?
I think my perspective has always been think long term. It's always been how my perspective is always macro, and when you understand how Hex works and how that's a valuable asset to the crypto space and why it's real DeFi, all of the things when it comes to fiat and the money supply, and when it comes to the crypto, the financial world, you understand that there's nothing better than Hex. And I have 15-year stakes. I have PulseX. I have Pulse Chain, and those are some of my largest positions. I mean, when I discovered it 2 years ago, I decided, you know what, let me look into it, and I did a whole bunch of research, just like I would in anything else. And when it kind of clicks in your head, you know, the light bulb goes off. It's just like, oh, this is it. This is
I
it.
can hear the conviction in your voice, and I'm curious for you to tell me, Frank, like what do you think it is that gives you that? Is it an aha moment that you had in the past, or are there YouTubers that you listen to or people in the community now? What gives you such a strong voice when you talk about Hex?
So my entire life I've spent just studying traditional markets, and I studied Wall Street extensively. And when I started to see the correlation between the stock market and the money supply, that was a big moment of, okay, this doesn't seem correct. This doesn't really show that you're intelligent. It just shows that the money supply is giving you returns. All right. And then when crypto combined that with Bitcoin was the solving of that problem of the 2008 financial crisis, that was a big moment in creating this new asset class. But then there was a whole bunch of years of all these different products that were created that weren't actual DeFi. You look at all the crypto out there; it's all has VCs, private equity, venture, board members, CEOs. I'm like, all you're doing is operating like a stock market company, but without the regulations. So that's not real crypto. And then when I found Hex, I was like, this is it. This is the opportunity to get into something like real DeFi that was Bitcoin. But even though you missed it, you have the opportunity to get in now. And then that's when I decided to go all in. I really just, I'm a big advocate for having a corporate job, because your corporate job pays the bills and you have long-term conviction. You don't have to worry about the volatility that happens throughout the day. Like last night, there's a big dip. I bought more, right? I was just, I'm gonna take advantage of this. So I ended up adding to my position. So you don't see it as a risky investment when you know what the value is. And then you see it more of a buying opportunity whenever there's dips like that. So that's why I have full conviction. Like, you just have to understand whenever you study it the way that I did. I spent 2 years in the past 2 years just like, well, I was at work listening to Crypto Coffee or to K4K or some of these Johnny Chaos, Matty Allen. I was just constantly learning, and then you just combine that with X, Y, and Z, and it's you put two and two together, and it all makes sense. That's why I have so conviction.
That's great. Well, I want to thank you for coming on. It's been a pleasure to have you do a testimonial, and looking forward to hearing more from you in the future.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you having me on here.
Yep. Thank you, Frank. Hex Ghetto.
Maddie, thank you so much for getting me into Hex. You're the reason I'm in Hex.
Oh, that's great to hear. I hope it's been treating you all right.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously the bear market's been brutal, but it is what it is, you know? But yeah, like the first time I heard Richard was in that like Telegram voice chat, where he was talking about thinking about launching Pulse Chain 2.5 years ago. Hex price was around 5 cents. And I've been in crypto since 2017. So I knew that Hex had already been on a massive run at that point. So I didn't really get in, saw it top out at 50 cents, participated in the Pulse Chain sack, participated in the PulseX sack, still didn't have Hex. And then I bought the dip at 30 cents. And I've been DCAing like an absolute madman the whole way down, especially the past 6-7 months or so. We've been sub penny. We are sub penny on eHex, so I've accumulated so much. I mean, I had virtually no T-shares at the top, and I'm a squid right now, 30% of the way towards being a dolphin on both chains, which is getting really hard to do. Because and obviously DCAing into Pulse and PulseX as well. So it's just like spread quite thin, but just trying to push. I mean, if I become a dolphin this bear market, I don't think I will be, because the bear market would just drag out too long. But anyway, I'm making the most of it. Like I'm a freelancer, I have a steady income, so I'm all in. And like my downside is capped at 100%. The upside isn't, it's uncapped.
Yes.
In that sense. So yeah, I'm extremely bullish. The main way I've been able to accumulate so many T-shares is that over the past 7 months or so, I've just been obsessed with the maxi products and the Deci discount specifically. I've just been smashing the buy on Deci. So shout out to the Maxi boys for the amazing products that they've built. Thank you so much, Richard Hart, for making Hex. And thank you to all the people dumping Deci right now. Yeah, otherwise I wouldn't have this many T-shares.
Well, that is a really great testimonial. I saw on Twitter, you had a really great thread as well that was explaining it. And so everybody should go check out your Twitter channel. And yeah.
Thank you, Manny. Thank you so much.
Thanks for being on. Really appreciate you.
Thanks.
Hey, how's it going? How's it going?
Good to see you. Another DGen roundtable.
Another one. We're popping up everywhere. Alrighty. So, having a little talk with you, right, Maddie?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Yeah. So, what's really interesting is that Pulse Chain, the launch, is ultimately what kind of brought us together. Because when it launched, we all kind of knew what it is we were doing, but we were working with a lot of people in a lot of different chats, and obviously they didn't know what to do, and they're just like panicking. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Right? And we're typing like mad, just trying to help people out. And next thing you know, a couple months down the road, we're still helping these people out. They're always asking questions, and it's like we just kind of, as a group, sort of formed, and because we recognized each other all in the chats. And next thing you know, we're sitting there thinking to ourselves, why don't we just start a podcast where we can talk about these things? If nothing else, we'll just get it out there into the ether, and if we end up helping people, you know what, all good for it. And so the thing that I've really noticed about like Hexicans, Pulsicans, all them, right, is that the community is just so awesome. It really is great. Everyone is trying to help each other, and I mean, I know we've kind of talked about this on our own streams, but I really do appreciate all you guys out there. I know for a fact that the majority of you are all out here trying to help each other. So what's your thoughts on that, Maddie?
Look, I think this community is full of people who do go on YouTube, but also a lot of people who contribute in other ways by watching, by posting different things. And yeah, so it's really exciting to me when I get to discover new parts of the community, new people, right? Because there's always people joining Hex. Sometimes people quit, but in general, most people are time locked for a long period of time, which makes a really unique social experience. There's no other cryptocurrency that has the same social dynamics that Hex does because of the long-term staking. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, and it really does help you. Like, I appreciate what you did with Time Pays Me, because unfortunately, a lot of people, I mean, as you say, some people leave, and it's like there are just some people who they can't really take the pressure sometime of, your coin going down 90%, 99%, and they think it's all over, and others kind of snicker at that and sneer and say, oh well, my coin's better. Quite frankly, if you're looking at it in crypto, and especially in DeFi, which Hex is true DeFi, we should be fighting the fight against the rat race, right? We should be trying to get to a spot where we can live in happiness and peace and have our dreams come true, and don't be stuck as slaves, like wage slaves, right? And ultimately, I would say that Hex has given the majority of people the ability to do that. And even though things are down bad now, right, there's only positive things coming. Quite frankly, I mean, I spent 2020, 2021 literally being exit liquidity because I wasn't learning anything. I gave up on crypto, and I was like, nah, this is stupid. But, come 2022, I got back into it. Only this time I had a mindset of I am going to learn. In fact, I paid for mentors, and they taught me a lot. And then I started learning a lot, and it was a lot of information I had to learn. And then once you hit that point of Pulse Chain launch, right, I'm the guy helping people. And I think anybody and everybody in this chat, right, if you are looking at the amount of money that you have, the dollar signs, don't be looking at that. Be looking at the coins. You want to look at how many coins you have. That's the most important thing, because those dollar signs are going to be coming in the next cycle, which ultimately we're heading into the bull now. Like we're ramping up into this, and that's when the dollar signs start appearing. But until then, it's all about coins. So if you're looking at the amount of coins you have, that's what's important. And don't panic. Don't sell at the bottom. You want to buy low and sell high, not the opposite. And a lot of people, unfortunately, make that mistake, especially when they start trying to chase shiny new objects.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm just thinking to myself, we should have all of you DGen Roundtable guys get on together at the end of the hour if I'm not able to fill the time perfectly. So
we would absolutely love that.
For now, yeah, let's just have you guys get on for a minute if you feel like it at the end, whether there's a longer time or a shorter time. But yeah, thanks a lot for speaking, and I will talk to you again soon.
Thanks a bunch, Maddie. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Hey, how's it going?
What's up, buddy?
There we go. Yep.
How's
I'm
it
good.
going?
How are you?
Let's see.
Yeah, life is good.
I love your hat. You're always busting out a brand new hat, and it's wonderful. Thank you for having us on today. I know there's a lot of us. I'm going to take this off because I think it's messing up with my camera. But really appreciate you having us on. This is a really important thing that you're doing for the community. And, we want to onboard as many people to Hex into the Richard Heart ecosystem as possible. And how do we do that if we don't have a voice? And you're giving everybody a voice. And I just want to thank you for that.
Yeah, my pleasure.
So I guess you could stick around. I'll just give everybody a quick 2 minutes about myself and why I do what I do. I've been in crypto for almost 4 years, been in Hex since 2021, and kind of went through that rough bear market, stuck around, bought a lot low. And I realized that the mistakes that I made in the first bull market that I was a part of, I don't want others to follow. And not only is it important for people to not get wrecked, But really, it's important for people to succeed. And success isn't always a monetary value, right? You can make a lot of money and not be happy. So yes, you want to become financially independent. You want to be able to become, your self-sovereign individual. But you also need to make sure that you are personally happy, right? So we want people to grow and succeed in multiple areas, not just how much money that you can make and becoming, a lot of people when they're in crypto, they just think about one thing, I want to make money, right? But when it comes down to it, the whole process should be a bettering of yourself. And with that bettering of yourself comes financial freedom. But you won't be financially free if you aren't mentally ready to be there.
That's a really important message. Yeah, for people to get more out of crypto than just money. It's about wellness too. Is my mic wrecked? People are saying in the chat that it is.
It's a little low.
It's low? Okay. Is that better?
It's better on my end.
Okay, great. Yeah, I mean that message is so important. How do you follow it up then?
Well, I think it's actions, right? I think you have to make actions. You can say all these things, you want to help people, that you want to get better, but it's about small changes. This isn't everything all at once. If you get rich really quick, guess what? You're going to die a pauper. Most people that win the lottery end up going bankrupt. Okay, making money isn't what makes you better. It's about fixing your bad habits. If you want 2 great books, first read The Power of Habit and then read Atomic Habits. They actually roll right into each other really well. And if you want to better your life and better your space and how you save money to invest into crypto, to better your habits so that if you get rich, you're ready to be there. Those are 2 really great books that can help you break bad habits and also create good habits.
That's great. Yeah, perfect message for people to take action. Thanks for being on the channel. And
thanks, brother. Come check out the DGen Roundtable on YouTube. And Maddie, can't wait to have you on again. Thanks again, brother.
Sounds great. Thanks. Kincaid.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Going?
Good.
How are you?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me on. You always do a good job hosting this type of stuff, so I appreciate you putting it together for the community.
My pleasure.
I think I'm gonna do mine alone. Okay.
Let's do it.
All right. So, hey everyone, my name is Kincaid Honey, and I am a day one Hexakin. I have been following Richard Hart since 2016, whenever he was making his earliest self-help videos. And at the time, I was watching all sorts of different type of content on YouTube and for crypto. And I really felt like Richard was one of the few truly honest people. There were so many people promoting centralized exchanges and meme coins and margin trading. And Richard was someone who really took a hard stance against all that stuff that I also felt wasn't good for cryptocurrency in a whole. So whenever I heard Richard was coming out with his first project, Hex, and I eventually knew that I wanted to be involved, and I waited and I waited after it was delayed for literally years, and I got my free Hex after about 2 years. It was one of the only cryptocurrencies I'd ever used at the time besides Bitcoin, and it was really amazing for your first coin to use to see how truly decentralized crypto is from the start and how awesome it can be when you're not using the middlemen and you're not using the centralized exchanges. And because of that, I was eligible, like many other Hexakins, for the Uniswap airdrop, which was worth over $1,500 at the time. And I traded it and got 379,000 Hex for free. And it's worth a lot more than that now because it's been staked for multiple years at this point. And thanks to the Hex staking mechanism, I've been able to build an extremely long-term mindset towards crypto, which is just such a powerful tool. And I even made some 55-year time locks for Hex, Pulse, and Pulse X using Maddie's thing, Time Pays Me. And there's so many people who wish that they could have held on to their Bitcoin for 10, 15 years. It really is so powerful, the Hex staking tool and the Time Pays Me system that Maddie came up with. It's very important. And because of the money that I made with Hex, I was able to donate over $5,000 to Sense Foundation and Methuselah Foundation, which is two charities that are working on the world's most important problem, curing aging. I've been able to travel to places like Miami and Vegas to go to Hex events and meet a bunch of wonderful people in the Hex community. And there's really just so many things that I've benefited from listening to Richard talk and Hex as a tool in my life. 2 minutes isn't enough. But I would not want to be anywhere else in the crypto community. And it's truly amazing how far we have came together since all that time ago, and everything that's being built and everything that continues to be built. And I'm just so happy to be here with everyone, and I'll be here a long time, just like all you guys. So it's awesome. We have the best community in crypto. It's really unbelievable.
I agree, and you really impress me. I've met you in person and just followed your testimonials over the years, and I'm very impressed with what you've done for getting the word out about Hex, about longevity, and paying your future self. That's incredible.
Thank you, Maddie. I appreciate that, and thanks again for all the things that you do for the community.
My pleasure. Keep
All
up
right.
the good work.
Have a good one.
Hello.
Proof of beard. What is going on?
I'm doing great, man. Look, I have all these kinds of things behind me. I
love
have
it.
something to say. Solo.
Are you going solo?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Hello, I am Proof of Beard. Some people know me as The Beard. I have a beard, as you can see. And I have also a lot of videos that I made for this community, and that all started about 3 years ago. And I wanted to give a huge shout out to the entire community helping me out, for me to learn how to make all these videos, especially Crypto Kool-Aid. He took me under his wing and he taught me everything he knows about videos. And it's pretty cool that a community like this can just support you on the dreams that you have and the things you want to do. Because now, I'm kind of make the best intros in the cryptocurrency space, the best branding videos, as you can see here, a few. It's pretty cool that I can do stuff like that. And when people ask me, hey, what do you do? I say, well, can't really explain you. It's kind of strange that what I'm doing, that it's actually working. And it's all because of this community, and all because of the people that are in here. And the price is cool and all, but I really appreciate all the people in it and all the connections that I've made throughout the years, because I've never seen such a focused, concentrated ratio of people that actually get how to be successful and how to create the best relationships in life. And it's pretty cool what we have here. I've never seen it anywhere else. So that's what I wanted to say. Happy to be here, and we're gonna be here for a lot more years. Thanks for having me on, Maddie.
I dig it. Yeah, thanks for being part of
If anyone wants to talk with me about videos, Proof of Beard on Twitter. And that's it for me.
Perfect.
See you
Thanks
later,
for being
man.
here. Appreciate you. Crypto Story, how's it going?
Hey, Maddie, how are you doing? I'm very good. Thank you.
Are you going solo or with me?
Yeah, I go solo.
Let's do it. All
All right, Maddie, thanks very much for everything that you do, Maddie, and to all the Hex guys out there, in this world that we live in full of fear, we can't trust anything, and, we live in doubt, and, I live in self-doubt, and sometimes I'm so full of self-doubt that I doubt I'm full of self-doubt, Sometimes, I'm so full of self-doubt that when I'm having sex with a woman, I doubt it's even happening. But, in the whole space and the design of Hex, that doubt is replaced with certainty and conviction. I can't help it. It just seems to be, And, in the design, I get to understand staking and T-shares and get to know all about delayed gratification. I never had words for that. And that delayed gratification is, it's a journey to that delayed gratification, and there's a roadmap. It's like there's a roadmap to it, and that's within the whole staking and T-shares. I'm getting to learn about Richard Hart and who he is and who he isn't, and learn about that he's all about others, and he gets to make people happy, and then he gets happy. And he certainly is, a pretty authentic guy, and all his in the Hex marketing that he done, that outreach marketing, that was a very brave act because he put himself on the line, and I get to see what he's about. If anybody thinks that this man is not there to improve the world, I mean, they're a fucking idiot. And within the community, then we gotta have each other's back. We gotta have each other's back because in the last year or so, there's a lot of stuff going on, and we need to unite. And sometimes in the Hex community, you get more support from a couple of broken legs than you would in the community, and that's we gotta rise above that. Because Hex ain't the problem here. It never is the problem. Hex is the solution. We gotta take it back to ourselves and take responsibility. We are the problem, and we get to detach from all that stuff when we get to stake our Hex. That's what I find for me anyway, and and I only started getting into making videos because I was so inspired by all you guys, and I need to share this information to the people out there. And thank you to Richard Hart, and Wayne's only one for all the information, and I learned from that guy. And to you, Maddie, and to everybody there, I'm going to leave it at that, guys. Peace and love.
Hey, thanks for your testimonial. Appreciate it. Hex Shinobi, welcome.
Hey, Maddie. Good to see you, man. How's my audio? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All
Sounds
right,
good.
great. Yeah,
What's on your mind?
Gonna do this with you. Just wanted to come on here and say, how's it going, Hexaco? Love y'all. Man, Hexaco has really allowed me to improve my life. These cryptocurrencies, they're all about the community who uses them, and Hexaco is my favorite community. I mean, I really think we're something special. We're here for an average of over 7 years, I think is the average stake length. I love that. There's not another crypto community that can prove to you that they're dedicated. And I think that dedication does something. When I go to meetups and I meet people, there's just like so much camaraderie and love. This was during the bull market. Now the bear market is testing us, but I mean, look at us. We're still here. We're still out here, and we're going to stay out here, So, man, I just thank you so much for putting this all together for us every year. Yeah. The DeLorean is still my favorite onboarding tool. That's so cool, man. You can't beat that. And now you got the Time Pays Me product that goes right along with it. It's perfect. It's too perfect.
Yeah. With Time Pays Me, you can lock up your DESI for up to 55 years. So, I had to throw one out there at least.
That's what's up. Yeah, man. Love it. So anyway, my name's Taylor. I created a BYOB, Be Your Own Bank shirt for Crypto Sparbook. The English crowd knows them as KSB.TV. I called the Pulse Chain release date with an accuracy of 2 weeks, 11 months in advance. As a joke, but I was actually right. It's on my Twitter, so you can see that for yourself. I don't know what else to say. I just have so much gratitude for Hexaco, and I'm so happy to be here. It's allowed me to invest in myself, invest in my family. Hexaco is as good as Hexicans, so I'm trying to be a better person, be a better Hexican. You know what I'm saying? So thank you guys.
I can hear the passion in your voice, and I know you've showed up in lots of places where the tour was going through 40 different cities, more than that in the US. So it's really refreshing to hear the passion still in your voice during the bear market and all that. So thanks for being here. And
Absolutely,
appreciate your
absolutely.
testimonial.
Yeah, thank you.
Take care.
Take care.
Fashion Coder, what's up?
Hello. Thanks so much for having me, Maddie. This is so fun.
My pleasure. Are you doing your talk solo or with me?
I'm going to do it solo if that's okay.
Sounds good. Take it away.
Awesome. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Fashion Coder, and I got into crypto 5 years ago, and my dad actually was the one that got me into crypto. So crypto is definitely a family affair. But when I first got into crypto, I put in money and it actually doubled, which was crazy as a college student to see that happen. Now, like I said, crypto is a family affair, and I know my parents are watching right now, so I wanted to thank both of them because they've just been so supportive and loving throughout this whole journey as Fashion Coder, which has been awesome. But of course, my dad was the one that got me into Hex too. So it's very interesting because I saw Hex take a average investment and make it extraordinary for my dad. And so immediately I believed in it because of that, right? But then I saw that from a coder standpoint, Hex was really interesting because it's immutable and it didn't have admin keys. And as someone who was a traditional developer, it made no sense to me. So it took me a little while to understand that as I learned about blockchain and the coding within blockchain. But eventually I was able to come around and realize that actually it's so cool what Hex has. And then one day I was doing a Hex calculator with t-shirts and stuff, and I was looking at my Hex stakes and I realized, oh my gosh, these stakes are going to be worth so much when they come out because of how much I staked, how long I staked. And so that was another thing that ended up being just amazing. And then I started making YouTube videos, and the Hex community just adopted me right in, and I've never looked back. And I love this community, and so I want to say thank you to you too for all the support and love, because my life is so different now because I get to be Fashion Coder and I get to make videos about crypto and Hex and Pulse Chain and PulseX. And it's just so satisfying to be able to help everyone and be able to be someone that onboards people into crypto. So I just wanted to say thank you. And Hex is amazing. The community is amazing. And Maddie, thank you so much for having me today. And I hope that everyone has a really fun conference.
I really appreciate it. You rock. And I think you're going to be doing another talk or two later in the conference. So appreciate
you'll see
that
me.
as well. Thanks. How's it going? Hexagon
Hey,
Lindsay?
Maddie. How are you? It's been, what, a year since I was chasing you around begging you to let me use the stage to take pictures of ladies.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, it's been a while. Yeah. Since even New York, when I met you and Adam there, you guys picked me up from the airport. Thanks for that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, don't worry about it. I mean, Vibra, Uber, we're everywhere.
So are you going to go ahead and give your talk?
I'm going to go ahead and say a big thank you to you really quick for all that you do for this. I know you put a massive amount of work, and I hope you get all the credit that you deserve, and your whole team behind you too. So thank you all. And then I'll
My
take
pleasure.
it from here.
Thank you. Sounds good.
Thanks. Hello, everyone. My name is Lindsay. I am the COO of Vibra Finance. I have been part of the Hex community for quite some time now, and it has been nothing short of a ride. There has been nothing but nonstop research, education, sharing that education, onboarding others into crypto. I walk around with it in front of me. I cheers to it daily. Sometimes I drink the tears of haters because they'll be sorry someday. Anyway, thank you. I bring other women into this community. I hold spaces monthly for women to come and learn about Hex, Pulse Chain, PulseX, the Richard Hart ecosystem, and DeFi in total, because that is what's so exciting. We're all here for one reason, and that reason is decentralized finance and the power that we now hold. And I'm excited when I get to share things with women and things like this is a bath bomb mold that shout out to Eco Builder. He built that for me. And then I get to share little things with women and men along the way that I've made. Like I have little QR codes on them, and they take them right to my website, which gives them a video. Thank you. And shout out to Hex Scout for your apps that you are building, because this is a community of growth and I can't do it alone. And I am so grateful that I'm here. And I feel very blessed to be here amongst such smart friends and such unique individuals. There's no stopping a community of like-minded individuals that are focused on growth and opportunity and that are seeing and building the positive. And I love that energy that the Hex community brings, not just to me, but to bring everywhere, because community is so important. It's touching dirt and knowing 10 people within 10 miles that you can trust, clean water, food, a supply chain, healthcare, education, community and social gatherings. As we dive into, well, we are here in Web3 now, but we're going towards Web4, which is humans and machines learning how to work symbiotically. And so for that to happen, we need to be able to work symbiotically with our peers here today and our community. And I see a lot of that growth going forward. There's so much truth and excitement here. And that's all we can keep doing is keep the positivity flowing, keep the energy going. And when I was brought into Hex, I didn't understand what I held at the time. It took me some research to really dive in. And once I found the power and scarcity of a T-share and the power and the scarcity and the rarity of the uniqueness of the individuals in this community, I really could not stop. And so I've been streaming about Hex for about 2 years now. I started with some educational videos. Serena Alonzi and I did those together. And it's been a ride, creating spaces with the ladies and having them on, doing educational work within my own community, within the community doing education with our youth. It's something that I hope that everybody can anchor into is holding on to something of value with a why in front of it, and then making a system and a plan to create more from there. And we're lucky that, we have the power of a T-share behind us to continue to do that so that we can buy back some of our time, because time on here is precious. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for allowing me to share my excitement about DeFi and the opportunities that we have in finance before us. I wish everyone the best of luck, and we're here for it. We're almost here. A few more months, guys. We could do it. Diamond hands.
Thanks, Lindsay. You always have great takes on onboarding, so appreciate it.
Anytime, guys.
One.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Yo, what up, Maddie?
Buddy?
What's going on, brother?
How's it going?
Good, man. It's been a tumultuous day, but I'm here. No
Awesome.
excuses.
Well, are you giving your talk solo or with me?
I'm gonna go solo.
Sounds good. Take it away.
All right, let's do it. So last year was my first time giving my testimonial, but I'm gonna put a different spin on it this year. I've been a Hexakin for 4 years, been in the game since the beginning, and been in crypto even longer than that. But I just wanted to share with you guys, some backstory for me. I got into investing in cryptocurrency because I first, as a musician, I understood digital scarcity. How did I understand that? Well, musicians have to put out records, they have to make money off of their art, and they have a dream. And I'd say that many of you are similar in that sense, where you guys have a dream. And in order to finance any sort of dream, it takes an exorbitant amount of money for that to happen. And it requires first stacking money so you can finance that dream in a great way. There's a book called The Science of Getting Rich that explains that that's the case, that if you guys want to chase your dreams and go after your dreams, that you need money to finance those dreams. And I know firsthand, I've been on some of the biggest stages in the world with Grammy winning artists, with really famous people that most of you guys would know in various genres of music. And I've been there, but you know what it lacked? It lacked finance. And many of you who have dreams out there and are doing your dreams even right now, can attest to the fact that even though you may be doing your dreams, a lot of times the money's not represented well. And in order to finance those dreams, even for myself as a musician, I realized that I had to take a different route to finance those dreams. And I started to study about money and how some of the great artists who've thrived in the world got their nugget. You know, Bill Withers, for example, he actually made his way in real estate. He didn't actually make his money from all the music that he did. He was able to sustain his career and be more committed to it because he had capital, and he was able to just write more music and be more creative because he had allocated his time and investment into something that was going to generate wealth for him. And for me, I saw an open door because I understood digital scarcity, and I was trying to put out records and I was trying to make music, but then you see that, you know, on the streaming services, everybody gets all this music for free and they don't have to pay for anything. Well, what happens when when you're trying to put food on the table? It's not cutting it. So I started studying and I researched Bitcoin specifically because I was interested in learning about finance. And I said, how can I 10x my money? Googled it, right? Sure enough, Bitcoin pops up. I had seen Bitcoin in 2009. I actually read the white paper in 2009. It was still hard to buy it, give up on it. But then fast forward to 2016, there it was again, Bitcoin. And so I started studying and I started hearing them use verbiage, digital scarcity, and that these digital assets can't be duplicable like a PDF file or anything like that. And that's when it was just because it's too complicated and streamable. If you get it free, cryptocurrency, I knew for going to
That speech was cutting out for me. I'm not sure if it was for anybody else. But we'll have Ray finish his talk here if he gets his internet working again. Sorry about that. Crypto Truth, how's it going?
Hey, I'm blessed. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share and to just be more involved in the community. I really appreciate everything that you do, Maddie. You're so disciplined, you're diligent, you're an example of an excellent person, as I had just left a message for you for the Happy New Year. You're just a top-notch person, and I hope that you continue to grow and to build and to continue to innovate and to lead and construct. I mean, there's just so many synonyms that I could use to promote the abilities that you're showing. So thank you for doing this, and thank you for continuing to look for new ways to incorporate Hex and Richard Hart within the ecosystem that we have and in the world, helping spreading the good word, and also Hex and the T-shares and Pulse Chain and PulseX. And more than that, just the information that we're promoting and sharing with one another. It's amazing. So I want to thank you for that.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for the kind words. And are you wanting to go solo or with me to do your testimonial?
Well, you can stick around, man.
Sure,
I'm not
no
sure,
problem.
you know, I don't want to overstep the time frame or anything, but basically, I'd like to start out. I mean, thank you, Hodl Dog, because that's the first video that onboarded me. He was so patient and reasoning, and he just gave it really straightforward. So thank you, Hodl Dog, for just introducing me to the Hex system, and then Richard Hart, because I immediately jumped into Richard Hart and the 15 ways to fix the world and Sci-Vibe. And honestly, that's how I got to know Richard Hart, because if you read his work and the papers that he's published, you would also understand that he speaks very similar to how he writes. I mean, in my perspective. And so I really saw him as a truth. something that I could look to depend on, to learn from. And so it really became a leader system for me. Like, well, I have so many leaders within this community that are so advanced, not only on cryptocurrency, for example, but also for everything else in life. I mean, we have focus on energy, on food, on business, and not just buying and selling things, but how to improve businesses. So also self-improvement. There's so many categories, and they're continuing to build. So I look at this system as a way for us to grow, not as in one area or another. And shout out to SJ. SJ,
She's in the
Victor
chat.
and
She's listening.
Felix, yes, thank you so much, because they have been such, let me just shout out to EcoBuilder. SJ is like my rock. She's always been like supportive of me. There's been tough times as far as understanding life, and as well as the new cryptocurrency system, that it isn't necessarily new, but in regard to everything else, it's new for a lot of people, and especially was for me. So she really helped open a lot of doors for me. She helped me to become more welcome within the community. And not only her, but Victor and Felix gave me an opportunity to speak within what they were doing. And I am just grateful for them, because they just provided me a space as well as providing our community. The freedom to grow is here and available. I mean, I just look at this as a system of operations that we can continue building and sharing without limit. And I'm just so grateful. I mean, I could go on and on, but I want to list RH Max, because he's always trying to just put out information. Hodl Dog Official, they're always looking for the truth. SJ, which is always supportive of the truth. I mean, I'm just such a supporter of truth. That's why I hold the name Crypto Truth. Crypto is the future. The truth is the only way to see the future. Okay, so within the truth does not change. And so we should always look for that which does not change, that which is right, that which is good and whole. And we all understand the differences between right and wrong, and we should begin our balances there. And so sharing within the system as a community and as a whole.
I appreciate the positive message you have for everyone. And look, the chat was saying it, you know, this has been a really inspirational segment here with so many people coming on stream and giving their testimonial. I just want to bring back up everybody who's backstage here to wrap up this hour-long segment. Yeah, thanks to everyone. I think we had like 20 people speak in the last hour, and everybody did a really great job. And so I want to thank you all for that, and remind everybody, hit the like and subscribe button, share this out. This is good stuff. We're halfway through the conference here for today, and so really appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
100%.
Thanks for having us. Finish strong, everybody.
Appreciate it.
Catch you later.
Appreciate you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Maddie. Fair play to you.
Definitely.
Chat to you soon, Maddie. Go man.
Catch you later. Awesome. So this, as I said, yeah, that was a great segment. And now we're gonna have a 3-minute video premiere that's never been shown before that will lead into our next segment. So here you go.
This is Fetch, a fully decentralized, transparent, and permissionless Oracle protocol built specifically for Pulse Chain. Oracles are essential for smart contract applications that require access to real-time and real-world data, such as price feeds. Fetch is completely decentralized, immutable, and has no admin keys. There's no whitelisting, no permission required, no reliance on centralized points of on-chain data entry that are increasingly susceptible to manipulation, attack, and censorship. Fetch achieves true decentralization through an unrestricted, distributed network of anonymous reporters who protect, verify, and validate the submitted data. This means you can trust the data your smart contract applications are relying on is accurate and secure. Data that can be submitted by anyone and checked by everyone. Powered by a complete crypto economic incentive system, Fetch rewards reporters who compete for user-submitted payments called tips. Here's how it works. A user submits their data request to the Fetch network and adds a tip. The reporters see the request funded with a tip and race to provide the data. The fastest reporter updates Fetch's on-chain database and receives the tip. This is Fetch's liveness guarantee. Users can get data updated anytime by tipping the reporters in Fetch. But what happens if the reporter gives the wrong value? Any Fetch holder can lock up some of their own Fetch as a fee to dispute any reported value. After a dispute is initiated, the community has 2 days to vote on whether or not to reject the data. Meanwhile, since tips aren't released until an undisputed value is finalized, another reporter submits a new value to earn the tip. The user simply queries the on-chain database to receive the new undisputed information. If the reporter was right, they take the disputer's dispute fee. If the disputer was right, they are awarded the reporter's entire stake. This is how users, reporters, and Fetch holders work together to get accurate real-world data on-chain fast, using simple incentives and community governance. Bad actors are punished and good actors are rewarded. Fetch is built for the community and powered by the community. It is a truly decentralized, permissionless Oracle system that offers unbeatable advantages and flexibility. Are you ready to revolutionize the way data is published and accessed on Pulse Chain? Don't settle for anything less than true decentralization. Join the movement. FetchOracle.com.
All right. So up next, we have our speaker, Crypto Crazy. Welcome.
Mate, great to see you, Matty. It's going really well.
I'm glad that you're doing well. And I just want to set up this segment because I chose to invite one donor each day, a brand that I really believe in, that inspires me, and that I do think is related to Hex in one way or another. And so the reason why Liquid Loans made the cut is because with USDL, I really believe that it's true crypto, where you don't have to leave your stablecoin dollar with a banker, a centralized banker giving you an IOU. And so I'm not sure what direction you're going to take your talk. I know it's going to be great, but I just wanted to do that shout out that that I really admire the work that you're doing.
Yeah, Matty, thank you very much. I think a couple of things that people should be aware of. It's obviously I'm the co-founder. The other is Scottish Dave. Both Dave and I have been Hexicans for quite a number of years now. So we're definitely part of the Hex community. But obviously with the advent of Pulse Chain, we just felt, look, we don't want to be under the, we didn't want to see a stable coin feast of centralized stable coins on Pulse Chain. We feel that what we're bringing to the community is exactly what the community really would like to see, and that's a decentralized, truly community-based stablecoin. So really happy to be part of the conference, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. And now you'll be giving your 20-minute talk. Thank you so much.
It's on speed dial. So guys, thank you very much. Look, I did want to, if I could share some slides. So primarily what I had hoped to cover today was just a little bit about the stablecoin environment, a little bit about how we're working with, obviously Fetch is the price feed mechanism that we're using. It's not the only one, but it is an important component. But more importantly, just a little bit about how does your USDL fit into the whole stablecoin field. So if I can just quickly run through the slides now, I'm not even sure. Present. Oops. So I just want to advance this screen, Maddie, and I'm just not sure if I can do that.
I don't think I have control.
Here we go.
If you're sharing it as a file,
yeah. How is that? Does that work now?
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So just a quick recap, and I think, most of the community should be aware of what a stable coin is, but there are some fundamental differences that people need to be aware of. We also need to understand why they're important for what we're trying to achieve on Pulse Chain. There are some risks, but also there's some flow-on effects that I think liquid loans, part of the intent was to actually have a beneficial provide support to the community, but more importantly, also support the price of Pulse. So I'll talk a little bit about that as well. So just quickly recapping, really stable coins tend to fall into two different camps. There's the centralized versions that we're probably familiar with, but then there's decentralized versions. Now, within decentralized, there's some nuances there, and I'll go through some of that. But the centralized ones, we're probably familiar with the likes of USDT, USDC, BUSD, and obviously TrueUSD, which we know has had some checkered history. But obviously, these centralized stable coins predominantly are based on fiat backed, right? So they're backed by collateral that exists or supposedly exists, and it is fiat backed. So these things are not, and they're controlled usually by a central organization. So USDC with Circle, for example, these organizations attest to the fact that they actually have the assets there to support the issuance of the stable coin itself. So if there is ever a question mark on some of the reserves, that's usually when you start to see some noises around the stable coin itself. But you are reliant on a third party attesting to the fact that what they've given you is effectively something that they have in reserve. It's a little bit like, and I'll go to this example because I think it's a fairly valid one, is the old goldsmiths. When they started this process, you would provide the goldsmiths would chain that, and they would actually have that available to you at any time that you wanted to recall it. But that was the beginning of the fractional reserve model, where there was never enough gold to support all the IOUs that were out there. And so if you ever had a run on the goldsmith and the goldsmith didn't have enough gold in reserve, it was always going to be a problem. I actually think that's a manifest. The current situation is really manifesting what started back then. And so that situation where you have a third party controlling that, I think you're always subject to that type of risk. Now, the decentralized versions, there's the two types, and I think we have a preference for the over-collateralized stable coins. And you can see there's a number there. Obviously, USDL is in that camp. You have DAI, MIM, LUSD, which is obviously the parent of USDL. DAI is a little bit different. It's a bit of a hybrid because whilst it is using crypto as collateral, it's also using some of the centralized stable coins as well. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. So it's a funny one to have in that mix, but it is definitely a decentralized model. And we do appreciate that it is also existing on Pulse Chain. But people need to remember that what's backing DAI fundamentally is the fact that you have some centralized stable coins providing that backing. And the other is that this is a bridged-in stable coin. It's not native to the chain, right? Whereas USDL is native to the chain and it's fully collateralized by Pulse Chain itself. I'll explain a little bit more about that in the detail in a second. I guess the last category are the algorithmic stable coins, which, whilst I see that there's a real opportunity in this space, I'm not a huge fan because fundamentally it's an algorithm that maintains the peg. There's nothing sitting behind it. So there is some question marks around the feasibility of some of those algos in the future. And some of them have had some issues in the recent past. So my preference is to always go with an over-collateralized version because you are relying on the collateral actually existing. but existing in excess of the potential demand on the stable coin that's being created. So how does that work with USDL on Pulse Chain? Well, fundamentally what occurs is if you provide, say, for example, $100 worth of Pulse, or you provide, say, $110 as a minimum worth of Pulse, you can mint $100 worth of USDL. So effectively, that's the minimum collateral ratio that you can actually provide. But it just means that you're locking up your Pulse, taking it off market, and then you're minting a stable coin that is directly linked to Pulse Chain itself. The difference here, though, is that obviously Pulse will fluctuate in value over time. So our preference would never be to be at the minimum of 110%. We'd always recommend a much higher collateral ratio because of the volatility of the underlying asset. But basically what it means is because you've got the asset there, if you ever fall below the 110% mark, you can be liquidated. So what happens there is, for example, if you've borrowed $100 worth of USDL, the $110 that you've locked up, if you fall below that, that gets redistributed to the community. And effectively, you still retain your $100 worth of USDL, but you've lost the Pulse that you've used to create or mint that USDL itself. So we believe that's a much better model because there's always going to be a position of over collateralization as opposed to some of the others. And, you know, we all are aware of the Terra Luna situation where there was never enough collateral to support the run on the stable coin itself. So these are the sort of things that we avoid by using liquid loans in its current form. The other thing that people tend to sort of lose sight of here is that having a stable coin, one of the major benefits, I believe, is that, you know, whilst we can transact one-on-one with some of our direct crypto, for example, we might use Hex or we might use Pulse to pay for things. So we might decide to use those assets to pay for transactions, and you can do that in a peer-to-peer way. Obviously, there's still a transaction fee that you have to pay, and if you're using Pulse Chain, it's fairly small compared to, say, Ethereum. But the challenge is really that you're giving up an asset that you may want to hold on to for an extended period of time. So we know that you can imagine if we had started in Hex and we transacted Hex directly at the very outset, when Hex did sort of balloon in price, you would have had what we would regard as seller's remorse. You know, you've sold an underlying asset that has potential to appreciate in value because you've not had an opportunity of creating a stable coin off the back of that. So our intention was to be able to provide that to the Pulse Chain community and to ourselves as Pulse Chain holders, that we would be able to collateralize Pulse, create a stable coin or mint a stable coin that we can then transact with. And the benefit of that is that we can transact the stable coin. It benefits us in two ways, in that we've not ever given up our Pulse. We've just locked it up in a vault. But also, people feel a little bit more comfortable transacting a stable coin rather than the underlying assets such as Pulse that can fluctuate in value. So predominantly, it makes it easier to transact. You know, there's less concern about paying for things in that method because it's a stable coin that you can actually transact across peer-to-peer in a peer-to-peer way. And whilst there'll be a fee associated with that, it's a very simple way of doing things. And again, the other benefit is that you've never actually sold your underlying asset, which provides you with the benefit of, hey, there's no tax implication here because I've not sold the asset. I've just minted a stable coin that I can use to transact with. And there's a real benefit in that. And the other is that, you know, whilst we know that the value of Pulse can go up and down, you know, the hope is for all of us is that it will continue to appreciate over time. And so because we've never had to sell the underlying asset, it's almost equivalent to, say, you know, if you're wanting to buy a car, you might use your home as collateral, but you never want to have to sell your home to buy the car. You just leverage or take a loan against your property and then purchase the car. And then over time, the hope is that the value of your property continues to go up so that the underlying loan that you've taken is reduced over time. But again, you've never sold that underlying asset. So merchant fees for me probably leads into another discussion, and that is more to do with what's happening in the broader landscape with stablecoins and the advent of, say, CBDCs. I think there's a real challenge, and it's probably there's going to be continued pressure, probably coming from regulatory environments around stablecoins more broadly, and I think that's largely to do with the fact that the traditional finance model has always charged a significant premium on transactions, and so as a consequence of that, anything that actually facilitates faster, cheaper transactions is always going to pose a threat to the traditional finance model. And what you'll probably notice is that there's been an introduction, obviously, of the notion of the CBDC, which is the central bank's digital currency. What is that really? It just basically tokenizing currencies in a way that they have direct control. Now, the CBDC version, or the wholesale version that's been around for quite some time, is just a way of being able to transact from one bank to another. That system's been around for years, and there's never been an issue with that type of system. The challenge now, though, is to move into the retail end, which is affecting mums and dads and everyone else that actually has bank accounts, that potentially, if your accounts are actually using CBDCs, the central bank can actually decide, hey, look, we don't like the way that you're spending your money. For example, you might be deciding that, hey, I want to upgrade my car and that's consuming a lot more fuel. We don't like that, so you're going to have to pay more for that. Or there may be other taxes that they'll impose, or potentially even decide, hey, you know what? We don't want you spending your money in that particular way. You've exhausted how we would like you to spend your money, and as a consequence, they may place some limits on you. Worst case scenario, they can even take money away. So we don't like that level of control, and I actually think that that's a very dystopian use of the CBDCs. But that's the retail end, right? So there are some benefits of CBDC, so we can't say that it's not beneficial. It is beneficial in the sense that it removes significant sort of delays that can occur with transactions. And the example I can give you is that most of the transactions in traditional finance, the front ends are very fast. And what I mean by that is that when you're transacting, and we're all using, I'm assuming that most of us are using our phones to transact and send money in different platforms. And if we're using a bank and we're wanting to send money, there's systems like Osco, for example, that's instantaneous. Now, these things are instantaneous on the front end, so you get to see it appear on your bank account. But the settlement layer, which actually happens after fact, is very draconian and very slow. So what tends to happen is the front ends, you see everything happening, and most people will just assume that it's instantaneous, but it's the back ends that are very slow. So the banking system itself has to take into consideration that, hey, this transaction occurred. Can we now reconcile this? Was that okay? And that happens potentially sometime later. So whilst the front ends might be suggesting that everything's okay and it's instantaneous, it's the back ends that are very slow. And the challenge with the banking system is that it's very draconian, it's very slow, and it's cumbersome. And in addition to that, there's a cost associated with that. So that's why you tend to find that a lot of these fees, and I don't know if you've had the experience of having to send money abroad, but the cost of transaction is quite high. And whilst it might appear that it's reasonably quick, sometimes transactions may take a day or two to arrive. And there's a fair cost in doing that. The back of house is much slower, and so that's part of the issue that we're overcoming with having digital tokenization of assets. But CBDCs is the banking sector's way of introducing that into the retail world. But as we know, people tend to overstep the mark, and if the regulators or government have an opportunity of doing something that we may not necessarily approve of, if the opportunity presents itself, I'm pretty sure that we'll all be subjected to some pretty ordinary outcomes. And I think the other discussion around this is to do with the universal basic income notion. So There are some proponents of that and supporters of UBI. Personally, I don't like it. I don't like the idea that this is going to potentially be introduced, because it also means that it helps with the introduction of a CBDC. So I think we may see that. How do I see this playing out in the future? This is probably an example. It's a really good summary, high-level summary of the stablecoin and CBDC landscape and how it's shaping up. You'll notice on the left-hand side, it's largely the financial institutions. And whilst they've been making significant amounts of money in the traditional way through longer times, higher fees, that's moving away. So you can see that, you know, you've got the likes of all the stable coins coming into play. Now, the risk that the inverted commas risk that is usually put up as an issue with stable coins is the supposed systemic risk that they pose. Now, systemic in the sense that there's a concern that if they are not supported or that there's not enough collateral behind the stable coin, it could actually collapse the entire system. Well, I would argue that the whole system is built on a house of cards anyway. So you've effectively got all these central banks moving monies around, and it's a club. And so, you know, whilst they have control of that club, the introduction of stable coins disrupts that. And probably the ones feeling it the most at the moment would be the ones that are centralized, because there's an organization that can actually be approached and regulated, and, you know, a significant amount of pressure placed on to try and stymie that opportunity. The other thing to bear in mind, though, is that what we're suggesting is that there are other versions of this, which is the decentralized model, which is what we're proposing, or what we've really introduced into Pulse Chain. And that basically means that this is a community-run stablecoin. It's got nothing to do. There's no central party. Liquid Loans is just the facilitator of being able to provide this to the community. But ultimately what it means is the community is lending to the community, and it's using the system to facilitate that. So there's no central party. It's completely decentralized. And, you know, from our point of view, it's working really well. But having said that, that's where the issue comes in, is that there is a real risk for traditional finance, and they don't want to see this space being taken up. And you've probably noticed that there are organizations, PayPal, for example, and I think Elon Musk is making noise about providing a facilitated service this way. So in effect, they could be perhaps not using CBDCs, but using blockchain to provide that service. And where do I see it going in the long term? My feeling is that this will coexist. I don't think we'll stop CBDCs, as much as I don't particularly like them. I think it will start to come into the mainstream, even at a retail end. But when they do, they'll have to coexist with stable coins. Our preference, obviously, is to have the decentralized model that we've provided to Pulse Chain, and we're going to start to see more and more of that happening. But fundamentally, I think that's where it's going to head. We have to hope that the traditional merchant integrations prefer to use the blockchain decentralized models rather than just using CBDCs. I'd hate to see regulators really put so much acid on stablecoin providers to try and force them out of the market completely. But I actually think that's how we're going to evolve. And I think we will coexist, and the hope is that we coexist in the long term. So that's where I think we're heading. I think we are heading in that direction, that we will end up having to coexist with CBDCs. Or the potential, the dark side would be that, hey, look, if CBDCs are introduced, and potentially we could see a period of time where we're enslaved by UBIs and effectively not be able to have full control of our money effectively. And that's the concern I would have. Maddie, I know I've spoken a fair bit about CBDCs, a little bit about stablecoins. Questions that may come around USDL is that, how does it work? Well, fundamentally, how does it work is, if you have Pulse on Pulse Chain and you don't want to sell your Pulse, and personally, I never want to sell my Pulse, then how do I actually extract value? How do I extract value from the fact that I have Pulse and I'd like to see it appreciate in value, but I'd like to extract value in the future? Well, one way of doing that is to use the liquid loans protocol. What does that mean? It basically means that you're placing your a portion or all of your Pulse into a vault, and then you decide how much of that you would like to collateralize. My preference is to have a very high collateral level. So what does that actually mean? It basically means that I'm not going to want to place my Pulse at risk by being too close to that 110%. More likely, I would want to be at least 250% or more, so that if there is any fluctuation in the price of Pulse, I'm not likely to lose the Pulse that I've placed in that vault. What may happen is my individual collateral ratio may drop, but it'll never drop to a point that I would be subjected to a liquidation. And again, even liquidation is not as bad as it sounds. It basically means that, hey, if the price of Pulse drops below, or your individual collateral ratio drops below 110%, it basically means that, yes, you would have lost your Pulse, but you still keep your stable coin. There might be a difference of around 10% in value, but you've kept your stable coin. You no longer have a debt, but you've still kept the stable coin. My preference is I want to keep both. I never want to sell anything. So I want to hang on to my stable coins, but I also want to hang on to my Pulse. So in order to do that, and to do that safely, I'll have a very high collateral level. And so for me, 250% seems to be a reasonable position. And the reason I say that is because of my behavior. And my behavior is based on, I monitor the market daily. I mean, I've been playing around this space for a while now, and I tend to watch things on a daily basis. So there's usually a lot of fear around the value of a token can drop significantly. And we all know that there can be the 85, 90% drops. But my argument to that would be that, yes, that does happen, but it rarely happens in one day. And certainly for the assets that we value, it doesn't happen that way. I think the worst case from memory was around a 50% drop in one day. So what does that mean? You don't have to have ridiculously high collateral ratios if you're monitoring daily. If you don't want to monitor daily, or if that's not your preferred way of managing your vault, then our recommendation would be, okay, bump up your collateral ratio much higher, and allow yourself time, but be mindful of the fact that, if the price of Pulse does drop to a certain point, then you do need to keep watching that and topping that up. But again, that's using the system, and people's preferences will change. And for some people, they're quite happy to go to the 110% because they just use it as a stop loss. So they're quite happy to do something like that and just exit out that way. So there's many ways to use the protocol, but the fundamental difference with the protocol is we're minting a decentralized stablecoin that is effectively managed by the community. So we're really happy to have brought this to Pulse Chain. Dave and I are both Hexicans. And we're really pleased with what we've been able to achieve in this period of time. The other thing, and the introduction to this particular segment was about Fetch. What people need to understand a little bit here is that whilst Liquid Loans is operating exactly as expected, and we're really happy with its performance, it does rely on some infrastructure that when we first started our journey didn't exist on Pulse Chain. And rightly so, Pulse Chain was relatively new. There was a lot of work going in. And the sort of things that we're referring to are things like having a multi-sig. So something like Gnosis on Pulse Chain didn't exist. And so we were able to fork Gnosis. And I'll tell you now, that was probably the most painful process we had to go through, was to do that, because of just some nuances in the code. And we've got a fairly sort of robust, or we have a very robust system that we've called Pulse Chain Safe, that allows us to use multi-sig on Pulse Chain. So anyone that is familiar with Gnosis that would like something like that, we'd suggest that you go and have a look at Pulse Chain Safe to play around with that. So that infrastructure was required, but the more important infrastructure was the price feed. So being able to have an Oracle service that provided a solid price for Pulse on chain in a decentralized way was quite a challenge. And when we first started the journey of looking at that, we had a chat with the guys over at Chainlink, not necessarily happy with the way that they were managing things, because we believe it's a bit more centralized than we would like. But we met up with the guys over at Tellor. Nick Fett and his team were quite supportive. Nick's been working with us for quite some time now. And so what we suggested initially was that, look, can we look at forking Tellor, or at least bridging the Tellor tokens in? But then we decided, you know what, this needs to be native to Pulse Chain. We don't want to be bridging in tokens. Let's make it native. Let's bite the bullet, make sure that we can bring this in. And so we've been working with Nick and his team, and we've launched Fetch. Now, what the hell is Fetch? Fetch is an Oracle service that provides the price feed that we use in liquid loans, right? And there'll be a whole bunch of other DeFi protocols that may want to use Fetch. And the fundamental intent is to provide a decentralized way of sending prices. And it doesn't have to be the price of Pulse. It just happens that Liquid Loans uses that. Other projects coming online will be looking at price feeds for other tokens. But we needed a decentralized way of doing that. So the 3-minute sort of video helps to encapsulate what that's about. But Fetch is a very, very different beast to Liquid Loans, but Liquid Loans has a dependency on Fetch. And so as a consequence, we've launched Fetch. We've invested time to make sure that that's working as expected. We're doing that in a very controlled way because it is such a fundamental piece of infrastructure for the chain. And what you'll see is over time, it'll become more decentralized. So we'll make more announcements as we are more able to make it more decentralized. So effectively, it'll end up being the Oracle service that is managed purely by the community. And I think that's the aim of where we're heading. But at the moment, it's being developed in a very controlled way, and it needed to be to make sure that everything's working as expected. So folks, I hope that's given you a bit of a round view of stable coins, what USDL is about, how it sort of interplays with the likes of Fetch, how you might want to use it. And again, Maddie, thank you very much for the opportunity of presenting.
Well, thank you for everything. I think it's really exciting what you're doing. And if I think back to all the things Richard Hart has ever said about things like liquid loans, I think his comment was, duh, that's what rich people do. And so, for all the whales listening, there you have it.
Fantastic.
So yeah, thanks for being a part of the conference this year, and looking forward. Now, where can people find more of the updates on these different products other than the links in the description below?
Yeah, I think obviously if you go to the liquidloans.io site, you'll be able to get information there. There's also a YouTube channel. We also have a Telegram group, t.me/liquidloans. So if you go there, you'll definitely, there's a whole bunch of admins that can provide support to people that may have some questions on how to use the protocol. But yeah, again, Maddie, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Take care. Awesome. And up next, we have Walrus and Yellow Cake to bring the discussion back to Hex. And it looks like we're running a few minutes behind on the schedule, but go ahead and take it away, guys, for a 15-minute talk.
Yeah, we want to bring it back to the one that brought us out of the dance. So, Yellow Cake, you're not as public, man. You maybe want to run it through or what's up, man?
Walrus, your audio is a little bit far away. It sounds.
Is it because my mic's not by my face?
Hey, there we go. All right, thanks.
My bad. No. Go ahead, Yellow Cake.
Yeah, no.
You want a quick introduction?
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, no, I just I was a day one. Discovered Richard Hart on YouTube and got into when it was still Bitcoin Hex. Into the community. Asked way too many questions. Tried to learn, why it is the wheel turned, and so I could, help other people. And then Hex. Hex was my first introduction to DeFi, into real DeFi. And then I made a few mistakes, but never left. So here I am.
Yeah, it's I said it a while back, and it's kind of caught a little bit. Like Hex is the one that brought us all to the dance. There's Pulse Chain, there's stuff we built, there's all this cool stuff. But like Hex is that that glue in the community. Beyond just how fantastic the code is, all the things that go into Hex. It's so much more than the code. It's brought on so many people to want to talk about yield, to understand yield, to delay gratification, and all the steps since then is got us talking front ends and understanding how dexes work, and now even bridges and all the different things with chains. It's incredible what it's done beyond the code. I think that's one of the things that we wanted to kind of to touch on here a bit, is some of the yield opportunities. You maybe want to run through that just real quickly, and then we'll jump on to some of the stuff with Pulse Chain as well.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Like, I mean, Hex was a great lesson on yield. And also like, a great product in a balanced, DeFi portfolio. Like, the certificate of deposit idea was brilliant. Richard, he was right in calling himself brilliant for creating it. It was a really innovative, really innovative tool. And as the space matures, and as I matured too, kind of want to work on protecting, the assets that I have worked so hard to build up. Because as everybody knows, most people lose in trading and crypto and these kinds of things, right? So,
right.
I think, as a space, we as we move away from this wild west that we all kind of knew to love, I think we kind of have to look at a more mature approach to investing and to yield. This whole narrative of yield, when we had especially last run, towards the end, we had this idea of real yield, and I think that stemmed out of because there was so many fake yield things popping up where people just printing tokens out of thin air, and that's your reward, and just dump it, and you'd have thousands or even 1,000,000% APR, but it wasn't real yield, right? So there's a distinction between these protocols like we're seeing in Pulse Chain, the meat and bones, or sorry, bread and butter, like Power City, Liquid Loans. We got to name a few. Like there's all kinds that are generating real fees from real people using the protocol, and there's a reason for that, right?
Right.
Because people are coming to the space, and there's a need for liquidity, right? There's a need for these things, and there's a whole new approach on yield.
Right, and so there's always the just stake it till you make it. That's where people start. It makes so much sense. One of the things I like about the staking mechanic in Hex is because time is that big component there, and the time lock is what's weighted in the incentive, is it makes people slow down. I talk about the same things with like hardware wallets. I think half the point of hardware wallets is that they just make you slow down, right? Rather than just picking up and instantly going and making transactions. Like Hex makes you slow down. It gives you time to start looking at all these other things. That makes a big difference. And now we had a chance to look at some of these yield opportunities where we have eHex and pHex, and now there's ways to even pair these things together. There's a lot of different ways to even get Hex from yield and using other protocols, like what we've seen with some of the dexes and things that are built on Pulse Chain, and I think that's huge. And they also give that opportunity to allow people to take eHex, again, the one that brought us all here, to bring it over to Pulse Chain and do interesting things to gather yield for it. And I think that that's huge because the whole beginning, this whole birth of the idea of Pulse Chain was essentially around fighting the gas fees and S loads and issues that we kept seeing with Hex's staking, right? Like people wanted to be able to stake Hex, we want to be able to write and use the chain, but now we're able to see that we can move these things over, we can pair them in LP pools. There's different things on Fux. It gives us these other opportunities to generate yield with that same asset, and I think that's really valuable.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's a lot of ways, like veering away from the traditional LP positions where you would pair things with one token to another, equal parts. There's a lot of ways to balance and customize your portfolio, now, and to protect the assets that you love and you work so hard, like self-balancing weighted pools, such as like Balancer came out with modeled in, and now we have Fux on our PHUX on the Pulse Chain, which is a Balancer V2 copy, which allows composability of the pool, so you can have up to 8 tokens. So you can have some eHex, some pHex, some Pulse, whatever, there's a pool on there, like, RH Maxi pool, for example.
Yep.
But there's a lot of different options, than just, but sitting on a token and waiting for the number to go up. Like in the meantime,
Yep.
you know, you can earn, because there's a need for liquidity, right? So, you know, a lot of people kind of shied away from the idea, but if you just look at it as a portfolio, you know, management tool or a way to kind of, you know, generate revenue, you know, and realize that revenue is the key, right?
Right.
That's
and those options being on Pulse Chain, like the amount of VHEX that's been bridged over, like I you know, I actually think it's a bit of a narrative that we've underplayed is there's so much value and so much staying power in Hex from Ethereum. But again, we talked about the onboarding issues, all the great things we love about Pulse Chain. You can use Pulse Chain and still get access to that you know, exposure to the EHEX price, which one of the things that I picked up from different aspects of looking at like drafting and just other places where they're trying to look at like mathematical probabilities. One is people tend to overbet on the thing they think they're right on. Like they're willing to pay a premium to guess, like to make their pick. So one of the reasons that I've kind of DCA'd into EHEX as much as I have recently is simply when looking at shiny things, Pulse, PulseX, EHEX, PHEX, is I don't know which one will pump the highest, and I'm willing to take the cheap one. I'm willing to let the rest of the market pay for their guess, right? And when you look at what EHEX has done historically, if you're telling me I can get the EHEX for cheap, like, man, I'm going to keep moving. You know, it's one of those things that I'll keep wanting to have that DCA there to some degree with it, just simply because it, you know, it's done so well in the past, and now I'm able to use, you know, the DEX aggregators and cool stuff that the community's built and Pulse Chain and still be able to use the, you know, get price exposure and keep that underlying asset from the OG. I think that's super valuable.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, there's nothing wrong with spreading things around as well too. Like some people, you know, might think it's competition, you know, to PulseX or something like this, having these other products, but actually it's a synergy and as well.
Right.
You know, you don't want to have everything in one smart contract. Like people were quick to dismiss, you know, smart contract risk, but really like it's a part of, you know, it's part of, you know, crypto and part of the environment we're in. So, you know, having things moved around into different places, there's a lot of different options. So like you said, just with Hex alone, you know, you can use it the way it was intended, certificate of deposit, but, you know, for having some, you know, different aspects in your portfolio that are more liquid, you could have, you know, liquidity providing kind of the way that people are used to. But then you have a lot of different options now where you can take that and pair it with other tokens that you value into a pool, you know, that people have a common interest with, and work together to create higher yield than you would be able to achieve on your own, right? Using tools that are being built. You know, like there's a lot of different ways than just the traditional way of just holding a token waiting for the number to go up. Why not earn on the swap fees? Like there's a need for the liquidity. So doing it in the right way, providing it in the right way, can provide you with, you know, significant returns on the coins you like. You know,
right. And the yield in Hex is really powerful along with that time component, because this is something that's quite different than yield we'll see in like traditional markets. So usually when they refer to yield, it's just, hey, it's 9%. And sometimes we do that just because it's so easy to stick to kind of just like TradFi, you know, kind of speaking habits. But the Hex is much different. The yield in Hex is much different. It can be more powerful than that because the yield is being paid out in Hex itself, which means that your yield that you accrue over time is also still basically speculative and risk on. You know, so say over a given time frame, you pick up 8, 9, 10% yields, whether it's through either some type of liquidity or these other pairings here, you pick up that yield, but it has price exposure as well. So if you gathered, say, you know, if you're looking, say, over a year and you picked up 10% yield in this time frame here, if that price gives you, you know, another 50%, 2x, 10x on that, then like your kind of realized yield in fiat is substantially higher over those timeframes too. So I think that even when we talk about the percentage of yield in something like Hex, sometimes we forget that's risk on. Like the realized yield can be an order of magnitude or higher than that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and for sure. And like I say, the great thing with like Richard Hart was a pioneer in the, you know, in the space in terms of like doing everything at you know, the beginning of the, you know, he's the first, you know, popularized Uniswap and, you know, did all these things. But now with the the composability of smart contracts, we can start to kind of put things together like Lego pieces, and that's where you get your returns, your yields from Hex, but then you start to add in swap fees, and you have all these types of things in one basket, and then you start to optimize things by using a tool that can help people to aggregate their efforts to to get a bigger win for everybody in this space. Like the yields on Pulse Chain right now are crazy. That's the great thing about where we are, because there's the yields are there until people come in and it gets diluted. Those are still going to be there, but those are going to bring people in. People that are going to chase yields are going to come to Pulse Chain for these higher yields, because you're not going to get these kinds of things on Ethereum right now, right? It's hey Maddie.
Hey, great points. I appreciate you guys doing your talk and speaking about you bringing the conversation back to Hex and what the opportunities are here. It's great.
Yeah,
they're everywhere, man. Hex is, the staking on it's so good that sometimes we even forget like just how strong it can be as an asset, to be used for and all these other things that we have going on in the space, man. It's the one that brought us all here, man.
Yeah. First love. Yeah, and that's the great thing. Like I was talking to Walrus before, and you work so hard to build these to build up these assets and these, and you want to protect them too, right? So there's ways, there's as you mature and as a space matures, like I think it's normal to like I said, okay, if you're just talking about Hex, it doesn't all have to be in one spot. Like you could do some liquidity providing on Pulse Hex. You could put some into a common pool for other purposes. Like there's a lot of different things a person could do, apart from just the traditional, one method that we're all accustomed to, which is the delayed gratification, which there's nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, that Pulse Chain is there's a whole slew of DeFi products being built to give us a lot of opportunities here.
I love it. Yeah. Well, thank you guys for coming on again, and really appreciate it.
Yeah, crazy good conference, Maddie. Keep doing all the good work, man.
Thanks
Appreciate
for
you bringing us on.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
Catch you guys later.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going, KDP?
Hey, Maddie, how are you?
I'm doing great. So, in introducing you here, I tell people you're one of the smartest people in the Hex and Pulse Chain community, and I want to qualify that. Back in the day when there were like 100 really smart people who were all in this Pulse Chain game theory chat, you seemed to be the most informed. It was like you and K4K, they would like read all of the messages ever and understand them all and be able to guide people, even Richard. So yeah, thank you so much for everything you do for the community. I also heard that like you left a position because you wanted to be able to speak more openly about things. And I really respect that too. So looking forward to your 20-minute talk here.
Thanks, Maddie.
Yep.
So yeah, I did leave a team because I wanted freedom, right? Like that's part of why we come to crypto. But the one thing that brought me here was the community. So I had zero intention of joining Twitter, right? I had zero intention of staying, and I had zero intention of ever joining a crypto community. I was very happy person just doing my own thing in the background, never being public or really interacting with anyone in the crypto space. But this community is something extremely different. So the people caught me here and they knew that I was playing dumb to start with, right? And certain people got me to talk. And it's been such an amazing experience for me. And I am so grateful to the Hex community. So some people ask me why I do everything that I do and why I put so much time and effort into it. And it's the people. Like I want to give back to those people that did a lot for me in the beginning, right? They got me confident, got me talking, got me to step up and be a part of this community. And I haven't looked back since. So that's something that I think everybody misses and keeps forgetting is how amazing and outstanding this community is to everything else, right? Like even if you go and look at Ethereum and Adder and all these different communities that are strong, they're united, they're this and they're that, it just still doesn't match up to the Hex community. They're active. They show up every single day. They turn up regardless, right? If you have somebody fighting or somebody doing anything out on Twitter, somebody having a bad day, something terrible happened to them, the Hex community always shows up, right? And that's a certain strength that you just can't get unless it's something that people truly believe in, right? So you can say Pulse Chain's bringing in new people and Pulse Chain's doing this and that, but you have to go back and give accolades to the Hex community because they are everything, right? It's a grassroots community that is stronger than anything I have literally seen in crypto. And I've been in crypto for a long time, right? I've been around, I've seen many communities, and they're just not the same, right? So you can be controversial about Richard Hart, different things that he says, etc. But if you move past those things and just look at Hex itself and look at the Hex community, you know, that was the biggest eye opener for me. So I didn't initially invest in Hex because I was controversial and speculative myself, right? I didn't go look at the white paper. I didn't go look at the code itself. I didn't go look at the community. I just went, no. Right. And I think that was one of the biggest eye openers for me in my journey in crypto as well, is when I actually met the Hex community and going, you know, what people say on the outside isn't always a representation of what's on the inside. So inside the community, we can bicker about eHex and pHex and all these different things, but the fundamentals don't change, right? So I go out and I look on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it now, and you have certain people debating different narratives around Hex right now. And I think that they are all just people trying to cope and people trying to push through, and maybe the small minority just trying to push their loud message out, right? So those that are saying you shouldn't stake, for instance, well, like I disagree, and I've been vocal about that previously in other streams and with groups of people on the sidelines as well. Because one of the things that Hex is great for is delayed gratification. And people take that out of concept as well too, right? They put their own spin on it and they can do whatever or say whatever they want as well. But one of the biggest things that you come into like a reality check with in crypto is your own personal emotions. So crypto is really, really hard, right? When you start getting 10x's, 20x's on your money, when you start getting those green candles, you automatically have an emotional feeling that you need to exit your position. You need to take profit. Not many people literally buy the bottom and sell the top because they never make it there, right? Most people go chasing other things as well. So say, for instance, right now when Hex isn't moving, when Hex is down lows, it's the area that people should be most interested in it, right? This is the area that people should be excited about. When everybody else is fearful and it's literally uncomfortable for you to press buy is when people should be interested, right? When you should be pushing that uncomfortable feeling within yourself and hitting the buy button. But then it's how do you actually hold, right? Well, staking helps you hold, but it's also a contract that's worked flawlessly for 4 years, right? No exploits, no inflation bug, nothing at all has gone wrong with the Hex contract. So you know it's one of the only things in crypto, literally one of the only things in crypto that you can trust to give you sustainable yield, right? Over time, paid out in the form of Hex for locking up your assets. So in crypto, everybody goes FOMO and chasing green candles because they want to earn more passive income, right? They want to make more money. Well, Hex gives you that opportunity to make more money on your money, right? Even in the real world, all we do is chase passive income because passive income is a form of changing your life, right? If you can find multiple revenues of passive income, you have the ability to escape 9 to 5s. You have the ability to make more choices for yourself and not be locked into certain things, right? If you have a Hex smart contract that you know you can trust, that you can go review the code yourself, right? That's worked flawlessly for 4 years. You can lock up your assets, have the delayed gratification of not the emotional selling, the emotional exiting your position to go chase shiny things, right? You can actually buy it at the bottom, lock it up, earn yield, and sell it towards the top, right? So when you're talking about delayed gratification and staking and people pushing out narratives, people need to also accept that some of those people that are pushing out those narratives are people that maybe made bad choices themselves, right? So if you're like a bit newer to crypto or last cycle was your first bull cycle, for instance, and these different types of things, not many people recognize 4-year cycles, right? Not many people account for maybe 4-year cycles in the future are going to be cut a little bit shorter, or all these different things that happen, right? So if you're looking out in the future, well, you probably don't want to have your stakes ending towards the bottom of the market unless you're further out in time and you're happy with the yield that you're making as well, right? So people need to make better choices, but people also need to not push other narratives that they see other people pushing just based on certain sentiment, right? So every time you have a sentiment shift in the market, you'll see new narratives pop up. You'll see new people that are speculative or controversial on the topic push their opinions more so, right? But you need to pull yourself back and remember what Hex is, right? Hex is what brought everybody together to start with. Hex is the contract and the token that did a 10,000x with a really small community, right? If you go look at Bitcoin and its S curve, and it's at the top of the S curve, right? And then you go look at Hex, well, Hex is still back at the very beginning. So some people can say, you know, Hex is dead or Hex doesn't have the potential to make the returns. But you're speculating on a community now, right? You're not just speculating on Richard Hart or on the token. And when I go back and I look at the community, I would put my bets with the community of the Hex community, right? Because they are stronger and achieved more than any other community you've ever seen. So if you go look at Pulse Chain, for instance, right? It's got, I think it's 191 projects launched on it already. Do you remember that every single blockchain that's launched has grant programs, right? They pay these people to build on chain. They pay for the GMXs and the RVs and the Fiats and all these different things to come over as well, right? Pulse Chain doesn't have that. Pulse Chain doesn't pay Uniswap to come over, right? Pulse Chain has a system state fork, but it has a Hex community that built 191 projects already, right? It's got 10 bridges in 8 months, and you have other chains that don't even have 2 bridges in 4 years, right? 5 years. So if you go compare what the community achieves in comparison to other people and other communities, you have no, like, there is no second best, right? It is just the Hex community and then everybody else. So yeah, we're in real DeFi. Yeah, we only trust contracts. But for me, there is a huge amount of not trust, but like a synchronization with the community, right? Because for me, the community is everything. The community builds everything. They do everything. They show up every damn day, right? So if you go look at Hex Scout, for instance, it's the best onboarding app for Hex I have ever seen. What other community has an app or a website like Hex Scout? Like, find me one. Bitcoin is 14 years old. It doesn't have a Hex Scout, right? Hex Scout is like showcasing what the community does again, right? It's showcasing the belief that certain people in the community have. Now, if you want to go like play those games of, oh, but there's big whales in Hex and these people are going to be hundreds of millionaires and blah, blah, blah. They're going to keep dumping on our heads. People have a little bit of PTSD as well in the markets. So you need to remember that while we're in the accumulation phase and we're moving sideways, parabolic moves happen, right? Doing a 10x in a week really isn't unheard of in crypto. And you're going to lose people along the way, right? Like that's just in the game. But if you go look at every other single token in existence, 80, 90% of the token is held by the top 100 wallets, right? Like when, I'm not going to name names, but certain other tokens launched, 98% of the supply was with the founder, right? And those certain tokens still did huge amounts of returns. Because at the end of the day, people don't care about those things, right? You have other communities that have the same type of FUD as us, right? Like the SEC, et cetera, et cetera. Those tokens are still out there performing extremely well, right? You have chains that have gone down multiple times last cycle, and they have massive adoption now and huge communities building around them and people still bullish on them. Like these narratives that consume people in these times don't matter in 6 months, right? They don't matter in 4 months because green candles changes everything. And the same thing goes for Hex, right? Like you can have narratives around eHex and pHex, but you know, if you take away the narratives, remove yourself from Twitter for a little while and go look at the two, the fundamentals haven't changed, right? If you actually look at the charts, eHex is stronger than pHex right now. Right? Like eHex is showing bullish divergence, like it could just pop up into a 6x overnight, right? I'm not saying that's going to happen, okay? That's not financial advice. It's just, if you take away sentiment of other people and make choices for yourself in crypto, that's when you're better off, right? And that's what Hex was designed for. That's why it's trustless, no admin keys, no middlemen, right? It's a smart contract that runs on the blockchain that you make an agreement with, and you have to live up to the agreement that you make with it, which also reiterates the fact that you need to make choices for yourself versus other people, right? No market cycles. Understand psychology in the markets as well. Because again, when people aren't interested in things is generally when you should be interested. So somebody like me, for instance, I'm going to be loudest at the bottom because I truly believe in Hex. And that's coming from somebody who has admitted numerous times that I didn't initially, right? I didn't buy Hex. I'm not a Hex OG. I was the person that sat on the sidelines going, why is this thing like outperforming? Why is it still pumping? Like waiting for it to collapse. Like how I do now with other tokens, waiting for their collapse. I did the same thing with Hex because I didn't take the time to understand it or learn it, right? And now that I have, I sit there and go, yeah, the fundamentals haven't changed. Nothing in the future is really ever going to change those, right? And honestly, as time moves on, you're going to start to see the community showcased again. So you've seen it right now with Pulse Chain, right? You've seen it previously with Hex. And I think moving forward, Hex is going to be a dominant figure, even though Pulse Chain's more easy for people to understand. So you have massive influences within the crypto space that we all know sacrifice for Pulse Chain, right? We all know that they're sitting around the ecosystem, but they're not talking about it because they're underwater, right? When these people aren't underwater, you have a huge amount of people that are going to start talking with millions of followers about our ecosystem. And while Pulse Chain is easier for people to understand, Hex is still that guy down below, right? That has the huge, strong community that's known to outperform certain things. And again, in market psychology, right? You follow the money around. If money is going into PLS first, you want to accumulate and position yourself in there, but then you want to look where the money is going to end up, right? And most people would likely put money back into some of their favorite assets, right? Which is Hex. So if you look at market psychology as a whole and you look at crypto as a whole, you watch it move around chains, right? You watch the money flow to Bitcoin. You watch it flow to Ethereum. You watch it flow to L2s. You watch it flow to L1s, right? You see it going around all the different altcoins. It's never in the one place, right? It's never evenly really spread across board either. It's generally moving in one direction. So one of the best things that you can do in crypto is position yourself before the money gets there, right? Before the other people. So that's why when I talk about narratives, and especially on my X account, right, I push out about how people are buying in other people's fear right now. People are buying before other people get in, right? These are the times that you guys should be bullish, even though it's the opposite, right? And I think a lot of that just comes down to sentiment and allowing people to psyops you in a way of changing your own beliefs, right? Changing what you know to be true. So if you jump into one-on-ones with certain people, if you jump into Twitter spaces with certain Hex crowds, right? Nothing has changed for them. If you jump on Axis or live streams and all these different guys, nothing has changed for them. They're still charting. They're still bullish. They're still following the T-shares. There is no big market sentiment change for the true believers. It's just the other people that were always sitting on the edge. And as a newer person that used to be on the edge and like, no, and now I'm full blown in the middle as a true believer, right? I confidently say to people, like, if you are uncomfortable to press buy on an asset, that's generally when you should press buy. There's been many times in the past when like certain market structures have happened and I haven't felt comfortable pressing the buy button on things, right? Even take PulseX, for instance, right? When it's down low, you feel a little bit uncomfortable. Yeah, you don't feel the like 100% reassurance in the own choices that you're making. But deep down, you do because you believe in the asset, you believe in its fundamentals, you believe in its future projections, right? And you believe in its community. All these different factors add up. It's just actually pressing the button that feels a little uncomfortable to you. And so if you remove yourself a little bit from social a bit, right? If you remove yourself from all those different negative people, the trolls, the people that literally just follow the community around to talk smack, right? If you remove all of that and just focus on yourself and choices that are right for you, focus on what you know, right? It's life-changing wealth that crypto makes. And Hex has proven to make life-changing wealth for people. Hex has proven to be one of the only things that stood up against everything else collapsing. And so people can also say what they want about Richard Hart, right? Yes, we have Hex that's down lower than certain other tokens, but at the same time, everything else around us has been collapsing, right? Every centralized entity that Richard said would collapse, collapsed. Every time he called out certain things for admin keys, certain things for different aspects about it that was bound to fail, right? They all ended up failing. So you're talking about a man that built an asset back, he planned it back in like 2017, early 2018, right? And didn't deploy it until 2019. There is so much time, effort, energy, money, and consideration that's gone into actually launching Hex, and it's proven itself for 4 years. Okay, so all these new shiny different objects and diversification, etc. You know, sometimes you just still have to look back to what started it all. And yeah, it's its second cycle. Most assets don't make it to its second cycle. So imagine if we had an asset that made it to its second cycle, broke all-time highs, and created records again. So it created records last cycle by being the best performing asset, right? Minus SHIB. I think SHIB was a little bit better than Hex last cycle, but it was the best performing asset of the last bull cycle. If it was to break its all-time highs this cycle and go on to be successful through its second cycle, Hex continuously breaks records. And that brings so much eyes and attention, right? It's the enormous upside potential outweighs the downside potential. So everybody's doomsday prepping, everybody's thinking the worst, but nobody's going back to magic carpet rides, right? Nobody's going back to what does the bull market actually look like when it gets here? What do those massive green candles feel like, right? Like PTSD in crypto is real too. When you have that euphoria cycle and then you go into the deep depression and the anger and the different part of the market cycle, right? And then you're stuck in accumulation, you are doubtful, right? You make some bad decisions, but it's also the best time for you to reassure yourself of what comes next. Remove the PTSD, remove all the other different sentiments that you have and look towards the future, right? Because remember, if you go back and like look at the Hex chart, for instance, I think there was about 7 or 8 times that it took a negative 70 to like 85% dip on the way up. So volatility is in the game and it's extremely difficult, which always goes back to the ethos of Hex and why staking isn't bad, right? People jump into liquidity pool providing to earn smaller APYs than they would if they just staked their Hex, right? So people want passive income. People chase these things all the time, but they keep forgetting what brought us here together to begin with, right? They keep forgetting the thing that pays you trustless yield, the thing that helps you with delayed gratification, to not sell through those down periods, right? To not make bad decisions through the market cycle, that helps you make better decisions for yourself. Because I know there's a lot of times in my past, I'm not going to name one of them, right? But a certain one that if I had have been able to have the ability to lock up an asset when I bought it near the bottom and I had the ability to lock it up and sell towards near the top of the last cycle, it would have been extremely different story, right? But it didn't have that ability. You didn't have the choices that you have in Hex, right? And you don't even have to lock up Hex. The point of locking up is not just to earn the passive income. It's also about the mental health, right? And the delayed gratification. Because what comes with removing the ability to sell, the ability to FOMO, the ability to make those bad decisions, like the ability to not run and chase the APYs that could get you wrecked. It comes with mental health. The biggest thing that people forget about in crypto is mental health. Mental health in crypto is so, so important because it's not just the downtime that gets people, it's the uptime as well, right? Like if you have ever lost $10,000, $100,000 on a trade, right? If you've ever lost a significant amount of money or been rug pulled, then you know the feeling, right? If you haven't yet, then, you know, these are the things that this ecosystem is protecting you from because there is so many things that can happen in crypto. There's so many different
Did the video cut out?
Important that
for other
everybody
people?
remember the fundamentals. Go back to what started it all and remember the community, because you guys should be proud of yourselves.
That was a great talk. I think it cut out there at the end, but it came back just at the perfect time. So
Thank you, Maddie.
yeah, thanks so much for being on. And I think you're on the social tomorrow night as well. So looking forward to that.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. And yeah,
Have a good
you
one.
guys keep being cool.
Thanks. Okay, so up next, we have a talk that's been given every year since the first Hex conference. And it's a powerful one. It's one that's data-driven, and it's by these community members that are loved by the community, specifically because they went to 45 different cities all across the United States. So next up, I'm going to bring up Ebit and Patrick.
The only one that ain't prepared. Oh yes, I'ma be a millionaire. 5, 5, 5, 5, a couple trillion shares. Oh no, I ain't getting wrecked again. Richard Hart, he got a set to win. We're a family, we all the best of friends. We ain't a cult, man, just call us Hex again.
Hey guys.
What's up? What's up? What's up, everybody? How's it going, Maddie? Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for being here. And you guys are going to give your talk now, so I'll let you take it away. Thanks.
Thank you, Maddie. Thanks for the introduction here. You said it already. We have this Power of T-shirt presentation every year since the Hex Online conference is a thing. And this time it's going to be the 4th time we will show the Power of T-shirt presentation version 4. And it has been a little bit hard to figure out what can we show new to the people that have already watched the content, that know how T-shirts working, but luckily we did it. We've been able to show some more things in our staking simulation that will maybe open some eyes for the people that are in Hex already for a long time. And we figured out also some other graphics that we implemented, so these are new. So with no further ado, let's start the presentation. I have already a screen share here prepared for you. And we can start right away. Like you see here, version 4 of our Power of T-shirt presentation. And what will we be talking about today? Today is all about T-shares. First, we will talk about Hex a little bit. We talk about the staking rules, since these are the fundamentals to understand how T-shares work. And then we go into the next segment, which is where does the yield really come from? And we compare traditional finance and compounding in Hex, for example. I think that's a very important point to understand. And in the third part, we will see how much can you earn in Hex and how does the compounding effect really work. And then in the fourth part of our presentation, we have interesting data that nobody in the Hex community has discussed in 2024. In 2024, we are the first ones to present the actual inflation in Hex, and it's lower than anybody thinks. Patrick, this next slide here. What is Hex?
Yeah.
Do you want to do that?
Of course, I want to do that. So also welcome from my side. I hope everybody is doing right. If you have seen, I have like a little Richard in my background that was from last year's live events from Budapest. And a buddy of mine brought him to his home in order to have some fun with the paper Richard here. So, but here, what is Hex? Hex is similar to a certificate of deposit where you can yield by locking up your funds for a fixed period of time. So in our German community, we refer to what is Hex to a Krypto-Sparbuch, which means a individual crypto savings account where you have perfect control over it. And it is a perfect designed financial product that has been operating flawlessly for over 4 years. And it's really so that the Sparbuch character is really what makes Hex unique, because I don't know about a different or another cryptocurrency which has like such unique characteristics when it comes to earning trustless yield. And even Richard, before he design Hex said, now as we have programmable money on the blockchain, the first thing we should program is trustless yield, where you get your yield with the proof of mass of a contract without the involvement of any other human being. And one really great site to learn about Hex and to get started with Hex is just came out a few months ago, and it's called hexscout.com. So if you're new, if you're onboarding, just check that out with your new onboards, hexscout.com. You will like it a lot.
I like it a lot, hexscout.com. I use it as my #1 onboarding page. I think it is even better than hex.com. So I can really only vouch for hexscout.com. You guys should all check it out. And yeah, we're always saying that Hex is like a certificate of deposit, but on the other hand, it's nothing like a certificate of deposit at all, right? Like there are some very important differences here, and we will highlight them in this presentation. So I always like to say that Hex is a certificate of deposit on steroids, because that's what Hex is to me. Let's go to the next slide here, because now we want to talk a little bit about where does the yield come from. Therefore, we need to understand the staking rules. Bigger pays better, longer pays better, the end stake penalties, and then also the T-share rate that is only going up. And the T-share rate is really our main focus on this presentation. And then I really like to emphasize the compounding in Hex. In Hex, I think that's very important to understand for a long-term vision. If you choose to stake for 5555, for example, it's important to understand how much yield you can actually make. And then we want to show you guys how to calculate the daily payout. First, the daily payout that is given out to the staker class. And with this formula, then you can also calculate how much Hex you're going to earn on your individual stake. If you stake for 1 day, for 10 days, for 5555, this calculation is for you to really calculate how much Hex you will be earning every single day. So where does the yield come from? I think in every financial instrument, let's say the dollar, for example, the FED has a big problem. How do you inflate the money and give it out to the people? They have a big problem with that, right? Basically, they have no idea how they do that, right? How to do it correctly. And this is the perfect design of Hex. With the T-share, it is done in the best way, where the Hex inflation inflates by 3.69% per year. Later on, we can talk about that topic a little bit more at the end of the presentation. And these Hex are paid out to the staker class. And who is in the staker class? Everybody who is making Hex stakes, because this daily payout is paid out equally to all the T-shares in existence. And now we go further with the staking rules.
Exactly. And first of all, let's look at the staking rules, because if you're just starting with Hex, if you have just liquid Hex, you should really know them, because they are like really individual. They are a little bit different than like other staking rules from other projects you might know. So first of all, we have the longer pays better bonus. Then there is also the bigger pays better bonus. The next thing which is really important to know is that there are early and late end stake penalties. So you should really commit to your stake and to be like correct, to just fulfill what you said yourself. So if you are going to say, I want to stake for 1,000 days, then you should really come back after 1,000 days. And then the last thing which is really important to know with the staking rules is that there is a share rate, and this share rate is only going up over time. So let's have a look to the first one, the longer pays better one. The longer you lock up your Hex, the more bonus T-shirts you receive. The maximum bonus is earned at the 10-year lockup period, but the maximum staking length is 5,555 days, which is about 15.2 years. And in a moment, you will see why it is still the best thing to go over the 10-year mark when we once we go over the charts and over the comparison with our persons. So the next bonus would be the bigger pays better bonus. Just one thing from the longer pays better bonus, like for every year you lock up until the 10-year period, you get 20% extra Hex, which then gets converted to T-shares. And now the bigger pays better bonus, the more Hex you lock up, also the more bonus you receive. And this bonus is kept at 10%, but only if you stake like a huge amount of Hex, like 150 million Hex. For example, if you would stake 1 billion Hex, then you would still only get 10% bonus because it's capped at 150 million hex. And then to calculate it down, if you stake like half of it, 75 million hex, you only would get 5% of bigger pays better bonus. At 15 million hex, 1%, and if you stake 1.5 million hex, then you get 0.1% of bigger pays better bonus. Then the most important thing about staking are the early and late end stake penalties. Why are they existing? They exist in order to incentivize good behavior or true behavior, and to end stake on the terms you yourself put it in the past. And in general, you can say there is a low fee for a small lie and a high fee for a big lie. But actually, you need to be aware a little bit about this general talking, because, for example, if you have a really long stake, let's say 3,000 days, about 10 years, and then you come back on day 2,999, so just one day before you fulfilled your contract, even then you would lose the majority of your accrued interest. So be careful when it comes to early end stake penalties. And in the next slide, we also made a chart where it gets explained in detail. So if you really want to calculate it yourself on your specific stake, then you can pause the video right here, look at the actual formula, and calculate it yourself. We are not going to do that right now. So let's move on here, ALLin.
I think it is really important to have those penalty structure, because we call it the truth engine, right? Like it incentivizes the market participants to say the truth. And like, how powerful is that to have something like this embedded in a financial instrument? I like that part a lot, because later we will also see that those penalties are accumulate to the daily payout. And where does the daily payout go to? To the staker class. So the people that end stakes and lie, like when they stake early, they give their hex to the people that say the truth. I think that's a brilliant concept. So now we go further with the T-share rate. And I think the T-share rate is really the heart of Hex. It is what makes Hex so special, because like we said before, it is actually really hard to give out inflation to the right kind of people. And the T-share rate only going up incentivizes this good behavior that we have. It makes the people stake early. It makes the people stake long, out of the reason that nobody wants to lose their T-shares that they have accumulated. So one part of it, which is really important, is that it is only going up. And with that, it is simulating a compounding interest. Later on, we have a picture that shows a little bit better on how exactly it does simulate that compounding interest. So let's talk about that specific point later on a little bit. Today, the current T-share rate is 31,256 for one T-share. So if you have this amount of Hex and you stake it for 1 day, you would get back 1 T-share. And then the little text that we have written down here, it's a really important phrase to understand for all the hexagons, to understand when does the T-share price actually goes up. When does the T-share, like the smart contract, decide when to bump up the T-share rate? So let me try to read that out loud here. When a stake is due, the smart contract will determine if the staker could get more T-shares by restaking principal plus interest for the same duration as the previous stake. If this is true, the smart contract will raise the T-share rate to a point where this is not possible anymore. So every single staker that clicks the end stake button, the smart contract just checks for this specific staker, can he get more T-shares, yes or no? And based on that, the smart contract trustlessly bumps up the T-share rate to an amount of a rate where he cannot get more T-shares. I think that is really, really powerful. And here in the next picture, we show you the staking rules again, because in order to get T-shares, you need to stake Hex. And if you stake Hex, you have to make 2 decisions. First, how much Hex you're going to stake and for how long. And we have made 2 errors here. The yellow one, the Hex gives you the bigger pays better bonus. And here you see for 10,000 Hex, for example, you would get 0.06 Hex, and the longer pays better, way more significant. We staked just for a comparison, later on 5 days. And this gives us 20,000 hex. So you see, it is way easier to utilize the longer pays better in order to get more T-shares. So this picture was taken 2023, so last year basically. And you see here for 10,000 hex being staked, the maximum duration, you would get 1.17 T-shares. But how is it now with the ever rising T-share rate? If we would make the same stake today with the same amount of hex in the same duration, you see here on the bottom right, we would only get 960 B shares, no T shares anymore. T shares just stands for trillion shares, correct, Patrick?
Trillion.
And B shares is in this case billion shares. So you see, because the T-share rate went up today with the same amount of hex, we do not get the same amount of T-shares anymore. And now we can maybe figure out, and this is something new we have integrated this year, how much hex do we have to stake in order to get 1.17 T-shares again? So here you see it. For 12,300 hex, we would get the same amount of T-shares, which proves to you every single year when your stake ends, you have to either stake more hex or for a longer duration in order to just keep up with your T-share amount that you have. So the next slide here that we have, this is exactly what I was talking about. And now I realize I have taken Hex Lion's part because he wanted to talk about last 3 slides, but I will just continue and he will continue in the next couple of slides. Anyways, so what you guys see here is a traditional compounding. In a bank, for example, your principal gets bigger and bigger every year, and your APY is based on this principal. Traditional compounding. Let's see how the compounding works in Hex, because it's totally opposite. Sometimes Hex Lion and we say that it is an inverse compounding function, because here you see that the principal in Hex always stays the same. You stake 10,000 Hex for 5, and these 10,000 Hex never changes. So what actually changes is the daily payout.
The
and here
the T-shares you got for the 10,000 hex are never changing.
The T-shirts you got for 10,000 hex are never changing. It always stays the same. We will see that later on in a chart as well. What is changing is the daily payout, which is getting bigger. You see it here in the picture. And the T-share pool that is shrinking. And this is due to the ever rising T-share rate, which we see here now. Patrick, now it's your turn.
Exactly. Yeah, and no worries, bro. I'm over in Europe, so it's pretty early my time, like 4 a.m. So I have no problem if you take it away a little bit more often. So, but now let's have a look at the T-share rate. So, as we already explained, right now it is at 31,256. Back then, when Hex started at 2nd December of 2019, we started at the rate of 10,000 to 1. So it did not start at 0, so at 10,000 to 1. And last year, to have a comparison, we had 25,400, which is like a difference of the last year to this year's of nearly 6,000 hex, or about a little over 20% more than last year.
And this year's presentation for us, Power of T-share, is all about comparison. So I really wanted to show the comparison between the T-share rate today and last year. Patrick Hex Line already said it, almost 6,000 hex. And I think that is very, very significant how it is raising every single year. There we go, the T-share rate forecast.
I guess you need to click one more. Yeah, there we have it, the T-share rate forecast. So on the left side, you see like the starting of Hex. You see the orange line, which is like the actual history we have, and then when it continues to the blue line, the datas. By the way, I guess we haven't mentioned that all the datas what we are using are from hexfire.io. So a big shout out to Crispy Man as well. He couldn't join us today for the presentation, but he helped us in the preparation phase in order to give us all those charts and forecasts. So it's not like just based assumptions or something like that. So there in all our charts, there is a lot of math in mathematics in the background. And here the T-share forecast rate, what you can see is like a always rising share rate, and towards the end you see like kind of a flat line. That is just because of the resolution of this chart. But even after 2035, the share rate will still rise, because there will always be stakes made, and always be like little stakes made. And for example, if somebody stakes 10,000 hex for 1 week in 2036, and in this week nobody else is ending a stake, then this specific staker, after this just 1 week in 2030 something, will still influence the share rate. Because as Abid explained to you before, it is always looking at every end stake if the specific staker could get more shares by restaking its principal and all the accrued interest. So in this specific example, if the staker wants to restake his principal plus the accrued interest of those 7 days, then he would get more shares, and therefore the share rate still needs to rise a little bit even at that moment. But it looks like that after 2035, all the original stakes, those stakes who were made in the first year of Hex, are out of the system, and that's why the share rate will have a slower rise after those years, and then continue onwards.
That's 100% correct. I was waiting for you to bring that up. The OG stakes 2035, the first 15-year stake will be over, and I'm very excited for the times to continue with our Power of T-share presentation, to see how the simulation is going to work out, because that's what we're going to discuss next. But before that, we want to talk a little bit how much can you earn, and how does the daily payout calculation, for example, work, before we then go into our staking simulation. I think that's always a very interesting part for me, probably for the audience as well. So for the daily payout calculation, we need to have two things, like you have seen it in the picture before. The daily payout, first of all, the hex that has been paid out to the staker class. And then, of course, we need to know about the T-share pool as well, and how many T-shares are there in existence. So first, the daily payout. Like we said before, Hex inflates 3.69% every year. This Hex inflation given out to the staker class. And here's now something that we said already before as well. The early and late end stake penalties are also put into the daily payout. And down here you see the formula in order to calculate that yourself, what the daily payout is. It looks a little bit complicated, but trust me, once you have done it once, it's really, really easy to do. And Patrick, how about this graph here, those spikes that we see up, what exactly are they?
So what we can see here, first of all, is the daily payout in a graph over the last 2 years. And you can see this red line, which goes like from 64 million hex to 66 million hex. So there you can also already see like the slow rise of the base rate of the daily payout. And then you see like tons of spikes up to like 85 million hex and more. Those spikes represent days where somebody in the system was lying to the contract, where somebody came back like pretty late, or where somebody came back too early, or unfortunately some of those spikes is also like when somebody got hacked. But those spikes represent the days where people did a lot of emergency end staking, and therefore the daily payout or those emergency end stakes are added to the daily payout, and that's why we see those spikes.
The most important part here is to see how the average slowly goes up, and it's really not fast. It is slowly, but still significant, as we will see in the further charts that we have prepared for you guys. So now let's talk about the T-share pool. The T-share pool is really simple to explain. It's really just the number of T-shares in existence, and it is increasing with new stakes and decreasing with end stakes. And the T-shares at the end of a stakes, they are burned. They are never to exist again, because the T-share rate by that point already went up, and now you would have to pay more hex in order to get a t-share, for example. And because it has this character, we call it a deflationary character. And Patrick, you explain it so well that sometimes it's inflationary, sometimes it's deflationary. How does that work? So why is it only a deflationary character?
Exactly. And if you move to the next slide, we see that perfectly in the chart where we can see the history of the total T-share pool in the last 3 years. Beginning of 2021, this chart starts. And there we can see that in the beginning of 2021, it was still a little bit on the rise. You know, there were still more T-shares being created than end stake, than like destroyed. And then in the year 2021, it started slowly going down, and this slowly going down will continue over the years. And you see that there are still spikes to the upside, and this is when bigger guys, or when like a lot of people together on one day are staking Hex, and therefore on one day they are creating more T-shares than T-shares getting destroyed, and therefore the total T-share pool on daily base can still rise or go down. But in the big picture, as you can see here over the course of the last 3 years, it is slowly going down. And right now we are under 10 million. So it's the first year under 10 million with 9,750,000. And compared to last year, we had still 10,330,000. So the decline, what we saw in the last 12 months, is about 600,000 T-shares, which is pretty interesting in my point of view.
Very interesting, especially because we have this payout calculation here, which we are doing every single year. And you have already seen the daily payout being 66 million Hex, which is given out to the staker class on a daily basis. And it is divided by the T-share pool because all the Hex are given to all the T-shares in existence. So this is why we have to divide those two numbers in order to see how much Hex do we get per T-share on a daily basis. And you see here on our last calculation that we just did a couple of days ago, it was 6.77 Hex we are earning right now per day per T-share. And last year here on the right side, you see we had made this calculation as well, and it was 65 million Hex on a daily payout, but it was a bigger T-share pool as well. So only 6.3 Hex per day per T-share. It might not seem like a big difference from 6.3 to 6.77, but keep in mind it is paid out on a daily basis per T-share. If you have more T-shares, if you have staked out for longer, then you just get more and more, and this is how the compounding works in Hex. So, Peg, you want to take it away from here?
Yeah, so let's bring it all together. So when you look at your specific stake, you know, at your creation of the stake, keep in mind the two numbers you have to put in: the amount of Hex you want to stake, the amount of time you want to stake. And then if you want to roughly calculate your own possible rewards in the end, then you just take the amount of T-shares you would get out of the stake. You could times it, you know, if you have a stake with a few months, then like the 677 is fine. If you have a stake about several years, you can just go like with the number 7, for example. If you have it like for more than 10 years, maybe you even increased it a little bit, and then you just take your T-shares times 7, for example, and then you know the Hex per day you will get for the stake, and then you times that with your staking lengths, and doing that you get like roughly the Hex rewards. I mean, right now the community already built tools which roughly show you your expected payout in the future, so you don't have to do it on your own again. But that's like the way how you can check it yourself.
And that is only a really rough calculation because we cannot know how many penalties going to occur, which will also be added to this calculation, but we just don't know how many occur. So this is really just a rough calculation. And I also want to point out that as lower the amount of days you have staked, let's say 10 days, the manual calculation you're going to do is going to be more precise compared to a calculation that you do for 10 years, for example. As longer your stake, your calculation will be more unprecise. So this calculation, doing it manually, really works best for your short-term stakes. Now we have calculated it for personal, right? But we also want to zoom out a little bit and look what the forecast could be in 15 years, for example. Today we are earning 6.77 hex per day. Let's see how much that would be in 15 years. And for that, we need to make a forward-looking prediction when it comes to the payout forecast, for example. Here we have the daily payout picture you have already seen, 66 million hex every day distributed. In the future, it could be way more. You see that here in the chart. We are predicting with all the data that we have available from hexfire.io, it's going to be 87.7 million hex that will be paid out to the staker class on a daily basis. And here's really important just to understand when we go back to our picture that we had, that the daily payout is just getting bigger and bigger. And here you see it as well. And the T-share pool is getting smaller and smaller. And Patrick, I think here the theoretical maximum T-shares, this is
exactly,
the
yeah.
page you want to explain.
When it comes to the T-shares, we made like a even more interesting comparison. So this first chart is the theoretical maximum T-shares which could be in the existence of the system. That is calculated if you take all the liquid hex in existence and would stake it out. Then you would get to a maximum theoretical T-share number of 22.2 million. And then in the next slide, we see our forecasted total T-share one. Remember, right now we are like at 9.75 million. And then in this forecast, we are assuming an extremely high restaking rate. And that's why it only brings us down to 8 million T-shares in 2039. And in the next slide, we have we have put them together, and there is also a dark blue line. The dark blue line is representing what would happen if nobody would ever stake any hex ever again, and if all the stakes which are in existence would just end on the day they are supposed to end. That's why the dark blue line goes towards like 0 million, you know. So if we would put that till the end to 2039, the dark blue line would go till 0. And then the light blue line is again this T-share theoretical maximum, and the orange line is like our prediction line. But as you can see at the prediction line, as we are assuming an extremely high restaking rate, it is not going down too much. If so, the truth will be between the orange line and the dark blue line. And I honestly think that we will not see 8 million T-shares in 2039. I personally believe that we will see like maybe half of that.
That's going to be crazy if it's even less than we are assuming, but we are just making very careful assumptions just so we can always be on the safe side, right? So how much can you earn in 15 years? Now we have the daily payout forecast for 15 years and also the forecast of total T-shares, and we can divide those numbers, and you see already in the future we might earn up to 11 hex per day. And ALLin was already saying we probably see a smaller T-share pool in the future, so this number can even be higher than that. And again, you're earning that on a daily basis per T-share. I think that is very, very significant, because today we're earning around 6.7, I believe it was. In 15 years, it could be double the amount of hex you get for your T-shares. But the catch is, the only possibility for you to grab those 11 hex per T-share is by staking early, because later on you will have way less T-shares, and therefore it doesn't really matter that you get 11 hex per T-share, because now you just have way, way less. So what we want to emphasize in our Power of T-share presentation is not to only stake 5555. That's something everybody has to come up for themselves in their own staking strategy. What we want to highlight is really the long-term versus short-term approach in Hex. And therefore, we've made the staking simulation of a person A, person B, and later on we will also introduce person C and D. But first, let's start with person A here and how we want to visualize the big effect of the T-share. Person A is staking 150,000 hex for 1 year and restakes the principal plus interest every single year, and does that for 15 times, just to be comparable with person B. Person B is taking a long-term approach, I think really relaxing. He only stakes 150,000 hex, the same amount, but this time for 15 years. And now let's see in the T-share ownership.
Abid, one question. To that. Why are we showing the people person A and B which have like active stakes in 3 years?
Very good point. These stakes have been made on the January 1st, 2021. And why we show that is because for us, it is only important to show this long-term approach versus the short-term approach, and how much T-shares they get, how much hex they get, how much APY. This is what we want to compare. Later on, we will also introduce person C or person D even, a staker who makes a stake today. And we're just going to see where do they going to fit in our staking simulation. Did I answer your question?
Yes, of course. And you know that it is about the comparison. And if you now go on, then we can have a look at the T-shares of those two persons. And as you can see, person B staked right from the get-go, got 27.11 T-shares, and then person A started like with the same time, with the same amount, but just for 1 year. And doing that, he got nearly so person B got nearly 3 times more T-shares. Why is that? Because he went out to the maximum amount of time, and if you really want to have the math, it's like 3 times more minus 10%, because the 10 or 10% is good. I'm sorry. Yeah. Because for staking just for 1 year, he only got like 20% more. And for staking over 10 years, he got like 200% more. So there is the difference. Then the next slide, we see the total hex reward, the expected total hex rewards. And even here, you can also see that person B is outperforming person A about 3 times. 4 times, sorry. 3 times. It's still early in the morning. I'm sorry, my math is not on point today. But why we are showing you this is, remember that the both persons in our simulation are not selling a single hex in 15 years. So even person A, even as he has like his hex liquid once a year, but he's just accumulating, he tries to get like a compounding effect by putting in more hex every year, but that doesn't work that great because we have the share rate. So Hex has a different system of that. David, go on.
So here we have the
APY. Here is
APY.
the APY. Yeah. And again, person B has a slightly rising APY because he always has the same amount of T-shares, but those T-shares get more valuable over time as the total T-share pool goes down and the daily payout total goes up. And here, compared to that, person A gets a lower and lower and lower APY over the years, because every year when he wants to restake, the share rate is higher than the year before, and that's why he gets less T-shares year over year over year, meaning that also his APY goes down year over year.
In the next slide now we have also person C, which is the staking simulation with the same amount of hex, 150,000 hex, but made with the T-share rate from last year. So let's see where we can see this person on the chart. And no surprise, it is right in the middle between person A and person B. Even though it is the same amount of hex, the person A, for example, staked because it is for 5555 days, it is the maximum amount of T-shares that this person C can get, and therefore has 17.71. I think it becomes very interesting when we see the next slide with the APY comparison, because we can see that a 15-year staker is always on the same trajectory as all the other 15-year stakers. It's just that the APY is a little bit lower. And Patrick, I want to ask you, how is it possible that we see different numbers here for person C when it comes to the APY? It starts out with 28%, but later on he has 45%. How is that to be explained?
So that is explained by the same thing what I mentioned before, because the T-share pool over time has the deflationary character and goes down over time, and in the same time the daily payout total is slowly rising, and those persons, so person B and person C, are never changing their T-share in their stake. They choose to stake the amount of hex they wanted to stake for the maximum amount of time. So in this time, they never need to change, or their amount of T-share will never change, but the value one T-share brings them, that will change over time, and that will increase over time, and that's why the APY is a rising number over time.
So this with person C in our staking simulation is something we have already shown last year. This year, we have also introduced person D, which is a new staker with the same amount of hex, 150,000, but with the T-share rate that we have today. We see here the stake starts January 1st, 2024. Let's see where the person D will find himself in the T-share ownership chart. And we see here he is right below the person C. It makes sense because the T-share has risen by that point. He only ends up with 14.39. And because this year's powerful T-share,
remember, like in the first part of the presentation where we showed, like for each and every year you get 20% bonus for staking longer, and this is also like when you come a year later. So last year, in the beginning of the year, he got with the same amount of hex nearly 18 T-shares. Now we have 14.4. The difference of those two are 3.3 T-shares. So the person D compared to person C got about 20% less T-shares after this year, this 1 year of time.
I will just assume that as we do the Power of T-share presentation in the next year and we introduce other persons E and F and so on, that these people will then just be below the blue line here, and we will have a lot of colorful graphs here on this chart in the future. Here's something else that we have not introduced last year. It's really something that we came up this year. Let's say person A is tired of all those low gains and wants to catch up to person B. Will person A ever be able to catch up, even if he now stakes more hex than initially? Now he can, after 3 years, already stake 220,000 hex, also for 5555 in our staking simulation. So how much is person A being able to catch up with person B? This is the question here. And we see he had 9.32 T-shares, and with his long-term approach, he's now able to double the amount of T-shares that he has, double the amount of hex he earns on a daily basis. And I think that's a very powerful thing that we are showing here, because it shows that if you have made your staking strategy, you're always able to evaluate, to maybe strategize with a new and longer-term approach to then get those T-shares back. This actually reminds me very much of the time before the big payday, where people are ending their stakes and were staking out longer just to get more T-shares. It seems like person A is doing something similar, where he evaluates his situation and says, no, I want to get more APY as well, and therefore stakes out longer. Patrick, did we forget anything besides that? Because we are at the end of our third part of our presentation, are going now to the fourth part. Anything you want to add?
Yeah, I would just say to the people in the chat, like if you have any questions, we would like to address them after the presentation, and the social panel starts and so on. So please just mention them in the chat rooms, and then we are going to talk about your questions right after the presentation. I guess for here we explained everything. I hope people like to see it, like this real life examples of comparisons and so on, and those are real life examples. So I'd like to refer to our person B, C, and D, for example, as of children, because a little child also doesn't need to earn their own money in the first 15 years of life. And you can compare these persons for somebody who is making a hex stake every year for his own child, for example, when they grow up. And doing that, they could create a dynamic staking ladder where you just put one stake for the maximum amount of time for every year, and you continue to do that every year and every year and every year. And then after 15 years, what you end up with is a staking ladder consisting with just maximum amount of stakes, which you can keep dynamic, because after 15 years the first one comes out. So what you could do is just take the principal and stake it for another 15 years, take the principal, take a little bit of the rewards as well, and take this amount, or get like a little more money what you saved up in this year. But what I wanted to say is this way you can get towards a dynamic staking ladder. Abit here and myself, we came to the dynamic staking ladder by, at first we did a ladder, like we laddered our stakes, we used the whole time frame possible and did several stakes. And now our restaking only consists of 5 stakes, because we already have our base layout of our staking ladder, and the future staking is just done with maximum amount of stakes, a maximum days stakes.
I think that was a very good explanation of seeing our person B, C, and D, for example, as children, right? And you are making stakes for these children. I think that was a very, very good picture. The next slide, Patrick, here is the concept of APY in Hex, and I know you like this picture a lot.
Yeah, and the concept of APY in Hex, we call it the staking ratio. So the staking ratio is the big reason of determining the APY. And as you know, we have different blockchains right now where Hex is operating flawlessly. We have the Pulse chain and we have the Ethereum chain. And if we look at the Pulse chain, we see that on the Pulse chain there is more staking activity than on the ETH chain, meaning that on the Pulse chain, the staking ratio is higher than on the Ethereum chain. And when the staking ratio is higher, so you see that in the graph. So for example, if 100% of all Hex would be staked, then the average staker would just earn 3.69% per month per year. And if only 1% of all the Hex in existence would be staked, then this average would be 36.9%. And as we have a little less staking activity on the Ethereum chain, the yield on the Ethereum chain is a little bit higher than on the Pulse chain. And that also means that the share rate is a little bit higher on Ethereum than on the Pulse chain. Because as people get more yield on the Ethereum chain, the share rate needs to jump up higher in order to make sure that no staker can ever get more T-shares by restaking principal plus interest again for the same amount of time.
And the APY that you are seeing here, 38% or 40% on Ethereum, for example, that's always based on the average staking duration. And the average staking duration, very important for that term. We have here a chart as well. Now it is 6.83 years that all the staker class staked in average. If we see the number from last year, it's already up a little bit, 6.52. And in my journey here in Hex the last 4 years, I've only seeing the average staking duration going up. For me, this shows a lot of trust in this ecosystem. People are still staking very, very strong. I'm very happy to see that. And as we showed before, the APY graph, for example, how much person A, B, and C is earning. For this, the average staking duration is really important, because you saw in the beginning of those stakes, the APY was very low. At the end of those stakes, the APY is very high. And the average staking duration is good for exactly that, to figure out what the APY is for the entire ecosystem on a given day. So this is what we are always referring to when we talk about the 38% APY in Hex. Now we are coming to something very, very interesting here, Patrick. You want to go back?
I just wanted to add one sentence to it, because a lot of people have like don't understand it correctly, like how APY or average APY is calculated in Hex, and some of them, like for example, if you make a 7-year stake right now, this 7-year stake will not start with 38 or 40% APY from the get-go, because keep in mind when we showed you the APY charts, as you keep holding your T-share gets more valuable over time, and that means that over time your APY rises. So in a 7-year stake, the last 2 years you probably outperform the average staking APY, and then in the end you get to the average which is shown today. But if you start a 7-year stake right now, you will definitely start it at a little over 20% and not at 38% or 40 APY.
And here with the next slide, I'm very happy to show that to the Hex community, the minted user yield. Hexline, you want to take it from here?
Yes, of course. So we have a delayed yield. So the 3.69% of general inflation of the Hex contract is only getting paid to the staker class, to the T-share pool. And those T-shares, no, they are like for an average of 7 years. So we have a delayed yield. And if we look at the total supply of Hex in the 1st of January of a certain year and compare it with the total supply of the 31st of December, which is, in my point of view, the real inflation over a year, like the total supply of an asset from the 1st of January compared to the 31st of December. It's a little funny that with fiat currencies we can't even do that, because nobody knows like what is the actual total supply of them. And minted user yield of 2021 was 1.48%. The minted user yield of 2022, 1.29%, lower than the year before. And now, last year's minted user yield was just 1.08%. So as we have this delayed yield in Hex, and as we still have the average staking years rising, we see a decline in the minted user yield if we in the minted user yield.
And
Let's
we
see if
named
next
it,
year we see like less than 1%. Let's see.
we called it minted user yield. I think this term hits the nail on the head, because whenever a user is ending a stake, he is producing inflation and contributing to the user yield. So I think that the term is very important. Yeah, let's go also to the next graphic, Hexline, and here you can explain it a little bit more when it comes to the inflation.
So what you can see here is the supply inflation and deflation since the end of the distribution phase. What that means is here we are talking about the circulating supply, and the circulating supply rises if stakes are ended, and it goes down when new stakes are made. And what we can see in this graph is if the circulating supply was rising or falling compared to the year before. So if we go like to the Pulse chain launch and we go like to the months before the Pulse chain launch, we see that in this month a lot of end stakes were made, and that's why we had an inflation compared to the last year of even 8.5%. And then after the Pulse chain launch, we saw that more and more people started staking again on both chains. But what we can see, the green line is the Pulse chain line. So on the Pulse chain, we see that there were more stakes made, and that's where you can see it in the minus percentage in the green line. So when you see like minus 162, that means that compared to a year ago, now more Hex was staked, decreasing the circulating supply by 1.62% compared to the year before.
And with that, we already came to an end of our Power of T-shirt presentation. So let's talk a little bit about the key takeaways. And I think in Hex, more than any other cryptocurrency, code is law, because you really have to respect the staking rules, right? Like if you early end stake or late end stake, you have to pay penalties. And it's not like that there is somewhere a person sitting and saying, hey, you have to pay this much penalties now. Now it's all in the smart contract. And that's why we like to say Hex is trustless yield. And with all the T-share rate going up, for example, with the T-share pool going down in this case, it is causing more and more decentralization over time, because Hex is being paid out to the people that believe most in the product. I think that's a beautiful design. And with that, T-shares are getting more scarce over time. We have heard that a couple of times in this Power of T-share presentation. And I always like to say that T-shares are more scarce than Bitcoin. When Pulse Chain launched, I was not able to say that anymore, because at this point we had like 22 million T-shares. But now you saw with the T-share pool going down, we are at around 18 million or 19 million T-shares. And now it's true again. T-shares are more scarce than Bitcoin. And these were all my key takeaways. Do you have some more key takeaways for you that you want to pass on to the visitors?
I just want to thank the audience. I would just want to thank the audience for listening. I want to thank Maddie for having us again for the fourth Power of T-shirt presentation. I hope, Maddie, you liked it as well. And shout out again to Crispyman and hexfire.io for providing us with all those awesome charts that we can present, like real numbers to you and real calculated forecasts for the future. Maddie, how did you like it?
I loved it. You guys always crush it, and you come with data and your great personalities. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for all you're doing. I think the Hex conference is amazing. It's like a cornerstone in our Hex community, really building up the culture. So thanks for everything you're doing.
And I'm glad you guys brought
Richard liked it as well.
You. Yes. Perfect. Well, thank you guys so much. And you're welcome to stick around if you want for the next social panel, or hop off either way. I've got a 1-minute commercial here for the folks. So we'll be back after these messages. So there are 4 different brands that will be featured over 4 days of the Hex conference. And I want to give a shout out to all 4 of them here. A thank you to Liquid Loans, Love.io, GoPulse.com, and 9inch.io. Really appreciate the support. And up next, we have a panel of 9 different hexagons who are going to comprise the social for day 1 coming up here. Really appreciate you guys. We got CryptoClass, Hexray Vision, Hexy Bastard, Brisology.
That's me. Hey.
Casey the Hexagon, Day 43 OG, KSB Lion, and abit_hex.
What's up, motherfuckers? Welcome to the Hex.
Day 1 social. Boom.
Anyone who doesn't have
We
the
are
background.
so
I'm
back.
very sorry, Matty, that I don't have the background. Please don't punish me. I don't have it because it's being used for the
Such a
lowest of
bastard.
stakes currently. The
Okay.
producers for the lowest of stakes have taken
In
it.
that case.
I'm very sorry, but leaving me in the middle is very nice. It looks aesthetically pleasing.
Excellent.
Great presentation, guys.
Yeah,
Thanks, man.
congratulations, Maddie. So far, so good on the conference. It's
Thank
being
you.
really well received. I think I saw viewership up around 800 people this morning.
Oh,
People
yeah.
are just fire in the chat, fire presentations, seamless transitions. Very nice.
I forgot to do our transition. Hold on, guys.
You didn't do a transition? Terrible. Shocking. I want
right?
my money back.
I thought it was a flawless conference, but yeah, here we go.
We're the Hexicans coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the Hexicans. Yeah, I'm a Hexican. Now, we're the Hexicans coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the Hexicans. Yeah, I'm a Hexican.
Now I would like to introduce
Damn.
the 9-person panel for the social tonight.
Damn, bro. Yo, what the fuck? All right, go for it. Go for it. Sorry.
So Brissology, you're back. Welcome.
How's it going? Did my screen blank out for a minute?
No, you're good. I
Okay.
just we used to have you on the weekly show, and I know you haven't been able to make it lately, but really glad you're here tonight.
Yeah,
Got in by the little the entrance of the liquid loan stuff. Which, by the way, liquid loans. Hey, well done, well
They
done.
crushed
mate.
it.
Killed it. Well done, liquid loans. Sorry. Anyway, sorry, Matty. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm gonna shut the fuck
Somebody
up now for a little while. I told you I was drunk. You shouldn't have invited me.
Hexy
on
Luke,
it.
Hexy bastard, let it out, man. Let it out. Don't
I
contain
can't. I
it.
won't. No, I'll let
She's
it
a
out
doctor.
slowly. I'll let it out
It's
slowly.
gonna,
over
it's gonna
time.
adversely affect
Class.
you if you try to hold it in.
It'll come.
Hexy Bastard's like the
slowly.
flavoring that we need.
It's the
to keep this
spice that
thing
we
going.
need to
Yeah.
our social
I'm the
program.
paprika, mate. I'm the
I see
paprika.
Richard,
of the Hex
KSB TV.
community.
You brought Richard with you. Richard.
Right.
Does he have a voice?
I heard Richard speak someday for me.
I mean,
That's what I'm saying.
Hexy Bastard should also be able to tell you the story about this Richard, right? You know how that got created and so on.
I met Richard in real life, and he told me, "Hexy, you've got a bigger dick than me, but I like you."
Did you
That's
clone
what he
Richard?
told me. That's what he
Hexy.
told me.
Wow.
I met
Not
him
allowed
in
to
real
clone
life, and he said, "You know what, Hexy? You're a good guy. You got a huge cock, and I like you." That's what he told me.
Awesome.
You think I'm joking? I'm not joking.
Did he
So
ask
you-
you
deadly
to start the
serious.
first meme dex in the world?
He said, "Hexy, you're going to start the biggest meme coin dex in the world called 9inch.io, and I support it 100%." That's what he
Bring
said.
mass
to me.
adoption to
Wow.
Hex, right? That's
Mass
the
adoption?
point.
No, not to Hex, to Pulse Chain. To Pulse Chain.
Man, I
He
need
said
some
you're
of
going to
those.
bring mass adoption to Pulse Chain. And at the time, Pulse Chain
Hey.
wasn't even a thing.
Five.
It wasn't even a thing. He was just like, "Yeah,
That's
you're
impressive.
going to bring mass adoption to Pulse Chain." I was like, "What the fuck is Pulse Chain?" He was like, "You'll find out." I was like, "Damn, okay, I'll think about it." And then guess what? Oh, we're going to launch Pulse Chain. Guess what? We need a meme coin dex. Oh, guess what? I'm the fucking guy that needs to run it for everyone. Oh,
How much
not
sack
in
money?
Sire,
Like,
bitch.
You bastard.
You know, I
Tell
want to say
everybody.
I appreciate 9inch. You know, I think it's really good to have multiple dexes out there. You know, the competition, you know, makes everyone better.
And also,
Definitely.
Pulse X benefits from buy and burn, right? Based upon volume. So if you've got another dex competing with it, whether it's us or the other 4 or 5 other dexes that are out there that you probably haven't heard the name of, because most people haven't, it doesn't matter if it's us or the 4 or 5 others that people don't know about. If there is liquidity available, then guess what? Volume. Going back and forth. volume because arbitrage and bots and whatever. So that means buy and burn for PulseX, buy and burn for 9-inch. Happy days, mate. Anyway, this wasn't supposed to be the 9-inch promotional hour. You started with Briz, which is the top middle from Matty over there. So Matty, keep introducing the guests, please, sir. I'm sorry to hijack this after like 20 seconds. Go ahead, mate. Go ahead, mate.
Hey, we got
Hey.
Toby One joining us too here.
Dude, I'm that guy. That's
Toby
always
One,
late.
it's
Always
that
late to the
guy.
party.
It's that guy
Always-
coming through. I love Richard Hart, but that's what he
Hey,
said.
I know.
I gotta keep it real. It's just like any of you guys. If you're like real life friends, like KSB Lion, Maddie, you guys, Briz, I consider you guys real life friends. I've met you guys, and I would call you out. Like if there was something I thought was a little off, I would tell you because I think that's what friends should do. So I love
Hex
Richard Hart, but
Master.
I'm gonna have
But-
my opinions. But I have my
there's
But-
something I don't like, you know. No, I would like that. I would like that still. No, to be fair, your tweet was very relative, and I understand. I understand. As a consumer, as an investor, I completely understand and I get it. But I like taking the piss. And when I see so what was
I can
funny
appreciate
earlier
that.
is I logged into Twitter and the 9-inch account tweeted the new trend seems to be I love Richard Hart, but and then below that tweet was your tweet. I love Richard Hart, but and then a big, you know. So I didn't see any of it, but then it just all made sense, and I laughed my fucking ass off.
I've got a question.
Go
for
for
Toby.
it.
What's up, class?
If Richard Hart was a tennis player, who would he be?
Serena Williams.
That's
Yeah,
only
I had
that's the
Serena
only
on my
tennis player
list.
he knows.
Serena.
I had Serena and Federer.
No, I'd be
because
Roger
if they
Federer.
go away
mate.
and come
Roger
back,
Federer.
and they're in the Australian Open, who are you going to put money on? So he's a serial winner.
No, he's Roger Federer all day. If he didn't have that knee injury, he would win everything all the time.
Boom.
Now let's hear from Hex Ray Vision because he is here as well. He has a show.
He's too polite, man. He's never gonna bust
How's
in
it
on his
going?
own. So good thing you introduced him. X-Ray, do it, bro.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? It's good to be here at this online conference, hanging out.
How do we pivot the conversation to Tech Talk? Because I know that's the name of your show.
Yeah, we've got
Please pivot the conversation from these drunk twats talking about bullshit.
yeah, Tech Talk. It's been a really good panel. We've been getting going again. We took about a year off, and we've got Hodprol and Corey Costa joining us tomorrow at 1 p.m. I know the conference is going there, so butt heads, but stop by or enjoy the replay, gang. It's going to be good. We're going to be going over as much technicals as we can. So
why is Hodprol so attractive? Can you answer that?
Okay, well, we're pivoting. We're pivoting. Okay.
We'll save that for the green room. We'll talk later.
So,
Sorry, mate. Sorry, mate.
I've got some alpha
ruining
for
your
you. I
confidence.
mean, if you guys, if you want the alpha, okay. So
yeah,
there is.
She's had a boob
there
job.
a
Is that what you're gonna say?
situation-
She's
there
had
is
a boob job.
situation developing. There's a situation developing with the liquidity positions on Pulse Chain, and I really think it's setting up for something great, because what I realized is that there's less liquidity between some of the things like PulseX and Hex, but there's more liquidity between Ethereum and Pulse. And so that's the exact kind of setup that you would look for if you were looking for whales to be able to come in. But if the whales want PulseX or Hex, they're going to have to eat massive slippage. And so it's really not available. Like, those tickers are not available in the same way that Pulse is available right now. And so I find that really interesting because of all the predictions that people made along the way about, what the Richard Hart ecosystem and Hart's Law would look like. So
Hmm.
I think it's
That's really
bullish,
interesting.
but I
Very
don't know.
bullish.
I don't think that will last for very long, mate, because I think Ethereum, Bitcoin, everything in general, mainstream crypto is going to take a giant shit soon. And I think what's going to happen is Richard Hart ecosystem is going to pump like a motherfucker during the dump of Bitcoin and everything else. And do you know why? Because the best advertising in the world is green fucking candles. Okay, so
right.
whilst Ethereum and Bitcoin and Litecoin and Dogecoin and everything else dumps, which is going to happen, it's going to happen right fucking now, actually, guys. You're going to see Pulse, Hex, fucking PulseX, everything Moon. And you're going to be like, what the fuck? It's going to be like the only thing that goes up whilst everything else goes down. And this is exactly what happened with Hex about 3 years ago when Bitcoin was going down. The only thing that was fucking going up in the entire cryptocurrency system was Hex. And that's why I got in. And that's why a lot of guys got in,
I
because
could
they
live with that
seen.
scenario. I could definitely
Yes.
live with that.
Yep.
I would fucking live with that as well. I welcome it.
Hex-
I welcome it.
Yeah.
Richard
Let's
Hart,
go around the
pump it,
room.
sir.
I want to
Pump
hear
it.
from Casey the Hexagon.
I was just thinking, man, all my Degen money is in Hexy Bastard's hands, and you see that meme. But anyways,
It ain't in my hands, bro. It's in the community's hands, mate. Don't blame me, please.
No, I think that there's definitely some rhyming there. I agree that the best marketing is for sure green candles. Everybody's like, oh, looking at what's going up, and I'm sitting here staked. I mean, it's as many times as I've tried to whiteboard it out to find out what the best play is. Every day at 0 UTC, I'm making money, and I've just been staked, and I can't beat it. I can't beat that strategy, so I'm just sticking around for that. This is the king. Pulse chain was made for Hex. People forget that, and I think we're gonna turn some heads. Everybody's gonna come back to Hex very soon.
Absolutely. Now, Dave 43 OG, what do you say about all this? You've got
the
a
thing I want
show?
to say, yeah, I've got a show called the Hex Late Show. We've got a channel called DeFi Down Under, and we've got regulars like Tangent, who does a stream on there. We've got Jexa, we've got Doza, and we've got Blue Balm and Sammy Chica, who are all regular streamers on our channel. But I wanted to shout out because to me, the best thing about Hex is the community. And one of the first people I streamed with on Discourse Syndicate was actually right above me here, Briz. Do you remember that, mate? One of the first streams we did together. I think it was you and me, and I think Kinetics was on there and Dollar Cost Crypto. But back then, I think he was called one of his other many names that he
Hex
was called.
Awareness Team or Dollar Cost?
Was it Hex Jesus or Litecoin Moses?
Yeah.
One of those.
Hex
Litecoin
Jesus.
And
no clip of a DCC being Hex Jesus, and that made me laugh.
So
I
this
don't
was
know why it made me laugh.
This was on Discourse Syndicate when they were just starting out, pretty much, and they were having the effing hangout where you go on there if you want to start streaming or you just want to get a chance to go on stream for the first time. So I went on there and Briz was on there, and that's the first time I met Briz. But that's the best thing about the Hex community. So if you're watching right now, I think one of the best things you could do is jump on the stream. If you're, if you think that's something you'd enjoy doing, jump on the stream and help talk about it, help spread the message.
That's right. Yeah, really good message. And
Agreed.
Top Gun Hexadian has joined us here. Welcome.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
You melted one of your phones running Twitter Spaces whenever Pulse Chain was launching. That's what I know you from the most.
Yes, yeah, MetaMask is a complete piece of crap. So it bugged out and malfunctioned for Pulse Chain's launch. It couldn't estimate gas right and was sticking everyone's wallets. And I felt really, really bad for them. So I ran 2 days of marathon spaces for over 8 hours doing tech support. I recorded the second one. It was wild. I did cook my phone.
You had it like on ice. Like
Ice packs, yeah. I was keeping it on ice packs. And then finally the last day, it was like Matrix crumbling around me. And I'm like, all right, that's it. Everybody over to Katie's. It's time to go to Katie's for the party. After party's there. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. And shut the space down. It was all I could do.
That's great. So what do you think now about Hex? Still digging it?
Yeah, I'm fighting with my KYC like right now before this stream because I'm trying to make another DCA because like, I mean, one of our best whiners of the community actually put out one of the best tweets like, yes, it is extremely oversold RSI, just like the bottom in Hex way back in the summer. So I'm actually feeling like, I don't know, I got this like tingle. Maybe I'm feeling a gambling itch or something, but I'm like, it's in my buy zone. I want to buy it right now. But I might have to wait till morning. So could everybody please stop your selling and trading so this poor guy can get a nice seat tomorrow morning? Thank you.
There you go. You mentioned gambling. We got Toby one on here.
Uh-oh. Hey, you can come back to me. KSB Lion, I think, has to bounce. So
Sure.
if you want to let him go, and then KSB, give my best to Abit. I didn't see him down there in the bottom corner when I was talking before. Personal friend of mine as well.
Hello to all of you. It's awesome to see you again. Most of you guys I already met in real life at one of those Hex meetups, which are awesome. You know, Medi does those.
I've
real
not met
life,
you yet.
Meetups.
I've not met you yet, Mr. Hex Lion.
Really?
We need to
I
meet up
thought
sometime.
you were in Budapest, bro.
No,
That's why.
we've never met. We've
That's what I
never
messed
met.
up.
I would like to meet
yeah.
you, though. I would like to meet you.
Because most of your team then I met in Budapest and so on. You're like a lot of friends of yours and so on. But you weren't there, and I forgot that. I'm sorry about that. I thought you were there as well.
It, mate. Couldn't make it. But no, I would like to meet you though, Mr. Hex Lion.
Yeah.
Legend.
And
you and
as you
Arbit,
said,
I'd love to meet you guys.
you would like to meet me. You would have the chance this summer. So that's what I wanted to announce. What I forgot before. We are this year also are doing real life events. So RG3 comes over with the Pulse Chain World Tour, and we as KSB TV we are joining together and do a little Europe tour. We will have a total of 6 events over the summer. We will start with the location of Amsterdam, where we would have a meetup and a little conference. Pulse chain workshops and so on. Then the week later we would be in Copenhagen. After that we would be in Berlin. After that, there would be a Europe cruise. So for all the cruises out there, the Hex cruise comes to Europe, which would be from Venice to Venice, a 1-week cruise over Greek islands and Athens and so on. And then the last 2 events would be Zurich, which is still like a KSB event. And then there are also plans for a London event after that. So there will be plenty
a London
of events
event.
this year.
Okay, well, the London event's easy. Let me ask you a serious question. You don't have to answer this on stream. Will there be hookers and cocaine?
You don't have to answer that.
Yeah, I don't want to mess up the family-friendly stream of Maddie, and
Thank you.
You are doing a great job doing that.
I'm surprised you have to ask that question, Hexy Boston. I'm surprised,
Of course.
Yeah,
I know the answer. I just thought I would make it more.
I thought you come and you bring them, you know. I mean, but not.
I bring the hookers and
let's
the
not talk about it like on stream right now, you know.
Okay. DM me, bro. Let's talk.
Last thing I wanted to say is like thanks for everybody here. You know, thanks that you guys are part of bringing the community together. Thanks, Maddie, for hosting again. And I would be honored if you would like to invite me next year for the 5th version of the Power of T-Shirt. Avid and myself, we can go on with that for the next 50 years as well. And we
sounds like a plan.
Each and every year we like it again to share the knowledge about T-shirts, you know, to give the people who are just joined Hex, who have just liquid Hex, who don't know about the staking system in detail yet, to give them like a overview that they can now go on and be able to make the best out of their staking strategy. So that's it. Thanks for everything, guys. Please go on with your panel, and I'm happy to come again to you and to your show, Maddie, and all the best. And I think you have a lot of talks still in the
Oh yeah, we're
on the
just
list.
getting warmed up with the first day of the conference today. It was like the hardest day with the most speakers, but yeah, it's a lot to look forward to here. Yeah, so thanks for
All right.
pointing that out.
Thanks, everybody, and
Thank
have a great
you.
one. Bye bye.
Thank you for your speech.
Catch you later.
Bye bye.
Did someone say degen? So yeah, if we're talking about degen stuff, my experience has been, since we've been around and endured or participated or not participated in a lot of what are commonly referred to as the shiny things. On balance, most of those shiny things don't end well. And there are some people, it's almost like trading, right? Like some people do really well and the vast majority do not. So it's just one of those things where money gets consolidated into fewer pockets, and whether that money comes back into Hex or not is hard to say, right? So, I'm always very leery of discussing anything that I'm doing on the degen side. But, one thing I can tell you is it's never more than like 1% of my portfolio. So I play around, I dabble, and it's like I like to look at it as my little reverse vampire attack when I do go into some of these other things. Because
do any of these other things, do they have a 4-day conference with 102 speakers?
Absolutely not. Absolutely
All
not.
right,
That's
just
why
checking.
That's why I take my gains and I bring them back into the Hex ecosystem. And then, so I use dry powder. I'm not selling Hex to go degen into these things.
I appreciate
But to each
that.
their own. At the end of the day, we sacrifice for freedom of speech. People need to do what they
For
want
sure.
to do with money. And hopefully time will just show, what is the best product market fit and what's got the most legs long term, because everything's a derivative play off of Hex, right? I mean, all of it, all the RH ecosystem stuff, the stuff that's kind of ancillary to the RH ecosystem. And I am firmly a believer, because I've watched it happen again and again, like as we start to get the green candles, like Hexy B was talking about, Hex Bastard, they're going to flood back in. People can't resist a green candle and they don't want to miss it. We've seen it with Bitcoin too. Like people chase the Bitcoin pump and then boom,
it's the best marketing ever. If you imagine that the whole of Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, fucking everything is going down, but Hex and Pulse Chain and PulseX is going up. Just imagine, you remember that narrative, the whole magic carpet ride, right? You imagine that happening during the time that Bitcoin is going from here to fucking here. Oh my God, how good marketing is that? And people will actually look into it at that point. I've been saying this for a couple months now. It's like, yeah, Bitcoin's going to go up. We're not going to go anywhere. Okay, fine. But when Bitcoin goes up and then goes back down again, because by the way, it's not the halvening yet. So why is Bitcoin going up now? Doesn't make any sense. So actually,
ETF.
well, yeah, but I mean, come on, man, that shit's priced in. That shit's priced in already. That shit was priced in last bull market, actually, to be fair. So Bitcoin being at 45K and then going down. Imagine Bitcoin right now goes from 45K, roughly where it is now. I think it might be at 42K now. I'm not entirely sure. I don't really watch Bitcoin too deeply. But I'm just saying, imagine Bitcoin's at 45K and it goes to 20K. Imagine that dip right now where everyone is bullish. Every crypto influencer, every mainstream crypto influencer that I know out there is bullish on Bitcoin. And it goes from 45K to 20K. But the only thing that is going up is Hex, Pulse Chain, and PulseX. Imagine that. Imagine it. Like,
I
they
hope it
can't
catches a
ignore
lot
it.
of people with their pants down. All these whales
Yeah.
on the side.
Fuck
I think
yeah,
a lot
and
of the
catch
working
everyone
class,
with their
maybe-
pants up. No
We've been
one, no
screaming
one
and shilling at the whales.
understands.
Oh, boohoo this, boohoo that in their stable coins. I hope their pants are down, and I hope they buy in high. You heard
Seeing
it
a
here
bunch of
first.
naked whale butts.
I get
Naked
it.
whale
I get it.
butts.
No, I was
Holding their mobies, like sitting on the sideline. But in all seriousness, like other, I mean, the thing that differentiates Pulse Chain from other chains would be the truth that we actually are true DeFi. I hear Bitcoiners say we're true DeFi, and I'm just like, you guys, that's not actually true, because all of their assets are on centralized exchanges. As Hexicans, we know that we self-custody. We have our own keys. So the majority of Hexicans and Pulsicans, we hold our own keys. And it's permissionless yield. The Hex staking contract is permissionless yield. And what more do you want? We're censorship resistant. We actually are real DeFi. And the narratives that will win this bull cycle are narratives that are actually real, not based on fake volume, i.e. Solana with their fake freaking tickers. Do yourself a favor. Look on CoinGecko at Solana's volume and look at that fake SHIT. Look at their tickers. Look at those fake tickers. It's not a chain that's built on genuine community, on genuine first principles of crypto. And that's what Pulse Chain is. That's what our community is.
I must admit, okay, I'm sorry, guys, but actually, the thing with Solana, as shit as it is, and I agree with you that it is shit, but as a founder of a DEX that specifically caters to the meme coin community, having shit tickers like that generate shit tons of volume, that's actually really good for me and for the chain that I operate on. So for me, operating 9-inch, if a random coin like Bonk wants to come along and generate a shit ton of volume on my DEX and on my chain, which is Pulse Chain, I'm all for that. Like, because it brings people in and blah 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 blah. Now, you might be right. A lot of it might be fake, but there's a certain amount of it that isn't fake. There's a certain
You're right.
You
can't fade meme coins, because every so often we need to have a bit of fun, right? So a good
well,
meme
it's,
coin.
it's,
Everyone
it's not
needs
that.
not with your
Do
main.
you know what it is with meme coins, right? It's not that. It's not right. Okay. Yes, you're right. It's just a bit of fun, and some people like to have a double here and there. But there are a lot of people out there that aren't in our community that go full on with meme coins, right? They only trade meme coins because they want to make the 10,000x in 2 weeks. They want to do that. And that shit is impossible 99.99999% of the time. But they still take the fucking gamble and they try to get that 10,000x in 2 weeks. It doesn't happen for any of them. But I'm just saying, Shiba Inu did it. There's a few coins out there that did do the 99, they did do the 10,000x very quickly, quicker than anything you could imagine. So that's what they're all chasing. It's like me going to the casino and betting on roulette table. It's the same thing. It's the shitcoin casino, and that's what we tried to provide with 9-inch is the shitcoin casino. And as we develop, we're going to provide that even better. But I'm not trying to promote my own shit right here. I'm just saying that, like, the guys on Solana that went and traded on that shit, they're just participating in the shitcoin casino. And there are so many people out there.
We're gonna let you get some rest tonight, all right? And we're gonna continue the panel because I want you to be well rested for the rest of the conference here, and just looking forward to it. Okay. Thanks for being on.
Me off.
Oh, he's cutting you off.
Nobody else is talking. The chat is tearing you up.
Hey, I got one closing question for Hexy Bastard, and you can answer it next time. And then Maddie, you need to cut him out of here as soon as I ask him. Did you get those glasses from your buddy Crypto 7?
Bro. No.
I'm taking a piss, bro. Taking a piss.
Sorry, mate. I didn't mean to take over, mate. I told you.
No, you're good.
Oh, you're good. We enjoy it. We enjoy it.
I
So
had fun
thanks for
Hex
being
classes.
on. You don't have a background, so I'm kicking you off for that. That's the reason. And next time, get a green screen, my friend. Catch you later.
I won't have one.
See you later, Hexy.
See you, Hexy. Good to see you, bro. And now the floor is open.
Going back to like the early movers and like right before this cycle, I actually think it's advantageous that we're not moving first, right? Because people are going to be making profits on the first moves and whatnot. And actually, it's better for them to be taking those profits, kind of like when we see Bitcoin go up, Ethereum go up, and then those profits kind of roll down into the altcoins and whatnot. I think that's a pretty good spot for us right now. I mean, hopefully. So I may have anything on that.
Wall Street calls it market rotations.
That's a fact.
Watching this conference, you wouldn't predict, based on people's attitudes, that the price is down so much today. And that's pretty incredible. And that reminds me of the big payday dump, where everybody got on stream for 24 hours with Hexologists, right? This conference is 4 days. It totals 24 hours. But basically, I mean, some of you guys remember what it was like, the big payday dump. What do you think? Is there a similarity there?
I'd like to say, I've seen on Twitter a lot, a lot of people are blaming the OGs for the price action. A lot of people are complaining. And, basically, you have had your chance to buy cheap RH assets. So, like, in a year or two, there's going to be a lot of people, like everyone that's in it right now, you're now the OGs. And in a year or two, you're going to get this whole new wave of people blaming you for everything you didn't do. It's like blaming my parents, like, oh, the houses are expensive because my parents voted wrong. It's just everything goes up. So everyone has had their chance to buy the assets cheap, and I don't want to hear any complaining in like 1 or 2 years when the prices are very, very lucrative.
I do have one thing I want to add in there that I find interesting is that I think if anything with Richard and with the community, I hope, going into our second cycle, I think that we are all learning a lesson in hubris. And, we saw a lot of hex flexing on that first cycle. I'm seeing that now in some other communities. And it seems like, that is typically doesn't end well, right? Typically there will be a reckoning and you will be humbled. And the crypto cycle, if there's anything that can humble you, it is the 4-year crypto cycle. So it's not necessarily that Hex is bad in any way. They are at the mercy of the crypto cycle like everything else. So, I really hope that people that are, full of piss and vinegar because they picked a winner, whether it's a meme coin or some other spinoff, think about taking some of those gains that they're so proud of and getting in at these levels at Hex if they don't have any, or even if they do, to bolster their ladders. Because it's like if you won the lottery, what would you do with a portion of it? You would store it. You would find a good store of value, right? And then you would go and you would buy a car or a house or whatever you want to do. But the smart people are going to take a portion of that and invest it in a long-term store of value. Personally, I've said it for 4 years. I think the best store of value ever created is Hex, and I don't think that that's going to do you wrong over time. And really getting in at these levels with the returns that you can get in the yield in Hex price could stay flat forever. But if you're earning on average 30+% a year in more Hex yield, I mean, that's what Casey's talking about with his DCA. Now he's making more on every time UTC 000 rolls over. It's like, that's the game. You're getting a bigger bag. You're DCAing without injecting any more capital. You're getting more Hex every day, and every day it's chipping away at your cost basis. So Hex could literally stay flat and you'd be grooving. I mean, who's going to turn their nose up at an average 30% APY? Nobody. No banks are giving that. No anything is giving you that. Hex is giving you that, right? So, so I would just encourage people out there that are super proud of themselves and breaking their arms, patting their own backs about how they, picked the new shiny winner on the block. Take some of those gains. bring them on over, make a staking ladder, you know, and then when all the other shiny stuff, if it goes the way that it did and it goes to hell, you know, at least you put a little in the bank, right?
And the Pulse, like on Pulse chain, the fees are negligible compared to Ethereum. So there's not too much downside with the staking ladder if you're going to hold it to the end of the cycle anyway.
Yep. And then there's stuff like DESI and, you know, the derivative coins that are great options for people that don't necessarily want that commitment of the truth engine and the delayed gratification and the EES penalties. I mean, there's just so much opportunity for people to participate in various ways in the RH ecosystem, you know, without even getting into Pulse and PulseX and Ink and those things. So, I mean, I would just really hope that other people that are watching that maybe have strayed a bit, you know, maybe it's like, you know, I grew up in the church, so we referred to it as backsliding. You know, you weren't like you're kind of slipping back into sin a little bit and you weren't like a full on Christian, you know, come back, get right with crypto Jesus. And you know,
We've got our own documentary. I mean, the highest of stakes. That's pretty epic. I mean, Hex is being taught in universities. Yeah. What other community has that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Has everyone seen that movie, by the way? Everyone here?
I've seen it 10 times.
I
Literally.
live in Canada. I'm probably the only one here who hasn't actually had a chance to stream it yet because I haven't gone on and faked a VPN for the States.
You mean this movie?
You won't be disappointed. It's excellent.
Toby hasn't seen it. Don't let him trick you.
Got my highest of stakes hat. I'm trying to get on there, but it's like making my head like shrink.
Oh, Toby, when highest of stakes 2?
Oh man, I don't know about that. It's like we all lost our asses so bad on this first one. You better find a new round of investors. But hey, hopefully we'll have some numbers soon of like how many streams have gone out around the globe. And you know, it's always been about eyeballs. You know, but it's like, you know, I mean, I'm not speaking just I'm not speaking for myself, but because I can't ask you to thank me. But thank the other producers.
Thank you, Toby.
Because you
Thanks,
know,
Toby.
all those guys, me included, put up a fair amount of money to make this thing a reality. It's kind of like Maddie on the Hex conferences and stuff, dude. It's like I've known Maddie for a long time, and this guy's been out of pocket on, you know, all of them, you know, trying to make these things a reality. And you know, there's people that are putting in real work and money to pump your bags. So you know, support that. You know, so it's like I think I mean, there's
I think people are gonna.
highest of stakes box sets today. I think I'm the #1 buyer of box sets. I think I bought more
They look
box
so
sets.
amazing.
But I sent some out to some friends. I think Maddie got one and some other friends got one. And
Yes, thank you.
it's doing well as far as I can tell. I don't know if we're going to have official numbers. I was talking to Kinetics earlier today because we have a panel coming up on Tuesday, and he's trying to scrape some information. But I guess it's a quarterly like amalgamation of all the different streaming services, and they're going to give us the number at the end of the month.
Just tell us how much it's going to cost. How much do we have to raise to get the sequel?
$3.99. You can rent this one.
We
to want
the highest of stakes 2. We
Oh,
want
highest of stakes
the
2.
community
I mean,
needs to know what the
well,
price
it depends.
is.
It's like, you know, because it's like it would behoove us as a community to look around. It doesn't necessarily have to be the same production company. It's like if it is, that's great. But you know, we all kind of went into this blind, and you know, there's some things that could be done better next time around. I liked working with Muse Storytelling. I hope that they're the ones that get to do the sequel, if there is one. And it would not be a small outlay of money. It's like you're talking 7 figures. So that's millions. So at least one.
I don't have it personally, but I know there's a lot of whales watching.
Yeah. So you never know, man. It's like, and the thing is bull market, like, it's like bull market comes and it does bull market things. There's going to be lots of hexagons with lots of money. So it's like, you know, if they want to go into that type of endeavor, more power to you. Typically, producers don't make their money back. I didn't know that going in. I learned the hard way, but I'm glad to have unwittingly contributed to that movie being in existence. And hopefully there'll be a second one. You know, whether I'm on board, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the bull market brings. Maybe I'll have enough money to where I won't worry about it.
I imagine there'd be a lot of people watching that documentary when there's the hyper part of the bull run.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I think it's going to be kind of because Maddie and I have talked about this, how we think it's got the potential to be a cult classic. And it's like, if you're in crypto and haven't seen that movie, people are going to look at you weird. Like, what do you mean you haven't seen Highest of Stakes? You got to see Highest of Stakes, bro. You know, so
it's part of the culture of crypto. You should see it.
Yes.
Once Hex goes to a new all-time high and then you watch the movie, or you watch it now imagining Hex is at a new time high, trust me, it hits different.
Yeah.
But we're going to have Mikey on the street on this conference.
That's
I don't know if
awesome.
you guys caught that, but it's on the last day. RG3 and Mikey together live.
He seems like a real cool guy. Like, just family man, and all respect to Mikey for being part of the film and the production and opening, letting the world see his family life, and which looked pretty cool actually. I love his kitchen. I'm gonna have to ask him for some style tips. But
Yeah, it's a beautiful home.
The food always looks so good. I wanted to show up for dinner, right?
Well, and there's this narrative out there that people who sacrificed, I mean, when the movie was being made, the money was gone. If you sacrifice, it's worth nothing, right? And that's really what happened. But there's this other story of when Pulse launched. Pulse was up 3x, 3.5x. PulseX was up 1.5x. And so if you go back and look at the rates that people were sacrificing Hex at, people weren't necessarily all down bad, and some people were up, especially if they used a pool. So I don't know how much they're going to get into that in their segment. It's up to them. But personally, I think that more people were saved from sacrificing compared to how many people could have actually sold the top.
No, I don't want to be throw a spoiler out there, but it was kind of an unspoken gag order we had about Mikey's story, because we wanted the movie to hit like Mikey was wrecked, right? And for that investment, he was wrecked. Like that purchase, he ended up wrecked. But Mikey was in before that, and Mikey's been DCAing in since then at these lows. So Mikey's in good shape. Mikey's all right.
Ooh.
Mikey's all right.
Spoiler.
What do you think, Toby, just as a suggestion, to follow the story of Lamont Black and his journey through from Hex skeptic through to teaching Hex at university and beyond?
I think that would be a fantastic storyline. Now, I think it would be enough for a full documentary. I don't know if it would be one that the mainstream could sink their teeth into. I mean, crypto nuts would love it, right? For 3 hours. But, there's definitely a story there. And I think it's really interesting to see how he flipped, in a way, because he was the skeptic in the movie, right? He was the one asking the hard questions and really pushing back on Kelly Pope, who seemed to be the one that had, kind of flipped bullish on Hex. It's like she seemed excited about it. Like, I think Kareem onboarded her. And so it was really interesting to see, like, after the movie, how Lamont really, it kept spinning in his mind, like it was like a brain worm, like he couldn't get rid of it. And he, just threw some unanswered questions there, and being the inquisitive scholar that he is, he dug into it and has done a brilliant job of explaining it. It's like, some of his Twitter threads, I think, are some of the best Hex explanations that I've seen.
He was trying to get his financial advisor on camera when I went there to Chicago to see the movie. This is a true story.
True story.
But I cut it out because she didn't want to be on film. So I'm like,
No.
all right, you don't want to be on film. That's fine. Like, you're worried about losing your accounting license or something.
Yeah, she wouldn't shake my hand.
It's like, that's how excited he is. Like, his wife and kids were there. Like, his accountant was there. Everybody he worked with was there.
It was really,
it
was telling though. That little moment I felt was really telling. I'm glad Maddie cut it out, because it's like, it was a little awkward, but it's like, Lamont was so excited and just about the math and like the technology coming, and how, the DeFi world and how that's going to change traditional finance. And he actually wanted me to come up as kind of a representative of DeFi, and then his financial advisor to come up as a traditional finance, and for us to shake hands for a photo op. And she refused to shake my hand. And so, I was like a little taken aback, like, oh, sorry. I guess I'm the dirty DeFi guy, right? And so I made a joke. I'm like, hey, that's TradFi for you. And like the whole theater laughed. But it's like, but for a moment, it was like, and then Lamont was like, be nice, be nice. I'm like, no. I said, I'm just joking. It's all good. I completely understand you want to keep your job.
I bet she regrets it, Toby. You asked her if she regretted it. I bet she would regret it.
It's par for the course.
She's gonna be in the third movie.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we'll bring her up. But that's a lady, and she's fully TradFi. It's like I've had similar experiences with my own financial advisors over the years that have basically told me I'm an idiot for being in crypto, you know, and then they saw the gains and were like asking me about it later, you know. So it's traditional finance has a lot to lose if DeFi does what DeFi can do. So it makes sense that they want to be in their own walled garden, right? Not shocking.
What else do you guys know about Hex?
We know lots about Hex, Maddie. Lots about Hex.
I know that
we should talk about.
I know.
Sorry, go ahead.
Can I just say one thing I know? we talk about, like, you know, getting 38% APY in terms of Hex, but one thing that's not mentioned enough is that that percentage rate goes up year on year. So if you do a longer stake every year, that 38%, that might go up to 45%, and then keep going up year on year until your stake ends. I think that's an important, and that's in terms of Hex, obviously.
I think that's
an
based on
important
the
point.
average 6-year stake, isn't it? The 38% APY. And then depending if you've got like a bigger amount of money or a longer, then it's going to obviously affect the numbers. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting sort of stats and so on and different websites too. As people emergency end stake, the people that remain are just getting rewarded over and over and over again. So that's really changed the way that the game has been played and really rewarding first principles and why Hex was brought into existence in the first place. But I think we should talk a bit about Hex being censorship resistant. So if, for example, a website front end goes down, it doesn't matter for the Hex or Pulse Chain community because we can run the DEX and we can run the bridge on our own computer. So that's another reason why we're true DeFi and censorship resistant. You can't stop us. That's why the SEC case, we don't bother to talk about it that much because it won't stop the green candles. It won't stop people coming. It truly is real DeFi that you cannot stop because you can host a file on your computer and you can host your own bridge and your own DEX. And the Hex community is really unique that we can take those things on board, and the majority of the community almost acts like a giant cult, which is a good thing. It's short for culture. So we share some of the same values. We all love that we can earn permissionless yield. We all love that it's censorship resistant. We love these things. And that's what sets us apart from other communities.
Well said.
Absolutely. Yep, I'm validating. I'm doing my part to secure the chain for everyone and loving every minute of it.
How many validators are there? There's at least 1,000. How many nodes? There's like, I think there's 40 or 50,000 validators, but
like 50,000
unique nodes, I think there's about at least
yeah.
1,000 nodes.
Yep, just over 50.
I just wanted to mention about the decentralization aspect of that executable file is that, you know, the cryptos are kind of based off the same technology that BitTorrents are based off of, where they kind of use the backbone of the internet. And now that we have that executable file, we can just directly connect to the smart contracts via the back ends without even needing an actual website. So that's pretty awesome.
Exactly. It's trustless. It's person to contract to person. It's a trustless system. It's transparent. It's way more transparent than most financial systems out there. People say that crypto lovers are degenerates. It's really not true because everything on the blockchain is completely transparent.
That's a big deal. I mean, there is no other cryptocurrency that has such a strong community that has all of its volume on chain. Bitcoin doesn't have all of its volume on chain. Ethereum doesn't have all of its volume on chain. Hex does. And that's, you know, that's a blessing and a curse being 4 years old, because it means we don't have all these centralized exchange listings. But I think it's real DeFi. I think it's decentralized. I think it's more what people had in mind when they were originally coining the term crypto. So, yeah. even though the price, isn't outperforming everything right now, that's kind of how it goes in crypto, is altcoins pump last. And things that, this cycle is just getting started. The bull market is typically you go down for 2 years and then sideways and then up for a year. And so, yeah, I really think that there's a bright future ahead for Hex.
I concur.
You're here.
Definitely. And what people don't say is that everybody still has faith in Richard Hart. It's easy to have faith publicly when, the prices are pumping hard. When the price takes a dip, he's still the same man, still the same winner. 4 years of flawless operation for Hex. Hex on Ethereum did a 10,000x. That's just a fact. I'm not making that up. I'm not looking forward with my price predictions. I'm just telling you there's a founder that was successful. Winners are winners. It is what it is.
He tweeted about the conference. That was unexpected.
Yeah, I saw that. That was cool for him to share that out. It's like he's definitely appreciative of the community. I mean, you can tell that in his Christmas video. You can tell that in other appearances he's made. It's like, he's definitely very much about promoting himself, because it's like he wants people to pay attention and they need to know his history of successes to put a little more weight on what it is that he's saying. It was also kind of the impetus for his outrage marketing, because he just wanted more eyeballs and then was hoping people would stick around for the facts. But peppered in there, he does show love for, specifically Maddie's intro. It's like he's got a shout out of, how much he appreciates Maddie. And he's got those in there for other community members and the community as a whole. So it's like he knows that community matters, so it's like he's not oblivious to that. And I don't envy the man. It's like he's under a tremendous amount of pressure, with the SEC thing and just in general, the eyes of the world are upon him to see if this thing comes back from what some people would think of as the ashes. We have the unique insight of understanding, the opportunity that exists because we have listened to Richard Hart for so many years and see the opportunity that Hex presents at these ridiculous prices. And I mean, I'm still DCA, I'm still buying. And I'm going to stay too, right? It's like how I can't resist it. It's like
every day I'm like, whoa, what do I need to do so I can DCA more? Right. Even though I've DCA'd so many times already.
Tell me about it. And like my fiance is like, how much more of this do you need? It's like, you have plenty, right? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, but it's like, with the upside from here, it's like, how do you not? To me, I just don't see any greater upside than on RH tokens, the RH ecosystem. So it's like, not financial advice, of course. Everyone needs to do their own research and decide what to do with their own investment strategies. But I think, when this thing turns around, which it will, and so much of it's dependent on the market. It's like Richard famously said about the ETH gas prices. He goes, a bear market solves all of that. Like, he was not happy about the ETH gas prices, but he was also saying when the bear comes along, those prices will come down. And they did. I didn't know how that was all linked. And, and I watched it. And then, we've seen the gas prices start to creep back up as ETH has gotten more expensive. And here we go again, right? And, so he made a solution for that with Pulse Chain. And we have all these builders, great minds that have popped up out of the Hex community that have created some amazing things. And as people see the yield that's available there, the opportunities that are available in those things, and get them in the ecosystem, maybe Hex is the last thing they learn about. And, but if they're around long enough and they say, man, it's like I've crushed it on Pulse or PulseX, or I bought this thing called Ink and all of a sudden it did a 5X. It's like, oh, wait, who made those? Richard who? Richard Hart. Oh, well, what's he about? And then all of a sudden they dig a little deeper and then it's like, oh, he's the Hex guy. And then, and then it goes from there. And then they learn about the delayed gratification and the truth engine and staking ladders and all the stuff that we know so well. And it's great, that there's so many people out there, new streamers coming up all the time still, even in the bear. I mean, this is rough. And we've got new people coming around to talk about Hex.
I dig it.
It's great. It's great.
So,
I mean, I'm so bullish. It's like kind of.
People will need Pulse Chain. Like, we have cheaper gas fees. You can actually deploy hundreds or thousands of NFTs for literally no cost on Pulse Chain if that's what you're into. Like people will need it when the gas fees keep cranking up on Ethereum. They will need Pulse Chain, and the PRC20s like are sneaky. They are reaching parity. People say, "Oh, that narrative's dead." Okay, well, what about P Hedron? What about P ICOSA? What about P Hex? It only cost $9,000 US to get 1 million P Hex on Pulse Chain. That used to be almost impossible for most people to reach that goal.
Yeah.
People are coming to Pulse Chain. Those PRC20s, you got to watch a little bit because we've got this very unique opportunity at the moment.
I remember thinking about that when the price of Hex was a lot higher. I remember kind of feeling bad. I was like, man, I got in at way cheaper prices, and now people are like, they're spending so much and only getting so much. And I just remember I'm like, man, I feel like people like you can't really get anything. And I remember kind of feeling a little bit guilty, almost maybe like I got in too early or something. And then but here we are
Send you my
now.
address, Chris. Don't worry.
Yeah. But here we are now. Everyone has the opportunity, like you said, $9,000 gets you a million Hex. And in my opinion, I really believe I look at Hex as like little dollars in the future, because I really truly believe that they will be $1 or more. It's just a matter of time. You can't tell me by the Bitcoin halving of 2028 or 2032, if you think the prices of these assets are going to still be this low that far in the future, I'm going to call you crazy. So this is everyone's opportunity, in my opinion. This is like,
Yeah, it feels like go time for me. Like this is like the buy zone. Like I thought that my buy zone would finish end of Jan, but I'm extending it. No, start of Jan. I'm extending it to end of Jan because the opportunities right now are just it's really, it's not financial advice. It's just what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
What I'll do to wrap up this segment, I'm going to read off the super chats, and while I'm doing that, I want everybody on screen to think of what your final thoughts are going to be, because we don't have to get off right away, but we'll go around the room. Each person can give your final thoughts and then where people can find you, and that's how we'll wrap up this first most successful day of the Hex conference. So Casey's actually on screen, so I'll give you personally. Thank you for the $100 super chat. The what it says here, some call me the most honest Hexican. Well, here, why don't you read it?
All right. Okay, I can do that. Some call me the most honest Hexican. No socials, never shilling, just supporting everyone. My only agenda is reminding the community what brought us here. That's Hex. Pulse Chain was made for Hex. I'm betting we have the power to come back home. We started donation train.
I love it. Thank you so much. We got Hex Monkey here. $50 super chat. Shout out to all Hexicans and especially Maddie for doing another conference. Even during uncertain times and deep bear, this is still the best community. I agree. Thank you. We got David Morales here. Try to withdraw 20K in cash from a bank. They won't have it. You need to give advance notice for them to have it here. Shaking my head. And that's when Lamont and Johnny were on talking about similar things. Hexy Bastard with the 50 pounds. What's up? Respect. Maximalish attitude. That was when Nerd Girl was on with RH Max and Axis. And so Hexy Bastard was shouting out to all those people and talking about how it's hard to onboard and agreeing that the ETH versions of tokens can get noticed. Shout out to Quantum Gateway with the $10 super chat. Shilling something I'm not sure of. And HexCong with the $4.99 super chat. Howdy Hexicans. Fast Abdul asking, did we win yet? Perfect question. So
nice.
Thanks to everybody who did the super chats and just for watching. If you're still watching, we have 480 people live, like typically 10 to 15,000 on the replay. for the first day of the Hex conference. Go ahead and share this out. Hit the like and subscribe button. We're going to go around the room and hear the final thoughts here from people and where to find you. Toby?
I'm primarily on X, and that's what is it? At Toby1Hexobi underscore Toby1 underscore Hexobi. Sorry, I was trying to share out the link. I got distracted. I didn't think you were coming to me first. But yeah, sorry, I'm focusing at Toby1 underscore Hexobi on X. And then I'm on Game Theory Gang at the good grace of Maddie on Tuesday nights, which has been super fun to get more involved with the community. And the chats are always lively, and it's super fun to cover numerous things and have great guests on. You know, my parting thought would be, honestly, I'm excited about next year because I mean, as proud as I am to have been on stream with Richard, as proud as I am to have, you know, a few times, as proud as I am to be on some of those 24-hour streams, the 48-hour stream, things like that. I think, honestly, this conference, I'm the most proud because it's like, this is where people bail, right? This is where people are like, poof. It's like, hey, where did such and so go? And we're still here. You know, I mean, we're still like holding down the fort and preaching the good word. So it's like, when it's go time, it's like, that'll be my flex, that I was still around, you know, talking about it and trying to educate people and keep people calm and level-headed and doing their own research and doing the math, right? But yeah, next year is going to be baller, bros. That's like, I mark my words. It's next year is going to be fun. It's going to be a different vibe.
Yeah. Those are great thoughts. Brissology, let's go to you.
Final words is I just want to say, you know, we're so early in this thing, you know, it's just a matter of time. You know, one thing we can do is just go on board more no coiners. You know, if everyone onboarded 10 more people, we would 10x the community very quickly. One of the things I think is a good idea is making little flyers. You know, I just made this up in like Photoshop, put some text on here, and it's really easy. You can get this done over at staples.com and pick them up at your local Staples. And it's cheap. It's like $25. Also, business cards. I like to keep a couple of these in my wallet. And then I like to hand these out instead of tips to my waiters. Just joking. I'm just joking, but I do. You know, I'll hand this out to.
Do it real creepy as well. Like slip it to them.
I'm walking to the store and like I get stopped by a salesperson. Hey, do you want to buy something that's gonna help the animals? I'm like, well, here, I know you're a salesman. I know you like money. Here, take this. And they're like, so we just need to onboard. You know, go tell. You know, word of mouth, I think, is the best way to do it. And then, Maddie, I want to say thank you for doing this conference. Dude, you're freaking awesome.
My pleasure.
And can't wait for the next one.
Hey, let me jump in there. Bros reminded me of something. They're not ready yet, but it's like I've told so many people about highest of stakes, and then I'm having to like write it down on sticky notes and stuff, and it's like, or having them type it in their phone if they care to, or they just don't remember. So I have cards being made, and it's highest of stakes on one side with the link of where to go rent it, and then on the other side it has hex.com, so they can go there and, you know, start their journey. I was thinking about maybe having Hex Scout on there because it's been such a great onboarding tool. But I've got a friend of mine that's a graphic designer working on that. When that's available, I'm going to make that for free available to whomever wants to download those files and just go get some cards printed of their own. And it's a great way to get people kind of interested, because I think the movie's a great tool for people to get a taste. And then if they want to learn more, flip the card over and there's where you go to learn more. But yeah, great idea, Briz, on that stuff for sure.
Crypto class.
Thanks for having me, Maddie. Thank you, panel. I've really enjoyed it. Hexy Bastard, I truly did enjoy your contribution as well. I would like to end by saying that Hex is true DeFi. We're censorship resistant. We can earn through the Hex staking contract permissionless yield, and we hold our own keys. I'd like to shout out a few influencers from other chains because they do mention Hex and Pulse Chain. So I'd like to shout out to Altcoin Daily, who has tweeted about watching the highest of stakes. Ivan on Tech, who frequently mentions Pulse Chain and has sacrificed for Pulse Chain. Wendy O, who has Corey Costa on, and they do talk about Hex and Pulse Chain. And Adam Stokes. I recently did a 2-hour stream with Adam Stokes about Hex and Pulse Chain. So I'd like to shout those out. And finally, a big shout out to Richard Hart. Without Richard Hart, Hex would not have been developed and we would not be here as a community. He is a winner. I would say don't fade a winner. We may be the underdogs of crypto, but we've won before, and I believe that we'll win again. And thank you. Thank you for listening, everybody in the chat. I'm sorry I didn't interact with the chat. It was just a bit too much going on, but thank you for watching.
Appreciate it. Great. X-Ray Vision, final thoughts.
I'm just honored every time I get to share a stage with you, Maddie. I'm honored to share a stage with all these awesome Hexicans and be a part of this community. It really is even better than the life-changing wealth or the life-changing friendships that I've made in this community. And I'm really excited about the bull run because during the bull run, we have the time and the money to hang out in person. So hanging out in real life with Hexicans is one of my favorite things to do on earth. So I'm excited for this next year. Like Toby once said, we went and saw a psychic on New Year's Eve, and the psychic told us next year is going to be insane with wealth. So everyone get ready for the bull run.
Let's do it. Casey, on to you.
Kind of want to speak kind of what Hexray was saying. The community is, there's just nothing like it. Maddie, thank you so much for everything that you've done and keeping us together. It means a lot. It's amazing what a piece of code can do and bring all these people together. And the code is great. It does it. It works. Hex is the king. Hex is the GOAT. Get in or be lost. So everyone that's listening right now, I want your legacy finance isn't a bad thing. People screw it up. And the concept of Hex is, as a certification of deposit, and that system, it's a very, very valuable thing. We're just taking it, putting it on a blockchain and giving it transparency and taking out all the costs that it does to run that. So just think about that. That's it. That's all it is. So good luck everyone out there. Happy New Year, and we'll see you next time.
Awesome. Thanks. And Top Gun Hexadian, final thoughts.
Well, I am incredibly honored to be here for the Hex conference. Thank you for having me on, and thanks for having me with everybody here. It's a complete honor. And my thoughts is that I got here at the Hex market just over 2 years ago, just after the top, and I bought the first massive dip, I think at 21 cents. And I did that because I used to program, and I know that building a secure program that's bug-free is a lot harder than it sounds. And we got that here. I also really good at math, and the future scarcity of Hex blew my mind. And then I really believed in the community because they actually knew their stuff and were able to educate me when I'm already well versed in computers from back in the day. So then I continued for a year to be exit liquidity and bought every dip on the way down, thinking it would be the last one to be finally rocketing up. Shared that with the community, shared my love of this, and then nothing changed for me. The community's still great. The future scarcity is still going to be really insane. And, the code is still running flawlessly. So a year later, we're down 99%. And I have been DCAing. I burned my phone and a weekend of my time for this community because nothing's changed. The future scarcity of Hex is insanely low. And the program is still running flawlessly. And the community is still great. And I will probably be here in 5 years from now being exit liquidity for everyone because I still don't think I have enough because this program is running flawlessly. The future scarcity is insane, and I love this community. Thanks for letting me rant.
I dig it. Now, coming up tomorrow, we're going to have Alex McWhirter and Dipcatcher for an hour together. both of these guys founded a Hex derivative that the community loves. So that's exciting. We're going to have Jory and Georgia Carrera, Sticker Guy, and myself. We're going to have whales only. That was previously not announced. Crypto 7 will be on. That's exciting. Suzanne Hexakin, Anders from Love.io. Hexfire.io has a talk. And then there's a panel between RG3, Cabana Crypto, Kodiak, and Brother KG. We're going to have a author of 7 different books on passive income who's done $1.5 billion in real estate deals. Robert G. ALLin is going to be on with Corey Geary. Then we'll have Dollar Cost Crypto and Funding Jim before we have the 9-person panel, KDP, Crypto Heartbeat, Big Kurkowski, Timothy Benjamin, Hex is the Way, DJ Cryptomatic, Crypty Girl, Par Hexcellence, and Donovan from DIY Investing. So tomorrow is a lot to look forward to, and then there's 2 more days after that. So make sure to tune in. The other thing that I need you to know about is we're going, basically earlier today, we proved that we'll be able to set the world record for most YouTubers live. I didn't know that technically that this would be possible, but I had a dream, okay? And if everybody who speaks at this conference shows up next week on Saturday afternoon, which for some people in Australia is Sunday morning, people in Europe, it's Saturday night. If everybody shows up and brings 1 person, we will set the world record because we have so many speakers at this conference. So please consider it. And if you can't make it, send 2 people instead of just yourself and 1 other person. You can see the 15-minute recording we did earlier today that proves that we'll be able to have 100 to 200 people on screen all at once. So that'll be a wild 1-hour event next weekend that will, follow up the Hex conference. So thank you so much to everybody who spoke today, especially everybody who's on screen with me now. And we are going to exit the conference. I'm going to play this 3-minute video of people being lip synced into other languages. So until next time, stay wisely, my friends, and peace out.
Perché useremo l'intelligenza artificiale per sincronizzare il labiale di tutti nel parlare in altre lingue.
有大约几千美元的产品，我必须用自己的双手在另一个房间手工制造，而且我需要几天时间来完成它。
और हम इतनी सारी भाषाओं में लाइव हैं। मैं मैडी एलन हूँ। मैंने hexconference.com बनाया। हम 4थे वर्ष में जा रहे हैं और वर्ष पहले से बेहतर होगा क्योंकि हम हेक्स पर बात नहीं कर रहे हैं बल्कि हम कृत्रिम बुद्धिमत्ता का उपयोग करेंगे।
Hej, som to ja, módny programátor, tvoj kryptokamoš. A som tak nadšený, že si prejdeme, čo dnes máme. Takže ak ste si všimli, Richard Hart v poslednej dobe tweetuje o skvelých správach, že všetky tieto rôzne produkty sú teraz dostupné miestne.
私はただ願っています。これを聞いている人がチャンスをつかみ、自分自身で実際にこれがどれほどの可能性を変えることができるかを見ることができるといいです。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
قم بالرهان بحكمة يا أصدقائي واستمتع بالسلام.
Muitas pessoas fazem um trabalho melhor promovendo Hex e entendendo do que eu, o que é louco porque eu inventei e sou muito bom em marketing e vendas. Acho que Maddie ALLin se destaca ao falar sobre presentear-se no futuro, como teleportar-se no tempo usando o bloqueio de tempo.
And we're live in so many different languages. I'm Maddie ALLin, and this year is going to be better than ever because we're talking not only about Hex, but we're going to use artificial intelligence to lip sync everybody's speaking into other languages.
BTC, no compres Doge, no compre Luna Segura, no compres esos tokens, comprar Hex.
Ich war damals super begeistert von Krypto und investieren und so Kram. Ich war, wow, oh mein Gott, das ist die Zukunft. I was super excited about crypto and investing back then. I was like, wow, oh my God, this is the future.
now crypto can be a human right that is decentralized beyond the English language. So I hope you tune in and participate January 6th through 9th. So until next time, stake wisely, my friends, and peace out. 다음에 또 만나요. 친구들이 지분을 잡고 평화로워지세요.